Yeah, you're right. GTI probably is the one with more volume and volatility yet of the group. So first of all, we like to choose one of them, the one that fits better our strategy or our kind of movement. And GTI probably is the one that fits the better in this case. It is true it has GTI is very likely to have one first move very sharp on the way up or down, and then for the rest of the day just scalping in and out. So we wait for this first move. Of course, we have some bias if we like more short or long, but we wait for this first move, and then we look for the noise and the volatility of this stock, scalping with few cents, fast trades. This is the kind of strategy we do on RGTI.
Luis, we seem to have lost your visual, but we can hear you fine. So we'll wrap it up at that. Great to hear you, I guess, and see you, of course, as always. Good insight. Best of luck today.
Okay, we're checking a couple of stocks more today. AMOD. Okay, as far as you hear me, that's good. And I'm sharing the screen if you want to look at that. AMOD is 100% up as well. It keeps quite strong, and we have a lot of, well, it's only one gap up. So let's see this stock, if it keeps holding pretty strong VWAP and trading above $3, we're going to look for long on this one. And then STAI, this one, it's only 30% up, but let's see if it clears the $2 again. If it clears, there it goes, $2 break-in. So let's see if it breaks 220, 230 for pre-market highs.
All right, Luis, unfortunately, you're getting a little choppy. So unfortunately, we'll wrap it up at that. But thanks so much as always. We'll catch you again in a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much to you, Brendan. Sorry for
no worries.
Troubles
no worries.
of.
Thank you so much, Luis. And yeah, that STAI just breaking VWAP as Luis was just mentioning. Volume doing pretty good here. And obviously, some of these will have different profiles, whether it's just recently come to market, whether it's like habitual offender, it's gapped up before and then pulled back. Profile matters. But what he said about Rigetti, I think, is really important because there's a pattern the last few days on Rigetti, and this is exactly what he's getting at. You usually have had one big move, and then it turns into, it's like the reversion there. Like sometimes it'll try, like this is move up at the open and then down, up. It is spiked off the opens 3 days in a row, only to turn around at about $13.50, sometimes getting a little bit higher. So what's interesting to me is if it can clear out all of that and then maybe catch 14, then you would really start going on a Rigetti. But every single time, it's 13.5 or so, and you see that reversion where they're probably sort of scalping it on the way back in. So yeah, know the profile of your stock. It's an interesting little pattern that we're seeing on Rigetti. If it can break out at the top of that pattern, I think it's got some room to run. But I don't know if I don't know if there's a catalyst to get Rigetti to do that today with so many earnings names to watch, and the eyes are in so many different places. I think for the market, it'll be tough for that to break that pattern on its own.
The market right here really getting going again. I mean, they're not stopping. I mean, to be able to have bought some of that tech wreck there, I guess on Monday with DeepSeek would have been a good spot, for many names, obviously. But there goes the Nasdaq again. I mean, it's trying to grab through this 5 a.m. high of 21,670. So that's bouncing its head off right there. I mean, you take that, then you are going up here to 21,700, and then it's just like, I don't know. It's always like so much doom and gloom, and it's boom, like just right back up. Like we're getting very, very close again to all-time highs. Just one more time. Like this is one time today, and we can get back up here. You're 21,700 right now, right at a great breakout spot to get long. The sticky note is now out, but I should have included the TQs on that too. So we're going to be trading that. Like it looks like we could break. And if we do break out, 21.9 probably, 21.8, 870. I know Sharif's going to talk about some of this, but I just wanted to get to it because the NASDAQ was breaking. Looks like we're trying to get higher right now. And then this 22.1 is right, like that's, you're 500 points away, like handles away. We've seen that move, I don't want to say we're going to put in all-time highs today. I think that would be a little bit crazy on Apple Day and all that kind of stuff. But the day after Fed, you know, sometimes can get us going. I was going to talk about Rigetti a little bit, but Neil just did. So yeah, you know, like the stock, really nicely traded here in the morning. And I think Rigetti also, I don't want to take necessarily this high of 1320, but if you kind of ramp up right into here into 1350, forget about all this garbage up here. That's kind of what you want. Like, you want to get long there and for it to get back up here to test this, because you have that high of 14 bucks that was just made there, right? So that was yesterday. You know, so if you break through 1350, I think you get some out at 70, you get some out at 80, and then you hold, right? And so I think that that's giving you a great trade today on Rigetti again. So yeah, I'm really impressed with everything. I have Google on I mean, we're going to go through our watch list. Make sure you go grab that right now. Scan that for Real Trading Campus. That program is back on as well. But I guess Google's gone now. Like, I was going to try to buy this down here at the 200 period. We'll wait to see if that comes in again. But yeah, so far so good. It looks like we're kind of like blue skies here. Some green shoots today. It looks like Broadcom's doing well.
The market is just relentless.
I mean, what if Meta gets back over all-time highs? I mean,
well, isn't it? It is at all-time highs.
Oh, okay. Well, no, yeah, okay. Well, yeah. So just right now, I was looking sort of, we had this sort of that move up into 7 bills, but yeah, yesterday I showed these guys, it got to 710 yesterday in the after hours. So Meta, you know, it's at its all-time high.
On a closing basis, obviously, this is all fresh highs. But like, it's just, this market is relentless, and regardless of what you think about it, you just got to be able to join the trend. And when the trend is up, you buckle up and jump on the train. You just said Amazon. I haven't even looked at Amazon because we're focused on other names. Like Broadcom looks really good today. UPS stands out. I think UPS is going to give us a short opportunity. Mobileye stands out, and we'll get into all of these names. But for the most part, the market, while only up like 0.5% or so, there's just so much that looks strong. The first look is going to look for along. Let's see what the boys at the desk think about it, because it's feeling pretty jubilant, unless you're a UPS shareholder.
60.67, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. But to build on Sean's point, we are putting in those higher lows, incrementally higher lows since the 27th, with that flat top waiting at 6,100. We already breached 6,100 in the overmarket high, but barely. 6101.5 is the overnight high. We looks like we're building for a 6,100 break. So here's the deal: if we sell off, we're using 60.50 as support. If we continue and break 6,100, we're looking at 61.25, guys, as resistance.
An important day to understand what's happening before we get to the open. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Absolutely free. No charge whatsoever. You need an email address. That is all, and you can have that. 4.5% right now for Tesla shares here. We're right back to essentially the highs from after the close yesterday. I think it's important to understand this is not a good report. As we've been saying, if you joined us right out of the gate here at 8:30 this morning, we highlighted some of the numbers, not good. But as Elon typically does, was able to seemingly talk this back to the upside. I mean, one of the important things, as I mentioned earlier, I think, was that June note saying there's going to be driverless cars on the road, I think was his quote, on the road in June.
Yeah, in California and Texas. So we're going to have 2 jurisdictions where we'll be able to collect data. So let's talk about how they did. EPS miss, revenue miss, and revenue was not a slight miss. It was $2 billion, give or take, that they missed on revenue there. Automotive revenue was down 8% as they look to transition to a lower cost vehicle, the Model 2. Operating income declined at 23% year over year to $1.6 billion. So did net income. Net income dropped substantially, 71% year over year. That was impacted, though, by an inflated number from last year. They printed about $5.9 billion in non-tax benefit. That was a one-off look there. Tesla is offering discounts, obviously, we know, on their older inventory as they roll out the new Model Y, looking to get rid of some older models there, especially in China. They did, again, emphasize the lower-cost vehicle, the Model 2. No specific date, but they are really looking at focusing on that, Brendo. And who can forget that $600 million in Bitcoin? Good job, Elon.
Just because. I was just counting through some of these analyst moves this morning. I mean, all the usual suspects with opinions on their earnings. I mean, most of them are actually either maintaining their current or even increasing a price target type of idea. So it looks good, guys. What do we do here?
Well, it looks like it's going to break out the top. It is what it is. I still maintain, if it fails, if it fails this 408 break, I think it could be like a nasty fail break just because the underlying of the report wasn't good and it would be a hefty trap if it doesn't go. But you look at the chart, and the last time we were above these prices, and each of those, that's at least $10 sort of ranges in there, if not, work up to like the 20 level. So it's entirely possible. I think some shorts might be a little bit surprised and caught off guard by this. So, you're looking at a 408 break right in here. It's not really, the aftermarket, but you also had 408 over here a few days ago. So it's not as if this is just a yesterday thing in the aftermarket, that breakout price. I think if you fail it, you could easily head down to 395, and I care about that price more than I do the 400 level there on Tesla. So yeah, it's try to keep it simple. Just go with the trend on this one, and don't try to fight it. As I said, I was a little mystified, but ball don't lie, price don't lie.
Yeah, I have the same. We already talked about this. I think that top break is what it is. I already, if you want to go back and rewind 8:30 or whatever, I sort of said that. It was not a great quarter. We all know that, but it's no longer really that car company that everyone's worried about. It's what's coming next. We see sort of some other plays like in Uber that's headed to the downside as we get reports that the robo-taxi and everything's on track. So like we're coming in with some heat here with Tesla, and it's sort of other names are catching some downwinds. I might actually get. It would be an L if I get out of Uber right now. It's not a big one. Our average price is like $68.50 or something. And it's not a huge position. But again, it is. I do have Uber shares, and I'm a little bit more concerned about Uber and its price action here to the downside than I am about Tesla. Tesla seems to be fine. I'm not sure Uber is. If you look right here, this could be a good break right here, and we're coming into it right now of $64 on Uber to the short side. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention because, again, if it breaks that, you're underneath the 50-period moving average today, and then you're underneath now VWAP, the 200, obviously, and the 50. So, there's a lot of pressure coming right now on UBER, and for good reason, right? You don't need to have the richest man in the world, basically pointing a gun directly at you. But there's not much here right now. The other day we had tons of Bs, right? And not too many S's, which would be the buy or the sell side. Today it's pretty mixed. The biggest one on here that we'll be concerned with, I guess, although UPS right now is trying to get back up to the upside, there's a sell imbalance on UPS. The NASDAQ, there's Uber right there as well. The NASDAQ imbalances will hit at 925. So we still have a little bit of time before that gets going. But for right now, we used to always talk about Fubo. Let me just take a look at this for a second. Okay, wow, there you go again on that Disney rumor, not rumor, news. It makes it all the way back up to the upside. It was Disney, wasn't it? Was it Disney?
It was,
Disney, So all the way back down. This could be breaking out now again. 430 right here. This is a nice little sort of a cup and handle right here forming. 430 could be a nice little breakout right there on Fubo. That might not even be a cup and handle. I have no idea.
No, it's a rounded bottom.
Looks like something like that.
Whatever it is.
Something like that. A little head and shoulder without the head or the shoulder. Okay, let's go back over to the desk. But Fubo, I think we might have just found one there. I don't mind this breakout right there, 430-ish today.
Microsoft not looking great here. We were just saying, of the tech names this morning, this one definitely the worst. 420 coming into play right now. Actually, we got back above it before we left things last night, but what a move downside. There's not much positive about this. Forecast wasn't great. Sharif and I were just saying, Satya Nadella sounding a lot more cautious regarding AI going forward with the DeepSeek angle compared to Mark Zuckerberg saying,
absolutely,
spend away.
Yeah. Well, Mark Zuck's going to continue to spend that 60 to 65 billion that he's earmarked. Microsoft earmarked 80, but what they said was we're really going to slow things down come in 2026. We already priced in that 80. That was already known information, discounted in the price. Let's talk about how they did though. So the reason we sold off aggressively here looks to be a lower than expected number from their Azure cloud growth, as well as disappointing revenue forecast. So for Q3, they're guiding about 67.7 billion to 68.7. The street was looking for 69.7. So either a $1 or $2 billion miss there. With respect to the current quarter they reported on, they beat on everything. EPS, revenue, net income was also up year over year, but Azure continues to slow down in its growth, 31% year-over-year growth. Compare that to last quarter when we grew 33%. So a bit of a slowdown there as Google keeps taking market share from AWS and Azure.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Google is still growing on the cloud side. Microsoft slowing, if not growing at all. I was just looking here on the daily chart. I mean, there's huge levels coming into play here. Bottom end of the channel, really 5% for Microsoft. Been a long time.
Concerned about because, and we said it yesterday, like everything has recently made a run to, whether it's broken to all-time highs, it's at least gotten there and looked strong doing it, or pulled back and had significant bounces and shown signs of life. Obviously, I mean, Tesla's pulled back a while ago, and there's nothing good to like about on Microsoft today. Like I look underneath the 200 period moving average. I know the market looks really good today, but underneath the 200 period moving average, you look at 426 in here, and it's kind of like that would be like the Alamo if you're trying to short. I look at UPS, and I'm thinking, okay, well, I like UPS to short better than I like Microsoft to short, but maybe that's the wrong approach, and should also be looking to find a way into this. It's now $6 away from that 26 level, which is a key price. So maybe there's like a VWAP short in here as well. It's just not a lot to like when it comes to Microsoft. And I think a lot of times you see this type of rotation, and you shouldn't get too complacent in the long term, because I've seen many stocks where the term gets overblown and be like, oh, it's dead money if you had it from so-and-so or whatever. But oftentimes, the longer it doesn't break this channel down and is able to hold on, especially in the midst of a bad report here or there, then that can be a good sign, because when finally things do turn around, all you've done is coil up. Unless it's at, like Brendan said, if it's not at any of these previous lows, I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole to the long side. But maybe we can get a short back into the 200 period moving average. That would have been my first look, and now all of a sudden you've just crept so far away from it that I don't see us getting there. Whereas VWAP on UPS is a little bit more likely. So Microsoft, I don't know that I end up trading it today, but I suppose if it pops enough, we might look for the fade.
I just want to say, I just went to the back there. Basically, all the food is gone. So, like, after all of that controversy about how much food there was, it's almost all gone.
Oh, hungry people in the algo room over there.
I had some people said that the sandwiches were not up to par with the past caterer. So
really?
I was like, okay, I don't know. We'll see. How was the bagel, by the way?
I wouldn't have guessed that.
It was all right.
It looked good.
Okay, approved. All right, I just had to ask Joe and Adara there. Look, I thought Microsoft could get to that 415 area, and that's what I was going to say. Like, this to me is that buy zone right in there into 415. And then if it loses it, I don't think you have to worry too much. But this name's under pressure. I mean, as Neil just mentioned there, it's one of the only names, not one of the only names, but out of the Mag 7, there's a lot of sort of meh about it. Like, you don't really hear too much. The Copilot hasn't been as successful as hopefully they had hoped for. Azure misses, but not really. 31 versus 31.1. It's percentage increase. It's not huge, but I think this 410, like I think these are buys. But Microsoft's been going sideways. Like if you just go, like this goes all the way back to February. So you're back 1 year of dumping your money in Microsoft, and unless you're, it's been a flat trade. So there is some value to be unlocked here somewhere. I just don't know what's going to do it. So I think you just kind of drip into your account with it. Like, and what I mean by that is like $5,000 here, and then if the story really is bad in tech land, then yeah, everything's going to get hit. And this might be one of the ones that gets hit the most. We weren't too far away though, right, from taking out that high. So it's just kind of like a little bit of makeup now they have to put on and figure if they can get dressed up back up here to the highs. But for me on Microsoft, not a great quarter, and the market is actually punishing this one, and I think probably rightfully so. So down another 5% right there. Just hard to get behind it right now, waiting for that next story to drop. And I mean, OpenAI losing all that money and so on and so forth. It's not great, and obviously they do see pressure from Alibaba and Quen and all this stuff stuff with DeepSeek. So we'll have to wait to see about Microsoft. I'm still an owner forever long, but yeah, I don't think I want to buy any dips until maybe 415, 410 on this name.
best, buddy. Meta, all-time highs incoming. I mean, we're there right now, but the market's not open. 2.7% here, 695. This is all analysts this morning with either upgrades, price target increases, or some sort of positive note. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with positive note. I mean, it's all good.
Well, when you have a quarter like this, Brendo, you're going to get that kind of response. EPS, what a beat on EPS, guys. 802, the street was looking for 677. Revenue, 48.39 billion. That's more than $2 billion better than the street was looking for 47. Net income, up an eye-watering 49% year over year for $20 billion in take-home money. Q1 revenue 2025, forecast below expectations. That was really the only caveat here. He guided 39.5 RAM to 41.8, below that 41.73. He also talked openly about open source AI, and he's actually an advocate of, obviously, because Llama and Llama 2 and Llama, I think the next one, Llama 4 Mini, is completed. Llama, good look right there for them. They're also looking at spending substantially for AI, not going to cut down on their spending, despite the fact that DeepSeek kind of put that whole thing into question. 60 to 65 billion in CapEx. Daily active users, Brendo, continue to move 3.35 billion above what the street was looking there, 3.32. And his response to DeepSeek is positive. He says he sees possible investment cost-saving benefits from AI, open AI source. Despite DeepSeek's efficiency, Meta will continue investing heavily in AI, so he's not going to stop. He thinks that the training costs are where you can save money. Inference, he says, you got to spend big so far.
I think so. And I mean, if you think about it from the standpoint of someone like Elon Musk, who's also, participating in this race, no chance he's slowing down on what he's throwing at this AI race to spend. So it makes a lot of sense. I mean, barely a red candle here so far, guys, on a 15-minute chart.
Thank you, Kyle Burdett, for the super chat. And the question Kyle's asking in the super chat here is, where does the 5K here, 5K there come from? I was just like, it's like a standard unit of investing. People say, well, if you invest 1,000 or 10,000 into something, well, if you're not going to get all 10,000 in one spot, then maybe you get it in 20% at a time, or you get half and half in a 5K there. I think with Meta, everything that I think about Microsoft, just sort of just reverse it. Meta, it's going to be an all-time high on a closing basis the second it opens up, barring some kind of a disaster in the next few minutes here, which I don't think is going to happen. So you got VWAP sitting there. You've got a lot of different places to look. You've got VWAP and prior. Okay, fine. VWAP and prior high are usually the two preferences, right? So the prior high is going to be 683, and then VWAP sits in here. It's close to 690, but it's more like a 689. I think this is one. You don't have to do the whole grit your teeth like with Tesla and look for the longs. In this particular case, it was good, and it has looked good for a while with regards to Meta. And it doesn't hurt that whatever happens with TikTok is going to end up a net positive for them as well.
All right, so I was just looking, and again, it's kind of like, why is Tesla up almost double what Meta's up? I don't like. This is 802 versus 677. It's not even close. It's 48 billion, 48.4 billion versus 47 billion. Like Meta's just winning right now. And then they come in and they verify the CapEx spend of 60 to 65 billion with hundreds of billions coming is what they're saying. So I feel like that makes sense for Meta to keep on the pedal there. It's nice to see Zuckerberg. They still remember. Oh, the other thing was Reality Labs lost less than expected. I think Reality Labs are still in the 5 billion mark for a negative. But again, with the numbers that we're talking about, it's not huge when you have sales of 50 billion in a quarter. But at the end of the day, Meta looking a little bit like, I don't know if there's a better chart. Like we've talked about this, holding the 50, like it looks great. It's not even close to the 200 period. It's been breaking out for days and days. Like, sure, it dips down there on DeepSeek, and then everyone's like, wait a second, it's a good thing. And then it just rips right back up. So I don't know what's bad right now for Meta. Like just looking at it, I mean, you know, I think there could be some DOJ concerns. There is still that TikTok tail or headwind. Like, I don't even know if it's a tailwind or a headwind anymore. But we'll wait to see. That was 75 days. I remember when we brought that story to you that Trump gave on that sort of settlement of TikTok. I think we're probably like 60 days left or so. So a couple months, we'll find out more about that. You know, that could be a big tailwind for Meta if something does happen with TikTok and it gets banned, or if Zuckerberg and Elon and all these, I guess, entrepreneurs or big spenders are allowed to spend on TikTok. Maybe something gets done with everything, and I don't know. I look at Meta and I think it's the right space to be. Yeah, I mean, I like the stock. Like, I think they could even get involved with, I don't want to say they're going to get involved with mobile or anything like that, but there's applications that are going to come from everything that they're building. I'm interested to see what's next for Instagram. I mean, the user and the install base is absolutely huge. I don't even know what their daily active users. I didn't see that metric, but how much?
Half the world.
3.35 billion.
Okay, maybe not half the world, but you know what I mean.
Maybe more than half the world, I think. I don't know people are in this world anymore. I don't know. It's like
no, we're well
100 million a day. I mean, how many?
We've got to be well over 7 billion now.
We'll have to ask ChatGPT what the current world population is. But at the end of the day, every newborn that's born, especially into, I mean, you know, obviously there's this play
like
gets a lot. Yeah, I was going to say, you know, any kind of a first world, and again, everywhere in the world, people are on Instagram and WhatsApp. We talk about that. I just think there's something for everybody.
WhatsApp is gigantic in emerging markets, in the West Indies, in Africa. It is huge out there. And we're over 8 billion already? Okay, well, obviously that's a big deal.
That was one person said that, so I don't.
Well, I don't.
That's true.
Look, man, I'm not keeping track. The last thing I asked ChatGPT was Travis Scott's real name and where he was born, because we had a conversation. I got Dara on that. She told me she was into Texas rap music. And I'm like, yeah, Travis Scott. And she's like, I didn't think he was from Texas. So I got her on one thing at least. I can't believe his name is Jacques Berman Webster II. That's Travis Scott's real name. I don't know why, but when I asked where he was from, ChatGPT included that. But
Jacques Plant.
That's a great goalie. Let's get on to crypto. We only have about 7 minutes to go. We haven't even talked about UPS either. I see IBM as well. Crypto. Lots to cover.
All right, crypto enjoyed what Powell had to say yesterday afternoon. We had a nice rebound. Initial move was downside. If you zoom in here, initial move was downside here for Bitcoin, but yeah, ends the day basically at the highs. We're gapping up here this morning again.
Yeah, Brendo. So I was reading an interesting article today by Jeffrey Kendrick of Standard Charter. He is looking for new all-time highs in the coming month. He sees February and March to be very bullish for Bitcoin. He's guessing here, just gauging $112,000 to $130,000 price target. He says the recent market correction was the opportunity to buy when about $1.1 billion in long positions were liquidated. But I want to mention here the potential central bank adoption. We've talked about a crypto reserve being by the Treasury Department of the United States. We haven't talked so much about central banks. Case in point, the Czech National Bank, Brendo, wants to consider about 5% Bitcoin allocations from about 140 billion euros that they're holding there. Also, the Swiss National Bank may also start acquiring Bitcoin. So this is very bullish, obviously, as some of these sovereign banks as well as maybe governments start accumulating.
It's almost exactly, I mean, for IBIT, it's almost exactly $2 from all-time highs. So not a long way to go here, but is there a trade today, guys?
Yes, I've already written. IBIT is already on the sticky note right here, and I just kind of made it very, very simple. It's not even rocket science. See this right here? IBIT, $60 long break. I'm not even discussing it. I mean, Sharif just went over everything that you need to know there. I think it's a bullish sentiment here for Bitcoin. IBIT is ready to go. We just said it's up 50% in 2 months since 3 months since the election. November, December, January, 3 months since the election. Yeah, I think it's going to go. I think we are going to take out that high. Could be today. That high looks to be in and around 61, 62 bucks. 61.80 to be exact is that high. Again, like, the 200 period is going to have to be the guide now because we're under VWAP and we're under the 50 period, and I want to go long. So I'm using this 60 right there as the break. And it's not because, like, I don't think IBIT is going to necessarily follow, like, normally when you're looking at a stock or something like that, I'm trying to find my Bitcoin chart. Here it is. Normally when you're looking at a stock, you play those levels because of options or things like that, right? I mean, it's just when you're looking at what's been happening here with BTC, Like there's the break right there. So I'm just going to equate that break of 105.5 or so, which is about $700 away from now, to $60. I mean, it looks very, very similar. If that breaks there, then yeah, then I think we do get back up to this 108. And if we go over to a daily chart, then when you see 108, then you see green, and then you see 110, and after that, it's like up and away. Look at us hold that 50-period moving average on the daily. I mean, it's been great since 60 grand. I mean, you really haven't, sure, you're going to get drawdowns, but if you're in Bitcoin and you don't understand that it can, move 10,000 or 9%, like IBM's moved 9% today. I'm tired of oh my God, Bitcoin's so volatile. Is this really that volatile? Really? Sure, it might not be everyone's cup of tea. I understand that. But there's enough liquidity to get out if you're wrong. And if you get nervous about it, I think it continues to work. And again, with stop orders and all of that kind of stuff, I've been in and out of Dogecoin, in and out of ADA, Cardano, using stop orders on exchange, and they've been fine. I don't know necessarily want to hold all your crypto on exchange to day trade it or anything like that. We talked about cold storage. I think that's important as well. But if you're day trading it right now, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And I'm going to go long 60 on what I think are some positive vibes and momentum in the crypto space. So yeah, long IBIT, and it could be the biggest trade of the day. I'm willing to hold on that to see if it does come through. So that's what I'm going to do. The out is going to be the 200-period moving average. Because, Neil, we just said that it's not that volatile, but it will move.
It'll move.
And it's a headline away, right? It's Trump saying something that people weren't expecting him to say. It might not even be bearish, but it's just I'm going to look at this in 2 months. Oh, we thought it was 1 month, and then next thing you know, this thing gets hit down. So you got to be diligent in your stops.
Yeah, if it does head to the downside with the market with a slight pullback just now, we're getting imbalances coming out here. 59 was Tuesday's high, and then 59 was the afternoon high, and then 59 is where it dipped into the close. So that's where I'm kind of looking. It's under VWAP, so I'm thinking it's more of a dip and a rip situation. But there's a few things to talk about here. Let's get to IBM, and we should still quickly mention maybe UPS as well.
We're just looking at this Twin Peaks. TWNP is supposed to be the ticker for this. Yeah, TWNP, Twin Peaks Sports Bar. I mean, according to this chart, this thing opened 2 days ago, but it was supposed to be today. So just a heads up. Twin Peaks, TWNP, recent IPO here.
Through it broke 4.8, it broke 4.09, it broke 4.10 very quickly here because imbalances are out. And we'll get to UPS and IBM in a quick little second. But really, it's just Uber for $450,000 to the sell side. That's the one that's going to stand out here a little bit. So none of the big cap tech names on that imbalance board. IBM is starting to pull back. It was up 10%. I like it long term. It was actually my pick when we did our little thing on that half day. I think as long as it can hold at 240, maybe let the volume come into it, I'd be favoring the long side for a continuation. But it's UPS on that miss. Well, it's not really a miss. It's more the guidance they don't like here. So I'm looking fades into. I don't know if we get back into prior lows. That's the problem. It's gapped so far down. You're not getting into. If you get into 120, 121, fair enough. It's looking like it wants to try that now. But it's going to be short sell restricted. SSR, meaning you can only. If you want to hit the bid, there needs to be an uptick. So the uptick rule is going to be in effect for UPS. You've got 120 in there. You've got this lower high at the 118. You've got it trying to challenge even 117 now. But I'm looking for the fade. Maybe it does get to 120, actually. I keep saying earlier, I don't think we get to 120 there, but it looks like we have a decent chance to get there in about 30 seconds to go, less than 30 seconds to go until we get the open to get Adara on the bell. And wow, Tesla 411. 411? Well, Tesla's at 411 right now. So Tesla does not seem to care. They're just absolutely on fire. Let's get it, Adara, in 5, 4, 3,
get it,
2,
Adara,
and 1. What the heck, Tesla?
Adara, get it immediately. Right now, UPS, right now, we are short at 117 as it was written on the sticky note. I want to thank all 10,000 of you for watching right now. This is the sticky note. It is out right now. It is UPS. We are short. We're waiting to get a little bit more. We're out at 120. If it does break that, let's go. We're bidding some 116s as well. There goes Tesla, Neil, up 5%.
Unbelievable.
Get your Teslas going. right there. 412 in sight now for TSL to the A. What's Bitcoin doing? 104.7, not much right there. But nice little pullback in for Tesla right now off that 412. We're looking at Nvidia, Google, Broadcom. Let me check out Broadcom. I'm only in UPS. Nothing over there yet for Neil.
It's dropping. Broadcom's coming in.
Okay, good. So I'm on Broadcom right now. I was looking for, I'm not bidding Broadcom until 214, but that 200 period moving average is what I'm looking at. We could watch out for 216 bottom break right now on Broadcom.
Tesla.
UPS, about $1 against, but the spread is 50 cents. So we're going to wait to see what's going on right now. And then just a quick, and I'll throw it back to Neil. Just want to go over some of the bigger names. 415 we said for Microsoft. That looks like it will play. That's coming up right now. And then the biggest and the baddest of them all, I feel like Meta right now back into VWAP. That could also be along. Okay, UPS, the only stock that we have on board right now is 50 cents in the money, but we need lower than that to make some profit on this one. Watch out for Broadcom. I'm going long, breaking 220. There comes UPS. Bang. Dollar. There's your first Dollar Club winner right there on the day. Welcome to the party, everybody. We're ready to have a good time. One more time. Boom, Rob. There it goes. It's $1.50 now in the money. It's another one. So you're here every single day. Sometimes we trade tech names. Sometimes we just say thank you very much to UPS. So let's wait to see what's happening. Broadcom trying to go as well, Neil.
Yeah, you got to be kidding me, Broadcom. That was quick on Broadcom. UPS is looking pretty good. I liked 118. I missed the order at 117.88, but Broadcom dipped into VWAP. It's breaking the highs.
Here comes UPS.
Is what it is. UPS, we'll go back over that. I'm still sitting VWAP on Broadcom, but that was a heck of a miss. There's so many earnings names to go to.
$2.
But yeah, I'm in the same trade.
Nice.
I think it gets down to this low. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go on an SSR name. So anytime an SSR name bounces off the low of the day, I want to make sure that we're taking some profit there. But Tesla is right back to 407, so it did fail that breakout, at least for now. Come on, chart on Broadcom. It's going to get to 413. I'm going to get my trailing stop in because I do not have a trail on Broadcom just yet. Come on, IVGO. I want to get picked up on Broadcom. That was a long idea. I kind of liked as much as Tesla. I shouldn't say the best. I liked it as much as Tesla.
All right, $3. This is the thing that we're doing right now. If you want to check out the sticky note, you can get it. We're out right now, out of a third of this trade. As again, we take in shares, man, and we're putting up those numbers one more time for everybody. So there it goes. It's UPS right here. This could be our day right now on one trade. It's 117 to 118 short. The only thing that I'm mad about is that we didn't get more at 118. We were sitting there at 118 flat, and it missed us. So here we are. We're on the bid again at 113.20 to see about this UPS disaster. Right, give me it. Give me that fill right here. And there it is. Yeah, somebody's got to ask for it, and you get it right there. Neil, it's a $4 banger on some shares. And here we go. Let's go. It is Broadcom time. All right, so now we're into Broadcom. It breaks your sticky note level of 220, and it goes about $1, but then retraces back in. So let's watch out here for Broadcom. AVGO, nice move higher. We got to now watch out for VWAP, which would be 218. That's sort of where we're going to think about getting out. But let's just wait to see what happens, man. I'm not sure it's going to go 100% here, but it is breaking through that 220 right now on Broadcom. So let's give it a little bit of room. It just touched out to 221 on that break. We're long at quarters, so we had to pay up a little bit for it. But so far, so good there. As we continue to watch out for UPS, we watch out for Broadcom as well. Hit the like and the subscribe. This has been done on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday. So let's watch out for Broadcom coming back in right now. We're going to use the 200, not the 200 period, sorry, the low of the day here of 216 as our out. But this is what happens on breakouts.
I'm out of it. I'm waiting back for the dip buy.
Yeah, good.
But I already banged the table and not happy for missing the dip buy in the first place. But Broadcom's back at VWAP, so it looks like VWAP doesn't matter this early in the day, but breakout doesn't hold. I gave it to the prior bar high, but got slipped a little bit, like 20 or 30 cents, which is not crazy. You're going to get slipped on Broadcom some. So that's why we're actually out underneath that prior bar when usually we're not. So we're going to look for it to hold the bid at the prior high. That'll be about 218.15. If it can do that, 218.50. If it can do that, I reload, or we get back in at those lows. Looks like it's trying to hold the bid. UPS is making a bounce. I'm looking to get back in off of VWAP. So SSR bounce, usually if I'm going long, I would go long UPS into VWAP. In this case, I want to try to regain that short. at VWAP. But Broadcom, if we bounce VWAP here, I'm going to try to get back in. The breakout, a bit of a fail. And whoops, Tesla, yikes. Tesla already back to 400.
Yeah, I mean, look at the market.
If it loses that breakout, which if you took the breakout, you made $4 or $5 right away. $395. $395 is what I would wait for any long plays there in Tesla. Yeah. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. Position board is not working right now.
The only thing that matters.
I'm out of UPS, but I'm looking to get back into VWAP. We went right into the pre-market lows. Doesn't seem to even have the strength to get us there, but that's where we want to pick up that short. NVIDIA bleeding as well, down 1 point. You got the NASDAQ coming down here. This is going to put a few names under some pressure. I'm also tracking IBIT, which is holding 105 for now. So Bitcoin temporarily doing okay in the midst of all of this chaos.
All right. Yeah. So what's not doing that well is Broadcom, obviously, as we just talked about that. We were able to get some. So we bought some 218s there on VWAP and able to get some out at 219. But you can see our average price right now is 219.30. So we're going to have to watch out for Broadcom. Oh, the other bid that I had on. Oh, my out is the break of the pre-market low, which is basically coming up right now, 216.50 or so. We're going to give it to 216 and see if it goes. There we go. We're in our last little piece right now. It looks like it will be a $2 hit, unfortunately, here for Broadcom as it looks to get a little through this level. We won't get out of everything on a 216 break, but we'll get out of like 80 to 85% of this trade if it does, break that level, and then we need to get back up. So our average price right now is 218, as you can see. I did want to look. I'm going to put a 218 offer just in case we get back up there, just to take out some. There it is. Okay, so thank you, Ramin, for that. Our position board is now back up. I'd like to Google down there as well, and now that we get a little, okay, well, that's nice. I wanted Google down here. I thought maybe the market coming back in here that we'd get Google back down, but we do not. It goes to 197.50. That could be a buy or into the 200 period. But on the sticky note, I liked 195 and change. So let's keep that real. And then the other one, because of Broadcom, let's have a quick look at the other big guy here, 122 for NVIDIA. I wrote down a 124 break. It's a good thing that didn't happen, or maybe it wicked higher. We didn't have the order in yet. But I like that play, break long, 124 right now. Okay, all maybe as well now in Broadcom land. So let's get out a little piece. There it goes. Let's go. We are now in the money on Broadcom. So let's see if that can get back up there, up to the upside. We said we wanted to dip by it into the 200 period. We were a little early on it, obviously, and I'm not sure it's going to work. But Broadcom right now back into the money for us. But again, remember where we were long. It was 218 and change. All right, so it takes our first in, first out. So we take a hit on that first piece that we just got out, waiting to see if Broadcom does have some juice to it. VWAP is 218.20, so we're right there right now. We just need to get above that, and then we'll see what happens. I'm offering 219s. We'll see if we can get something out in and around that area.
I'm thinking head and shoulders here on Broadcom a little bit.
Knees and toes.
What I'm not liking is the I don't like the fail break on the market. I don't like what's going on in NVIDIA, Tesla. Every single stock I look at is looking very, very heavy right now. But look, it did give us a bounce. Breakout failed. The original dip buy gets us into VWAP. My original plan was to see us hold that higher low. Let me get back over to Tesla for you guys. Tesla's near that 395 zone. So there's your failed breakout on Tesla. And here it comes screaming down into the 395. That was, instead of the note, if it doesn't give you if you don't hold the breakout, 395 is going to be our next stop. So 395, we get there, I'll look for a mean reversion on this name. UPS didn't pick me up at VWAP again, so it's not getting to VWAP, it's just consolidating off the bottom, but it's holding the low. So as long as it holds the low, I still want to play off of this one. $712?
Not yet. 703 right now for Meta. We are $1 in the money on Broadcom. We're going to let that settle down. I'm getting some more out now on Broadcom, but we still do have like that, the heart racing a little bit there on that Broadcom trade, but we do still have about 65% of this trade. Getting a little nervous about it. Hasn't really worked. I thought with this market bouncing back up like this, okay, let's go Broadcom, honestly. We're waiting at 218.99, get a piece out before 219. So here we go. If we can get this, it's now $1 in the money. We're 350. We're just 2 for 2 again here. 350 in the money on UPS, still have half of this position. And then Broadcom, we still have a big I failed again up there, eh? I'm gonna take another piece here at 36. I just offered 36s. We'll take. Did I get filled there? Okay, there we go. Now we get filled. We're filled there at 36. So nice piece out again on that name. As now we're starting to be net positive, obviously on Broadcom. So let's see if that one can go high. Okay, Broadcom. Again, we can go a lot more than this. And remember, everyone's gonna trade. They're outs. Bang, and they're outs again, and there it goes one more time. We're $5 in the money on these two positions. So, I mean, we did it yesterday, we did it Monday, Tuesday. It looks like we're doing it again here for you guys today. So I hope you're enjoying, but this is a very, very early market right now. It's only 9:40. Like, Broadcom could be at 235 later on today. It could be at 210. Let's wait to see what winds up happening right now, as my next offer is 219.50. We're out of about now, looks like officially 60%. So now that we can get back to the upside here, out of 40%, holding 60%. If this can break through 219, then there we go. So that's going to be a big one, but it seems to be a problem right now. I don't know what else. UPS still fine. We got another piece out right there at 113.40.
Yeah, it's still holding the low on that UPS. Tesla's still underneath $400. It's close. It just tagged 97. You're still bleeding pretty heavily here on Tesla. That 395 is probably going to come really, really quickly on us. NVIDIA's bleeding bad. But notice it's down 2% headed towards yesterday's lows.
No.
AMD did a break of the 120 level and is now holding 119. So the break that it's hilarious because AMD has been going in the other direction since yesterday. But this 119 starting to look very, very good if it can hold up. I'm out of Broadcom and waiting for a little more confirmation on this. I don't like, generally speaking, if you do a failed break of the highs on a gap up, I do not want to be, I don't want to get trapped up at that top. But either way, if we can hold VWAP in here, this is where I would like to get back in. Otherwise, I want the longs only right off of the bottom where I can have a tight stop. So next one's going to be Tesla 395. UPS I still like off of VWAP if we're able to get it. And AMD, if it's going to follow along with NVIDIA, we're going to find out about that really, really soon here. But it's held that 119 nicely. We'll see if we can get that back into us. I am now back into UPS, different price. Now we're trading it off of VWAP as opposed to earlier at that 118.
All right, I just punched some more out there on UPS. I know Neil just kind of went short. I'm sort of taking the other way. I'm trying to get out of my shorts already. We're $3 in the money on this name, and it seems to be wanting to bounce back up. I hope it doesn't for both of our sake. But for right now, we just exited some more on UPS. Look, man, it's been, you saw Neil trade Broadcom one way. You're seeing me trade it another way. We're seeing the opposite positions. Well, not opposite positions, but ideas there in UPS. So, hey, man, this is for everybody. Just get in there and do what you think is right. All right, TQQ's Alibaba on my mind as well, but right now we got to throw over to Adara. Okay.
Time to take a look here at Alpha Modus. That is AMOD. This company was, just exiting a halt there. This is a small cap, about 7.5 million share float. They basically had a business combination or a special acquisition or SPAC that happened here on December 13th. Now the company's CEO is apparently defending them against market speculation here about their post-SPAC merger. Sounds basically just like a headline here. But regardless, AMOD, after making this announcement, pushing to the upside, just seems like a case of extra retail attention on the ticker, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's going to do it. We do like that extra retail attention. That's what you want to be able to see. That's why Tesla's going absolutely ham, I think. It wasn't, I don't think it was the analysts and that crowd that was trying to buy it all back up. It was the retail that liked that. Not that they like the report, they just like buying the stock.
Oh, come on.
Is what it is. So come on, let's get some fills down here. I want to get down to this low. 113 is a hard bottom here on UPS. Trying to add some in front of VWAP if we're able to get it. And still a bit of a rocket ship on AMD. All right, there we go.
Very good.
There's our confirmation above VWAP. Now I can move target and start going long above VWAP here on Broadcom. We'll try to pick this one up. I think as long as it's putting in higher lows, then I'm going to like this bad boy. And this and AMD. But AMD's not at VWAP just yet. So give it a heartbeat. I want that closing on Broadcom and AMD above VWAP. And Tesla's now at 396. So we're $1 away on Tesla. All it has to do is a mean revert, slap a trend line, break the trend line, and it has to hold this 395, obviously. Tesla, the failed break, it did happen. So that's the thing about a breakout trade. If it doesn't work right away, then you want to be very, very careful holding it all the way back through to those pre-market lows. But here we are, 395.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate it. Just heard Sharif just sat down. He was commenting on the Broadcom trade and saying, similarly to what I think too as well, that we could get into this 220 area. There it is. Yes, sir. Neil, this is a monster trade. There it is, Neil. It is 4 straight days that we have hit our daily goal, and it's right there right now as we just get taken out at that 219.50. We're there right now. If we flatten out, doesn't mean that we're going to stay there, but that is your daily goal hit immediately again. That's 4 days in a row, and if we don't hit it, we'll tell you. And I try to discuss like losing trades all the time on the show, and every time I'm going to get into a position, I'm going to discuss to you, why I'm in, where the outs are, so on and so forth. So this is a nice play. Remember, our average position was 218 and change. So it's 218.12s, I think it was. So it's only a $2 winner, which is fine. We're looking for more. So my next offer right now, actually I'm going to cancel. I have too many shares there because we've taken too many out. I'm going to put some shares right now, 219.80, just ahead of 220. It doesn't really matter at this point whether or not I'm taking 5 cents or not. So let's wait to see what happens right now with Broadcom as up and away goes Broadcom. We are now $4 in the money on UPS, okay? And we're waiting for that 113. That would be gorgeous to get that fill. $4 in the money on UPS and $3 now in the money on AVGO. So far so good here today. We've only traded the same names, but now you're in Tesla. So
Tesla's the new one, but it's at 395. Like obviously, we should have had that breakout originally on Tesla. There's no question about it, but we're not going to have it. So Tesla gets to 395. It's trying to hold the trend, but if we can't hold this low, then you got to break out. If you make a fresh low on Tesla, I'm out of the trade, no questions asked. UPS bounced again off 113,
wow.
So we reloaded UPS at VWAP, but it's not breaking the 113 level, so you're getting some strength coming into UPS, which is a little bit more than I was expecting. So maybe it is just a $1 scalp on the reload on UPS, and I should just respect it for what it is. And ultimately, it wasn't a bad report for UPS. Numbers-wise, it was just concerns about them dropping some revenue in the future from one of their larger clients. So there's your bounce on Tesla. But remember, it's still a failed breakout. For me, that means get to VWAP, get to $400, and we'll be pretty pleased with that. AMD still looking pretty good, but Tesla got to our target. And UPS, when a stock this far down doesn't break a fresh low this long, I start thinking usually I'd be trying the long off of that level, so maybe I should be getting out of this reload short. So I'll have to make that decision. I'm not there yet, but I think that maybe we should be getting out of it. But Tesla working well so far. We'll see if we can get to VWAP. We've scalped to 98. We're looking for 400, and then I would trail it and hold until VWAP.
Yeah, I really like that trade there. Tesla long was, I couldn't believe it.
I don't even want to look at Meta right now.
Oh, wow, 395. Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, Meta.
Tesla. Oh, yeah, Meta. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, there goes IBIT, so new trade alert. All right, so we're into IBIT as it breaks higher. By the way, Broadcom did break 220, but it did come back off there a little bit. I'm going to get some more out at 219.80 there for Broadcom. So here's IBIT. Yeah, the market is like absolutely on one again today as we continue to go higher and higher and higher. Yeah, let's just see. New position. It was breaking through 60. I like it. I told you when we took this trade that we were gonna try to play back to some of these levels. So the next level here, I guess, would be 85s for VWAP if we really want to dip buy some more. We're into the position now, so I'm gonna stay away from dip buying at this time. But right now, there it is. Nice move. Early position here on IBIT. Where are we looking to get this out? I mean, I said I wasn't really looking to get anything out. We could do this right here at $60.16 or so. Let's just go there because that was the high. I'm always a little bit, we'll get out 5%. I'm always a little bit skeptical when like you get these dark pool into those, and I don't know, I like to get something out there anyways, just to see. So we'll see if that goes. Okay, here it goes right now. Already 10 cents in the money right there. Broadcom is just, there it goes. Neil, man, wow, we're nailing these trades today, man. Tesla's a big one. UPS is a big one. And like, they were all here. Remember when you guys went to me, Sharif just, to take a word from him, he waxed poetic on crypto. And I just said, hey, looky, what we have right here. It was a $60. Joe, you have that too, I guess, right? Good, Joe. This is it. Hey, man, I'm so happy to have Joe back on the show. It's like real traders. No, but I mean as like the permanent host. Real traders is what we're looking for right there. We got one right there as well. Look at IBIT right there, $60 long. So, I mean, again, what we're doing today, Broadcom, check PL1 right there, right, for me. And then you have here UPS. Ding, $5. IBIT right now. So we're going to go 3 for 3 right here off of our notes. And Neil, we are now at 150% of our daily goal right now, because I don't know if you've had a look at Broadcom lately, but this name is now $4 plus in the money. And Sharif, you did it, my guy. You go 221 to me and I go, that would be nice. So there's 221 and change on Broadcom. Stay in your lane, everybody, and stay with the names that you believe in, and stay with your trading style. It's been quite the week this week, to say the least. Thank you to everybody that's been here. This might be my best week, possibly in Trader TV Live history. I would say so far, knock on wood, and jinx on that as well.
Whew. Well, I'll tell you, by skin of our teeth, we just took our profits. And look, you got to be able to take the profits where they lie. Tesla is bleeding now, everybody. Ooh. It's not looking very good for Tesla. It just made another fresh low. You couldn't break past 399. So our best out's going to end up being that 98 level as it continues to try to hold the bottom. But I don't want to fight this stock. UPS as well. We reloaded it. I didn't want to. Look, I want to just play trend on UPS. So as far as I'm concerned, I want to short it at every single resistance level. So I reloaded it at VWAP to play it back into the low of the day. It's going to be hard to see with this scaling, but it did break the low barely and then get right back above it. Broke the low, slapped a trailing stop on it. The second it got back up into the green, above that bottom, I got back out of the trade, took our profit. It's about $1 move from VWAP, just from where we got into that low, and we'll go back to VWAP if we're able to get it. So this one's going, Tesla's going absolutely nuts, but NVIDIA now almost a full V-shaped recovery back into those highs, but it's not NVIDIA that I'm interested in, it's AMD. AMD's doing the VWAP hold, AMD held 119. As long as it's above 119, I'm looking longs on AMD, but I don't want to do it this far away from a VWAP. We'll see if we can catch VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, I go 119. That's the key level. Adara.
Beware here of AAL, American Airlines. In case you missed it, this stock, recovering pretty nicely, but it was on watch here. There was a crash involving an American Airlines flight colliding with a helicopter in Potomac, New Jersey. Anyways, we do have Donald Trump reportedly said to speak to media about this plane crash at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So beware here of AAL when it comes to 11. I will see if I can watch this. It's probably available online. I will give you guys all the details.
About Hall of Families, and we don't know anything. I'm not gonna. I wouldn't want to trade on that AAL or anything like that. I think you just don't necessarily know anything. So just be careful with that, especially as that'll be very headline driven as well. So keep that in mind.
Where's the money storm, Neil? Neil, have you seen IBIT?
I'm focused on my stocks, bro. I haven't even looked at IBIT.
I realize that. I realize that.
I haven't even looked at IBIT.
Okay, yeah. Well, if you haven't, that's all right. Props up to everybody that has right now. It's Sticky Note Nation time right now as IBIT continues to go up. Well, I'll tell you, Neil, right now, it is going to be a big stock for us today. It is IBIT, and it continues to run higher and higher. So here it goes, man. IBIT, nice move to the upside as Bitcoin keeps going. We actually already brought out the Bitcoin chart for everybody earlier, and you could see right here, it was that break. There, we don't need that ad. There's the break. This is a daily chart. Hold on a second. Let me go into the 15-minute chart just to show you guys what we're talking about. There it is right there. We highlighted this 105.5 break to everybody on earlier on, and there it goes, man. So we unite everybody out there, man. Everybody trading crypto, all of you, you heads out there. We're trading NVIDIA today. Look what we're trading today. Sorry, Broadcom, IBIT, so Broadcom chip space, IBIT crypto space, and then we've got a beautiful earnings play right now as well with UPS. We were actually able to get out there at 113.
It's coming back to VWAP.
Yeah, it's getting close to that.
By the way, Tesla,
this is 20% left.
No, but this is why you got to focus on the things you're trying to trade.
For sure.
Tesla was just now. Tesla was off the low, exactly where we got that bounce on Tesla that we played to the long side. So I want to see if we can play it again. But that's a very specific entry. When that loses, if you get in and you're not ready and that loses, that's instantly $6 out of the money. So this is why you've got to be focused on a stock moving like this. You've got to be laser focused on it, especially if you're trying to pick that little bounce play. So you pick your spots. I don't like it down here. I would usually, like sometimes I would take a revert here, but I don't like this breakdown. I think you could still go lower on Tesla. Remember, ultimately it wasn't the numbers weren't good. So it was a little bit of a surprise that it wasn't down further than it is. So UPS still going to play it back into VWAP. We've played it twice. I think as long as it holds VWAP, I'm just going to keep shorting in VWAP every single chance that we do get. AMD was trying to hold. I see NVIDIA still holding VWAP. AMD just bounced underneath and is trying to close above. So a bit of a rejection of 120. Now we've got a trend starting to merge here. You got bottom, 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 and that lines up nicely with VWAP. We closed it above 119.5 here, and then I go for the long on advanced micro devices. That's pretty much it. We've traded only the 3 names for sure, and want to make sure that we stick to the plan of action.
Yeah, same thing. We're sticking to the plan of action as well. I mean, hopefully IBIT continues to go. All right, $60 right now and 52 cents. I mean, we said that, we wanted to try to make this play something special today, so we're still into 70% of this trade. So hopefully it comes back in again right there for IBIT. So we'll take out another piece here at 50. We're going to wait for a little bit higher. I don't really have any offers other than the day's high right now just to get another piece out. Well, I'm taking out like 2% or so every time here, right? And so we're just going to have to wait to see if it does get more exciting or not. That is that. We want to check out with Uber as well. I mean, we talked about how Tesla really sort of, came in on Uber's party, I guess, a little bit there with some of that robo-taxi talk. But you could see it's a straight fire to the upside. I might get out of Uber. I think maybe we'll lower some here. I'll go over here to see this. Might lower some of the shares in the position because, I don't know, I'm not really, I can get back long if we break 70. So that would be something that I would be thinking about for sure there on Uber, maybe get back into 65.50 or so, possibly. All right, just for everybody looking here at Broadcom, here it comes back in.
Losing the bid.
So yeah, losing the bid here. We only have 15% left. When they went to 221, we literally called that price out there. We talking about the professor over there as it goes boom, 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 boom. And there it goes again. So nice downside push coming through for Broadcom right now. I'm just going to sit on my hands and see if this flush can give us even a better opportunity. Maybe we can get little long right now. We just wicked down into 218. Look, I don't want to give back what we've already made. So if we're going to do something, we're going to have to wait. Again, my stop on all of this was a 216 break. So now the 200 period is right around there. I think it's comfortable enough to buy something else at 217 to reload into that trade. But that's what we're going to do. We'll wait for that, and I'm not going to put on a full 100% position if it comes back in like we would have had there. So we just had it there after a combination of this. So it's like we had to let it drip down into some of our levels. And sometimes we get a little excited. We've learned our lesson about breakout trades. And that is that we're not going to push tons of shares there, because even as it happened, you remember how calm we were. I was like, okay, this is going to fall into VWAP, and it did. So we didn't panic and get out or anything like that. Fell into VWAP, gave us that little bump, so we thought we could have had it there, and then it just made one more leg lower. And it looks like if this NASDAQ wants to pull back into VWAP, then we are going to get a drift down here in AVGO, and this could be a great buying opportunity. So 217 is where, 217, I almost said 317, is where I'm going to sit. IBIT is pulling back up. We still have 70% of this trade, another 5% coming out right now at 27.
Yeah, this is why you got to be real patient on this bid. The market's holding up relatively well, I would say, considering what I'm seeing across the board here. AMD, you gotta close it above.
Oops.
Looking for a very specific entry on this, close and hold above. Doesn't do it, don't go long. Don't have to fight it.
Yeah.
UPS not at VWAP yet. NVIDIA just lost a bid. Tesla just made a fresh low. The only thing holding up really well, we've got Meta holding above 700, holding a bull flag. So I feel like this might be the place to go, as Meta looking super, super strong here. And right here comes UPS. So just scanning the same names. We'll look for the reload right off VWAP, 114.5. Been able to scalp this a couple of times. We'll go for the third time in here once we get up to this 114 here on UPS. And for everyone looking at Tesla, Tesla just went red, now down at 388. So it is absolutely bleeding. This is why you had to try to stay focused on it. There's 2 green candles in there. You could only have been long on one of those 2. So good luck if you're trying to go long the stock. I'm backing off. Let's go to Adara for happening now and some economic data.
Lower than expected pending home sales number coming here through for December, negative 5.5% versus the previous print of positive 1.6%. That number that we got here is also below the forecast here of negative 0.3%. So lower than expected here, pending home sales month over month. Take a look at the market here. The QQQs are, I mean, we were up on the day now, pushing a little bit lower here for this market. Let's take a look at the S&P 500 to see its reaction here. Looking about the same. NASDAQ, though, is certainly going to be on watch because 3 of the Mag 7 did report last night. That's Microsoft, Tesla, and Meta. We had Meta and Microsoft beating here for their estimates with their guidance a little bit weaker than expected, whereas Tesla missed on EPS and sales. They also had declining auto revenues for the year, but regardless here, Tesla's still up with retail strength, initially at least anyway. Here is Microsoft, which again did beat on estimates, so their guidance was a bit weak. Then we have Tesla here, TSLA, pushing to the downside despite a gap to the upside. And then META, which as mentioned, actually doing quite well here at new all-time highs above 700 for the first time in its history. Other earnings names on watch today include IBM, UPS, ServiceNow. There's really just a slew of them. And after the close, we get Apple and Intel. So make sure you check out the market recap with Sean and myself at 4 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
We are into Tesla right now, and we are long on Tesla. So we're in 4 positions right now. And here we go, Neil. So there it goes again. Tesla trying to get back up to the upside. Let's see if we can do it. I mean, it's pretty weak. You got to try to fade some of those pops. But if we take down 386, then we are gone. That is the new low of the day here. 386. Change 386.21. There it is, Adara. 386.21 again. All right, so right now 50 cents plus in the money now on this name. Let's see if we get some out. And oh boy, yes we did. We traded it again right there. There goes Tesla. So bang, one more time on TSLA as we watch out for that one. Nice move. There it goes, man. Look, 73 cents, Neil, worth of risk to just take $1.20 right there on TSL to the A. All right, Neil's in Broadcom, but for now, I just want to go over, and because I mentioned to Neil about IBIT, he wasn't looking at it, but we also have another guy over here, and we brought him up to your attention before. It's Joe, and right now, Joe, I'm going to get out some more of IBIT right now as we get into 37, but I wanted to ask you, my guy, how's IBIT been going for you today?
Pull up the chart here. Can you hear me now, loud and clear?
We can.
All right, let's go. So if we can pull up my chart here, Ramin, that'd be fantastic. So as you can see, that's why risk management is so key. I built in here, and I had to get in. Risk profile started to increase, and then I just hammered the trade again and just added all the way up to the top there. So that's the banger on IBIT, bro. And that's it. So risk management is key, really. So if you're building into positions, you still need to raise that risk limit and then get out when you're supposed to. So as you add shares in, that risk profile comes closer and closer to your stop. So there we go, we get out, and then sure enough, we just hammer the trade once again, adds, and then just peace out all the way up there. And that's it.
Great trade, man. Great trade there. Yeah, as we continue to watch out for IBIT. So, yeah, great look there. And by the way, thanks, Joe. I just want to get over to here because we're doing some more. So there it is, Joe. Join you and Sharif on the midday. Any idea what you guys are talking about today?
Yeah, we're going to do the Greeks today, man.
Okay. I like a little bit of Greek salad. Oh, options. Okay, I got it. I was just wondering with some tzatziki going on there and stuff like that. Okay, 11 o'clock, Joe and Sharif. Thanks, my guy. All right, let's get back over here. Yeah, no, thank you. All right, so there it is, man. UPS, right now, we're still in this name as it comes all the way back down, but I have to talk about a sad state of affairs. It's a flat trade there on Tesla. So if you want to talk honestly, we lost 2% of what we made on UPS on Tesla right there. So, because we were able to get out, we got some out there for a nice level, 388 and change. Remember earlier, man, I came here and we said there's no such report, there's no such thing as a bad report. And we were like, no, Tesla was a very, very bad report, but the price action gave you hope and glimmer that this move could happen, and it did happen. And then all of a sudden, it's like, I haven't heard any news. Adara's there if there's anything sort of coming out with this, but it is a straight melt down right there for TSLA. And I know we're going to go to Neil in 1 second. I just want to make sure that Meta, because I want to talk about the other earnings name. I'll call up Microsoft in a minute as well. But Meta right there, 702. Just, it has to be talked about because that's going to be a shelf, right? We've held this level the whole time. If we break it, watch out for, again, a test of VWAP and then maybe a break lower. So little nervous hands, I feel like, possibly with Meta, especially with the NASDAQ losing the bid here a little bit.
So if you are a trader or a skilled trader, or just somebody lacking capital that wants to trade, prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5 to 500K, and you can start with as little as 20 bucks. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today. Find the perfect prop firm for you. Should also be linked in the description as well, so check that out. So very quickly here, I'm not back into UPS, but I did get in VWAP on Broadcom. It lost prior bar low, so jumped out. That's where the stop goes. Hold above, prior bar low. Now you're right back in at that low of the day here on Broadcom. Did not get into AMD as the market, well, I mean, you guys can see what's happening to the market. The market is now back through the lows. Yeah. So this one never really even set up for the long. It's just basically short the entire way through. Did not have a lot of short ideas in here today that weren't labeled UPS. And UPS is just sort of chilling out on the bottom. Tesla, I mean, Tesla's still, it's holding 385, but when you back it out there, there's not much down here on Tesla to even try to look for a bottom that isn't really like 380 bucks. You know, I'm kind of thinking if you're going to revert here, you just got to be patient, wait for the 380. This one looking nasty to the downside on Tesla. The UPS obviously will try to get back into that short, but I'm not going to sit there fighting it over and over again.
Let's go, dude. Like, this is another one right there. You want to talk about adding to something, Neil? I mean, there's Broadcom. We talked about reloading 217. And there it goes, man. Nice reload there on Broadcom as it gets going to the upside. So right there, now we got another dollar. This is another one, right? We just got this position right down there on Broadcom. We just took this long at 217.11. So let's do it, man. Joe's dressed nice there today. He's going to the club maybe right now. There it goes, man. Nice play on that one. And then obviously IBIT as that goes. So right now Broadcom for me is not even P&L number one yet. UPS still is. But we're going to wait to see if Broadcom can make the dream happen as well. And then you know what else could be a dream is IBIT. Like we said yesterday, we got that question on the midday, like, where are you putting your $1,500? It was like, I said, yeah, just put into Bitcoin. I mean, if there's going to be something that you thought could make it move, let's try out Bitcoin. My move in the last 2 or 3 years has been to load up a little bit on Palantir. And that's been a good trade. But today, we just fall right into the 200 period at that $80 mark. I mean, I think this is more of a trade for this. We just fell into the 50 period moving average. But the thing is it's been holding, but we have dipped below. And every time we've dipped below, we've sort of held this 200 simple. So I think that 79.50 might be something for me to get interested and excited about on Palantir. But as Neil said, you know, you can't look everywhere as long as you're looking in the right spaces. And guess what? There it is again, another out for us as we focus on where the best trades are. I mean, for me, like right now, you just have to stay with what you're doing. We keep showing the sticky note. And I mean, it's just like yesterday it was bang, bang. Like there's Broadcom. We didn't look at Google yet. We didn't even look at NVIDIA. But we have UPS, Broadcom, and IBIT. All of these were actually filled the levels that we thought. Right? Like Broadcom, we were going to play back to VWAP. It didn't get to 213 on Doomsday, but we did take the 220 break, and we can discuss that. And then UPS, there's the short that actually filled out for us. And then IBIT, the 60 break. So the only 3 trades that we have right now are the 3 trades that we had mentioned on here. And again, it's a big day. We're above our daily goal. And whenever you hit your daily goal, that's a good day. The only name that we lost, we didn't even lose on this name, but the only other name that we didn't have on our watch list was Tesla. And we just got in and out at these levels. I think like we're picking the right levels. Maybe we'll just buy some Tesla down here and then just wait. This time, let's just get in there. We'll crush the bid. So there we are, man. Now we're in long at 70s. I'm going to give this a little bit less shares here. So if I'm normally playing with 10 risk units, this trade is 1. All right, like I'm just going to try to see if it can go back there to the upside now on Tesla. So here we go. 384.50 is the bottom. So if we're long now at 386.70, we need to give this at least $2. And Neil, what is even going on again? We just put this position on, and it is a $2 winner right there in 1 second. So there it goes, man. Tesla, I think we should probably take it out. Neil, I don't honestly, like, there it goes. $2 again in the money on Tesla. Bang, I guess.
Yeah, great one over there. I'm actually almost in Tesla myself, but I'm following my rule here, guys. I want this mean revert to break out. Baba's going to break 100 in a couple of minutes here as well. So Tesla is trying to hold this trend. I've only been in it once. Always want to try to stay a little bit focused on this. If we close the bar, that's my rule. It's been a falling knife. Want to make sure this is actually reverting the trend. I think there's plenty of room for it to get to VWAP. We mentioned Alibaba. We didn't get to Alibaba. Alibaba's at 99.5. So Alibaba 100 break. I didn't take it yesterday. We only had the longs off the bottom on Alibaba. But today, I'm going to take a $100 break on Alibaba. I'm going to play VWAP on Alibaba as well. UPS just broke the low of the day. And you've got to be kidding me. Meta is going to give us a shot at VWAP. But we're going to Adara. It's already 10:10.
Let's go, boys.
But Meta's at VWAP and $700 as well. So mentioning Meta was the strongest of the Mag 7 names. Want to play this one off VWAP in a sec.
Oh, boy.
As we talk about Meta and Tesla, I want to mention Microsoft as well, because that's the other Mag 7 earnings name from today. And it just had a pretty massive drop here. I'm going to switch to the 15-minute chart so you guys can see kind of how quickly this occurred. So we were holding up above 420. Then we basically go from 422 to 417 in this one candle. So Microsoft, a little bit of recent weakness. To be clear as well, heading into the session, Microsoft was the weakest of these Mag 7 tickers that reported last night, and as of the Mag 7 as a whole, they had weaker than expected guidance, much like Meta, though. As mentioned, Meta actually at all-time or near all-time highs, so interesting look there for MSFT. Just wanted to put that out there in case anyone missed it. Also, IBM, I was seeing here getting some volume as well. This one is at also, much like Meta, all-time highs. So IBM on watch, as mentioned, though, UPS a little bit weaker. So just a quick earnings update today, guys.
And just a quick little update. Tesla, we just got out for a $3 winner there. And that was exactly, we told you where our downside was on this trade, $2. So when it goes 3, man, I mean, I'm going to take it more and more out. We still have 70% of this trade, but there's another piece out right there for that. So there it goes to the upside as it just touched 3. I saw $3, but I don't know if it actually, yeah, so it did get up to 390 there and then just got hit right back down. So, okay, here it is. Yeah, so it's coming right back up now. So now it's $3 in the money. I'm going to get out another piece here at 389.55 to just to solidify all of that. And oh boy, Neil, the party, I know you don't have any positions on, and you talked about focusing on them, and I think that's the right thing. But we have 4 positions on right now. Let's review. Broadcom, $1 in the money. iBit, 53 cents in the money. And my guy over there, we are face slapping, we are show stopping right there on iBit as that goes into the money. So that's 2 positions for us. Tesla, another position. That, Neil, $2 in the money. And then UPS, as we just calm down and we watch out for UPS, $4 now in the money. So again, you could see we're both sitting here at the same desks, and it's just a different, you know, I'm in positions, letting these work out as we all of us, even in the chat, Neil, myself, Joe, all of us sitting here looking for more opportunities. So I think that that's like what we need to do. I said we were going to rest on Tesla. We still have half of it, and it's 250 now. We just got another fill right there, and it's been big, man. No losers today. Big day, and we just continue to sort of march forward, right? I mean, that's all that we can do. More outs on Broadcom there at VWAP and the 50-period moving average.
All right, so we just picked up Meta off of VWAP. So it gave you a bottoming tail candle in front of VWAP and a bit of a trend reversion as well. So there's 700. Obviously 700 just a round number. VWAP sits at 699.55, but it's this candle that I like. The second it got underneath the prior bar low, instantaneously somebody bid it back up, right? So the market bid it back up. Want to see if we can play into the lower high, that 706.5. The concerning thing, I think, for any long might be what's going on with the NASDAQ here, because you're essentially trying to bounce off the low of the day. If we retake the low of the day, then I want to make sure I'm respecting my outs in front of this lower high at about 707.5 to 706. So far, so good for Meta. I just got to pivot to what makes the most sense. It's holding on to trend very, very well here. The other thing that we're tracking is Alibaba. Baba was a great breakout trade yesterday. It's also holding a trend line. Maybe forget VWAP. This is what I'm looking at for Alibaba here. I should hit save next time. If we can bounce off this 98.5, maintain trend, and then work back into that high. Still want that $100 break as well. So looking for a bounce on trend, play into 100. Meta, we've got now 704. Still some sellers in the 705 range there. So we scalp some out at 703.5. Closing above the trend line, I like that, but we need to break that prior bar high as well. And then we can play on into 708. For now, the market's relatively weak, and I'm looking for a short trade that I like. I'm not really finding anything. I mean, UPS obviously has already gone a couple of times, but it could just be NVIDIA, to be honest with you guys.
Huge.
NVIDIA is now flushing right through the low of the day, potentially. We're 2% down on NVIDIA. 121 break could be it. But for now, we've reloaded on Meta. We break this prior bar low. We're out. We're looking for this hold of the trend and then a break back into the upside. It might actually be NVIDIA, to be honest, to the south side. This one does not look strong at all. It's looking pretty bad for NVIDIA.
All right. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I mean, look, guys. Right now, Neil, we are $10 in the money on these 4 positions. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, we're going to talk here about FOXX because I saw some people mentioning it in the chat. And it is getting a little bit of volume, though. It's worth noting volume on the day is not huge. It's actually under 1 million shares traded so far, but I wanted to mention it because of this push to the upside. Fox Development Holdings is the name of the company, around that $10 mark right now. No news that I'm seeing on this ticker either, but about a 1.45 million share float. So small float for FOXX, but be very careful with this name. Like I said, not a ton of volume being traded on the day, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And Marty in the chat, thank you for the super chat. You're up $4 on the Microsoft short. Look to keep bleeding. Well, the market's bleeding. Microsoft was the worst of the bunch. Don't like anything. Look, I don't like what they've been doing on the daily chart, regardless of this report. So I think obviously it's looking pretty bad. When you're at the low, if you've already scalped out, like it just broke trend up here at 420. And now you've consolidated off the bottom. Like if you've taken profit into this range or taken profit at VWAP as well, I mean, holding for the low would be the next step, and that's still a couple of dollars away on Microsoft, and you're like $6 away from the prior on the daily. So there's still plenty of room for it to give you even more here on Softy, especially if the market turns red. Not that I can remember the last time Microsoft was 10% to the downside, but on a day like today, with this kind of volatility, pretty much anything is possible. So shout out to you, Marty. But yeah, it looks like it could still go further. There's not much holding up in this market right now. NVIDIA breaking the low of the day, NASDAQ at the low of the day. If you've got a short, then I think you can hold on.
All right, so I'll ask you sort of the same thing here as you just analyzed Marty's position there. What do you think about, like, so I'm still short now, $5 in the money on UPS. Where would you target an out here? Would you go back up to like 113.50? I know you're looking to get in. Is there a spot?
I got to cancel my offer.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll let you do your thing because I was wondering, like, where are you looking to get short? Because that might be a spot. Like,
I'm only looking VWAP.
VWAP, okay. So I'll probably hold on to this as we get into 112 right there. This is a big one. I mean, Tesla right now has really turned.
I don't care, yeah.
Oh my. I can't.
Nah, that's fine.
Look, it's going to sound like, and I see it in the chat. It's like, look, like, you know, some traders in there, I don't know if you're short or you're against my positions or what, but it's like, all I talk about is these winning trades. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to talk about. Like, I'm engaging Neil here. We're talking more and more about trades. We're engaging you guys in the chat. Like, I know it does sound like sort of a lack of, like being like not humble here, the opposite of that. It's just, it's like, I can't, there's not much I can do. It's like, these are the trades. Like, we have Broadcom here. And this is why I say, like, this is a big name. This is my P&L number one. And I mean, it traded out perfectly, you know, to where we're doing it. Like, I'm just trying to show you because there's not a misconception out there, but there is. And again, like what sparked this show was talking real and the energy that I brought to real trading. I mean, I used to do this to floors, and this is why it was my job, like to floors around the world, teaching trading, trying to talk about the realties and how, you know, the successes and pitfalls of day trading. And I just think that, and again, Neil and I just did this. We just did a video 2 days ago where we talked about community, where we talked about feeding off of each other, where we talked about congratulating each other, where we talked about all of these things. And I think that that's important, and I think that's why a lot of you are here. So if you listen to the midday show, these guys are popping off great trades, and that's fine to do that. And I think that that's important to do that. And I want to thank everybody in the chat for doing that. You know, and I think that that's what community is all about. And that's why when we talk about Real Trading Campus, when we talk about being on a prop firm match, all that stuff, like that's what it's part of, is part of being a community. Like I could have 4 positions and $10 in the money. And we could have other traders that are looking at only at IBIT, that are looking for specific setups, that have different strategies altogether. That's what makes day trading unique. That's what makes it very exciting. And that's honestly what makes it one of the hardest jobs in the world. So am I going to sit here and celebrate when we are $5 in the money on $2 worth of risk for Tesla? Yeah. I mean, that's what we're doing. I love this job. I love being here in front of absolutely all of you. So, and I can see in the chat, you guys are loving this kind of talk. And that's why we're here. That's why we congratulate. That's why we put out the trades. That's why we give you all of this. And that's why you're here again. We're setting records. And I want to thank everybody for that. We couldn't do it without Bears versus Bulls. I couldn't have done this without Neil. We could have done this without each other. Fabian, Ramin, Joe. What the midday has added has been huge. The work that Brendan's doing down there as executive producer, that's been blowing out. That's why we're at record numbers. I want to thank everybody for helping us with our socials. I want to thank everybody for helping us with everything, the emails that we get, the nice tweets that we get, all of that stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And one of our best additions is sitting right up there at the desk. So let's throw it, I hope. Is it? To Adara. Thank you for that rant. And there we go. I see the chat is loving it, Neil. This is what we're all about here live at Trader TV.
Thank you for that very kind little introduction here, Sean. We're going to take a look at the small cap recap. It's going to be a bit more of an informal small cap recap because a lot of these small caps kind of, to use a Sharif term, gave up the ghost pretty early. We'll start here with the IWM, though, which is actually holding up pretty spectacularly here. We know it did have a lot of volatility, as it usually does during the FOMC meetings, because they're pretty rate sensitive. So we did have a nice gap up, though, for that IWM. Double top rejection here, just shy of 230s, but holding up right now above that 229 level. Let's take a look here at AMOD. Alpha Modus. This was a recent SPAC. I believe this name had its separation there, or its business combination on December 13th. So about a month and a half ago, the CEO basically just putting out a press release defending the company after the SPAC. All it did really was just push it to the upside, give it retail attention. So AMOD with a 7.6 million share float to the upside. Then we have Nuwellis, which I really want to talk about because we have about a 1.4 million share float, very small float, 30% short float for Nuwellis. So late yesterday, they tweeted that as of January 1st, the reimbursement for Aquedex has quadrupled. So apparently it's really good for outpatient care. Higher reimbursements sending NUWE to the upside, though Nuwellis has toned down a little bit since. Talk about FOXX as well. This is a recent mover. I want to be clear again, no news that I'm seeing on this and relatively less volume. When I first pulled this up, we were trading around 600,000 shares on the day. But Fox Development Holdings, no news that I could see for this ticker at about 1.5 million share float. So a couple tickers to watch out for today. There's also KZIA, which was running earlier today, basically given the all clear to test their treatment for advanced breast cancer patients. So that's what's going on here with some of these small caps. Back to the main show, guys.
Thank you so much, Adara. Wow, UPS just broke another low. NVIDIA just broke the low of the day. All right, I'm back into Meta a couple times here. 702 seems to be holding, nice. But the last time they rinsed it, I keep saying last time it rinsed through 700, it actually, this was a pretty hefty sell order that came on through. You kind of had to be watching the book when it did, but it broke 702, got down to 698, and then instantly back to 701. So someone came in there and was buying the dip pretty precipitously there. So we're going to keep going for the long off VWAP and try to scalp inside the range, look for the breakout to the high of the day here on Meta. But UPS just continues to bleed. It's bad. Someone in the chat, and I should have said this, I should have addressed this when it got said, that Amazon is only like 5% or 10% of their business. Well, I mean, half of that in 2 years is still 5 points on their revenue. That's not good. And obviously there's some other things going on with them. So overall, this is a bleed on UPS. And not to argue with any of the viewers. I just think it was obviously really, really a big deal because they did beat on they did actually beat here on UPS.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it's getting down to this 110 level. I haven't played an SSR bounce. The only place I would look for some kind of an SSR bounce would be at a 110 or a 105, something big like that. Otherwise, I'm not touching, I don't want to be on that bid. I'm just trying to sit on the offer at VWAP if we can get it. So maybe this is the time that we can get to the high of the day on Meta, but believe me, the way the market is going, it's been struggling a little bit here. So hopefully we can get into that 708, 709 this time. We've already scalped it twice for $2-3, but I want a little bit more than that.
Neil, man, great trading today. We're $8 in the money on Tesla. We're $6 in the money on UPS. We are $2.50 in the money on Broadcom. 6, 8, 2, $16 or $17 right now. We just got that fill there on Tesla. It's a quiet storm. Mob Deep. We can play 5 seconds of Mob Deep. I mean,
You can play 5 seconds.
Man, we on one right now. We just on one. All right, like let's. We talked about loving our job. We do this all the time, and I just love coming in. Someone said, "Am I taking a vacation?" No. All right. Let's go. So there's UPS, as Neil said. I just covered some at 112. I mean, it is where the players dwell, but at the end of the day, let's call up right now a chart here. We're at 2 times right now daily goal. I don't hold enough to ever be like, wow, 10 times daily goal. That's not, I'm just glad enough to be here and be green and have a great time with all of you, because what we've been doing here is something special. We've been building this show for 5-6 years now. All right, UPS on the weekly chart. I had to go to weekly because it's been so bad. And, that report, although it wasn't even that bad at all, it was just the market didn't like it. The guide, I guess, lots of competition out there. UPS on the weekly just continues to get destroyed. We always like to think about the 200 period on a weekly chart. And then I want to actually, now that I say that, I don't think we're going to be close to anywhere near on NVIDIA, but I wanted to see what the 50 was on NVIDIA. So that is also at 117. So I think that that's something there. And then just so everybody can breathe a little bit here, including myself, we've traded a few shares today, and we have less. We're almost getting out of everything. It's 10:30. We're happy. We got to film more stuff here. I got to film a couple videos, actually. Shout out to Andre. Here's the cues on a weekly chart. So you're still, I even feel like even if the market drops 3, 4, 5%, and I know Neil did a great buy there on Monday with buying the NASDAQ, I think that that's anything like that. I mean, you even have SPY, or we can go VOO. But there's the
nobody wants VOO.
No, I know, yeah. But there's the SPY as well. I mean, everything's looking identical. The only one that I don't ever look at, that I know that we have a lot of people on the show, especially some of the talking heads, like IWM as a potential there. So this is the only one, not the only one. There's many ETFs that are still down, but as far as a broader range of names in the market, you can get the IWM here, of course, which is the Russell 2000. So you're going to get some smaller cap names in there. 230, sorry. We're right there right now. That could be a good break. I don't know, but anyways, that's just a quick little look at some of the weekly charts there off of e-signal. So you can go grab that e-signal experience for 1 month free. We don't have it up right now, but it still is that 1 month free. All right, I got out some more did I get out of some Broadcom up there? Yes, I did. So right there, 220. So that was a good one. That's the only fills that we've been having. All right, in a celebratory mood for crypto, it has come back in again, and we're not holding this past the 200 period. We always said that we would use these levels as our out, and right now it's getting pretty close. So I'm thinking about a reload right now, and then a snap out of this trade if we do break that level. So we're back into VWAP. I think it's probably worth, let's put on small right here. Our price won't change that much. It'll probably go to 610. There it is, so 608. So that's what we have right now, using this as our new out. Let's put it in together. We'll cancel our last offer and get out right now 59. So we're just doing it on the 200 period moving average. You got to zoom in here. I got to get that laser eye surgery again. 59, you know, it's been 10.
Man, this market's
I got
dumping
it in 2010, by the way.
You can do it, you can do it.
It's got to figure it out.
And there's no more restrictions on, like, it used to be like if you're over a certain age, they don't want you to do it, but you know what? This is like NVIDIA just broke the low. AMD just broke the low. Like, you got to be kidding me. Meta here. Meta sellers still 705. Like it's holding, but it's not breaking higher. You know what I mean? Like the market just continues to fight, and I think it's losing. The market's losing the fight. So at some point, I'd usually already be out of this thing. And I gotta respect it.
But it's holding up.
No, I don't like it at all.
Okay, I'm thinking the same thing on Broadcom.
Because the way I see it, usually here's my 2 cents. Look at the consolidation, and it's also a failed break. It's a failed of an all-time high, and I usually have a rule about if a stock fails an all-time high right at the open, then it needs to definitively make the trend back up, which means higher lows. Well, it hasn't. All it's done is broken the trend. There actually hasn't been any higher lows. And so be it. Like if you have to take a breakout through 710 or something a little bit stronger, I'm down with that. Because while I was over here looking at Meta, any guesses what Alibaba did? I'll give you one guess. Okay, it's under 100 now, but Alibaba at $100. And every time it dips, they're buying it back up in Alibaba. Well, last I checked, that's what a long should look like. Not like struggling to give you a couple. It's a couple bucks is nice, but Meta's $400. Like this is what you want it to look like, what I'm seeing in Alibaba. So we got to be able to try to join this one if we can. This is definitely the strong one out here. Alibaba was so good yesterday to have not made any trades on it today when we like the long. I don't know what happened in the aftermarket there. When we like the long is almost criminal. So let's see if we can try to grab that. NVIDIA is now at 119. I think it's going to drag everything down with it. But I should be joining this train in Alibaba. Next available dip, or maybe you just hold 100 and break out the top, go one, that's like 132, break that out, give it the $100 stop, or buy the available dip. But this is a trend I'd rather join. When the market's going red, I'm not trying to fight them. Let's go to Adara. Let's give the crypto update.
Oh, all right. Oh, my God.
Crypto poised for, or Bitcoin anyway, poised for its second green day in a row. Before we show that, though, I want to show you guys an ETF called Miners, MNRS. This is Grayscale's new Bitcoin Miners ETF. I believe it contains Riot, Mara. I looked at this in the morning. I mentioned it in the watch list as well. I want to be clear, not a ton of day trading volume here, about 15,000 shares. But I just wanted to bring this up. If people are looking specifically for Bitcoin miners, there's a brand new ETF for that. So congratulations to Miners. We have this great looking at this point Bitcoin chart right now. We had this double bottom here. This is the daily chart, 92,000. Then we make this higher low as of yesterday, bouncing beautifully just above that 100,000 point. Now we are hanging out at 105 halves. We know that 107 has been a little bit of a resistance area for BTC lately, so we'll have to see if we get over that level. But Fed Chair Jerome Powell actually not speaking that negatively about crypto yesterday. He was asked about crypto, and he basically said that U.S. banks can and should be able to serve crypto customers as long as they are legal customers, as long as they're using the money legitimately. So he said banks should be very cautious. And banks up until lately have not been able to hold crypto on their own because it's been had to put on their balance sheet as a liability. But he said they want to deal with crypto customers who are legal, who are just, trying to hold crypto. Banks should be able to do that. So not necessarily glowing endorsement, but certainly not an exoneration there of Bitcoin. Then we have the Binance here. So Ethereum even stronger than Bitcoin in the day, up above 3,200. Solana up 6%, BNB up 2.3%, Dogecoin up 3.5%, Cardano up 7%. Great day for crypto. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Darren. Yeah, it is a pretty good day so far there for crypto. We actually, I just want to talk before I go on here. We did break that 217.50, so we get out of half of what we have left there on Broadcom and a very, very low piece left. Only 2% now. We only had 7% or so what was left there on this move up. And we talked about it, man. Look at this market. Very, very tough to see that. Ramin, you want to do it now? All right, then let's go. Let's get it. Right now, open to Canadian residents only. We are very, very proud and very, very happy. And I just talked to the director of this program. It is your campus program right now open at Real Campus. We got an influx. Is there a graphic or am I supposed to show it? Okay, she's going to show it in 1 second. There it is, right there. Trade real money, gain real experience. We had an overwhelming application process flood the last time we did this. We want to keep going with it. You have to apply. It is micro-structured in the markets. We are now open to only Canadian residents. Program is designed to teach participants how to become real traders, explore different marketplaces, different venues, learn about routing orders, learn about dark pools, learn about professional execution versus retail execution, learn about bidding and offering, learn about fee structures, all of that stuff that Neil and I focus on, but maybe go quickly on, especially the guys on the midday show. This is what it's all about, teaching everything so we can not only show you the fish, but teach you how to fish. That is Real Trading Campus. Carefully selected stocks with a list for you. Expanded symbol availability this time around. It is a great program. There are phases. It is structured. And if structure is for you and discipline is for you, then Real Trading Campus is as well. So go join that. Canadian residents only for now. Thank you. And, we really appreciate all of the interest in that. All right, we just reloaded iBit. And then we just took some more out here at $60.25. So it is, again, and we do this a couple times, it is another one. And I don't know what we're going to have for lunch here. I don't have it yet. But there is another chicken dinner winner.
They'll probably step up the salad game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, we have a new caterer. I forgot about that. So hopefully they'll come.
I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope.
Oh, my God, Neil. Right now, it is a $10 winner right now. Where's Ozan at? There goes Tesla. Neil, we are $20 in the money on 4 positions right now. So here we go, man. Again, Neil's in Alibaba, so a relatively new position. I'm just showing you the power of holding trades. Gets you sometimes to where you want to get, and other times, unfortunately, you have stop outs. So we get stopped out of half of what we have left, but thankfully we still have something as Broadcom making its way back up. And I'm just here to tell you, we are at the high. I am at the highest spot I've been at all day right now. So it's been a good one. Obviously, as we hold this Tesla, I mean, I wish, guys, we're long at 386. We talked about this. Remember when we put this trade on, Neil? We said that we're giving it $2 worth of risk. So right there, it's $10 in the money, and we have about 10% left, less than 10% left of Tesla. So let's go. It wasn't a huge position, obviously wishing it was, and that's part of why we're holding this thing, is because, again, we have a small piece left. We would have liked it to be a little bit bigger, but the fact that we were able to take $3, $4 on a $2 risk and now blow it up to 10, we already have one out here for 9. So let's just see if it continues to work. It's Broadcom that we kind of got slipped up on there. And then look at UPS. I mean, this 117 to 118, it's just funny because I was 9 cents away from getting more shares. Like we waited because we wrote down 117, we got 117 clean. So I was like, oh, maybe we'll get 118. So we tried it. Unfortunately, we missed it by 9 cents, or else this is an infinitely bigger trade, but not infinitely, double bigger. But all right, that's that, man. It's 10:37. Alibaba long. So let's go see what that's all about.
Almost AMD as well, but I'll get to that in a quick little second. AMD so close to finally breaking the trend. So we said, like, Alibaba is just trending to the upside, so why not just take the next available dip or the next available break? Because it's been giving you the whole way here. It just tagged 106, but keep in mind, yesterday's highs chilling out at 101. So this play, like scalp into 101, give it to the prior bar low here. I'll zoom back in, you can see that in a second, and then try to play the dips. The trend is your friend to the end. I know some people were probably long this off the open. Congrats to you. Kind of overlooked this. We talked about it in the aftermarket or in the afternoon show how it was a triple bottom on Alibaba, and then it basically showed you the triple bottom and then broke out from that triple bottom. So that's a good look technically. Probably should have had it, but no, it is what it is. So AMD, I'd mentioned it's about to come in for me. It's on the trend. I have it up on my black chart, but it's about to close this bar above a downward trend, which has been holding all day long. AMD's still green on the session, and the market actually holding on to green as well. So want to look to get into this long, just have to close this bar above. When we go long, give it to the prior bar low. It's not there just yet. It'll be like 30 seconds or so till this closes, and then we've got our entry condition for AMD. The other good thing is NVIDIA's bouncing, so I think that's good for it. And then the other stock I'm still tracking, Meta's doing the same thing. The only difference is the bottom is lower. Instead of 702 support, now it's actually 700 even support on Meta. I think it was the right decision, and even the lower highs. So you're getting lower highs still in Meta, a little bit of lower lows. It's holding on to VWAP, but it looks like 700 right now would be the place to go. I was long in 702 before, and now all of a sudden 700 seems like that bottom. All right, there's the close on AMD that we were just talking about. So we're going to get into AMD for the first time today. AMD was strong yesterday. AMD's trying to revert the trend as we speak. Maybe it can get to VWAP. The market's bouncing as well, so we have that going in our favor. Yeah, it's been a bit of a bleed, and I know there's a lot of shorts that have been out there. Just haven't really been able to find them just yet, but that's okay. I mean, there haven't really been missteps, but it still doesn't mean I shouldn't have a short somewhere. Some kind of a tech short. I've been hunting on the charts. I don't like any of these levels. Maybe NVIDIA, if it can get back to 121, is going to stand out there for me. We're in the mean revert stretch. I'm going 118 quarter, 118, about 55 or so, and then hold it on into 119 for the rest.
All right, there we go, man. AMD on board, BABA on board. Tesla's now $11 and still going. Thing is, we get excited when we put these trades on, or when we're in the trades, but when we put them on, man, we're very, very, we explain exactly what's going on, right? We talk, just like Neil just did, like we talked about like where our out was going to be, why we were testing this. I mean, you want to talk about discipline, although it might look like we're trading, like we're just going sort of, well, hopefully it doesn't look like that. I mean, every trade makes a lot of sense so far here today. Well, they all do anyways, but I hope it's easy to justify, and hopefully you guys can see it. And you know what means a lot to me? And we, about 20 minutes ago, we had that little speech. You know how we're doing things right? When we get a message from, you guys might remember Patty Ice back here. He was just commenting. I want to thank you, Patty. So thank you so much for your nice comments, man. He was just saying that he really appreciated that. And I want to thank to Sharif for sharing that note as well. So Pat, man, good luck to everything there. My fellow Paisan, our families apparently go way back. We didn't even know that. Our families grew up in the same city there in Italy. So, all right, or close enough to it. There goes that's Tesla, by the way. That's $10. UPS is $6. We reloaded this one, and this one is a nice little trade. You know what? No, it's not that. It's more this. It's more a money storm right now because this crypto trade has, there you go, take some 36s. This has gone right back up. So VWAP, right back up to the 50-period moving average. So not only are we, and Neil actually nailed this before, it's like watch the stocks that you want to watch, and I mean, IBIT, we had the 60 break, so we just reloaded it when it came right back and it was supported by VWAP. So up goes that move right now for IBIT. I want to thank everybody for watching. A quick out on Tesla. We have a small move there, small move back to 391. I'm probably going to hold on to this. Right now, we do have news in my ear, and we have to go to sector watch in 1 second. Yeah, D-Wave, QBTS, hearing something with a little bit of a gap up, and I think that was maybe a little Fugazi note there. Let me go over to Rigetti just to see what's going on there. So a nice move up for these names today. Rigetti, 4 points. QBTS, 9%. That's upside right now. So, all right, man, all is good. This one's going to hurt a little bit, Broadcom. Maybe we'll just get out of this right here, and then that will be that as we are underneath on the market. I'm going to work my way out of Broadcom. If we can get this fill, we're going to take it $219.50 right there for $2.40. So if we can get that, great. IBIT just pulled back a little bit, and it's Adara at the screen with the watch of sectors.
This week, really, the theme for Sector Watch has been situations where the market is doing one thing and the sector seems to suggest something different entirely. And that theme continues today. We're basically flat to negative on the board, but then we've got lots of strength here in commercial services. MasterCard reported this morning. Visa's reporting after the bell. Process industry is very strong. Consumer durables to the upside. Utilities, producer manufacturing here generally pretty strong as well. Health technology not looking too bad here either. Utilities, a great look. Vistra, very strong today. And retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, is a pretty good look as well. So what's bringing us down? Well, I would say it's probably these pretty significant moves in two of the largest market cap names in the entire market. That would be Microsoft and NVIDIA, with Apple, number one, basically flat on the day. Microsoft down here on earnings. NVIDIA down as we have market participants continuing to assess, A, the impacts of DeepSeek, and B, the fact that Bloomberg reported that the Donald Trump administration is trying to have even tighter export controls, specifically on NVIDIA with regards to its H200 chip, to make sure that China doesn't strengthen its AI any further. That being said, other Meg 7 and big tech names are really strong here. Google, Meta, Oracle, all sharply to the upside. Broadcom looking really good as well. Meta mentioning it during its earnings call. So interesting look here for the market, but lots more strength than might be implied by what the indexes or indices are doing today, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. Oklo up 14%, I see from Miguel here. And Jason Ryan, I will not say go Chiefs, but no, we love all our viewers. SMR is making some moves. The nuclear names are going. I didn't see the story. There's a story on QBTS. I can't.
Was there?
I heard something. I didn't actually see the story for sure, but obviously that one is trying to go. Meta, this is what I was going to go to this. Freddy 5000. Meta's losing VWAP.
Uh-oh.
So it's starting to look a little dicey for Meta. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just, I didn't feel short on Meta, but it certainly didn't feel like the long was looking very good. And again, it just came down to it was holding the bid, but where's the higher lows on this thing? Like, I want to see higher lows if you're going to join a trend. Like, there's two ways. If it's going against the trend, break the trend definitively. Like, I like that kind of an entry point. By the way, stop goes to the prior bar low.
Nice.
And then where are you, QBTS? So QBTS is, like, actually, I don't know why I have this line there. I'm going to get rid of this. Sometimes I have a support or resistance from like weeks ago, but I don't think 595 matters. But it's a double top up here, and it's on the daily. It's a very, very good look. I don't know why I haven't paid attention to this. It has bounced exactly the 50-period moving average, like 4 days in a row here on QBTS, and then going higher. So I kind of like this trend, but I do not want to trade it blind. Not sure what the story is. It could be anything, so I'm not even going to speculate. So Alibaba, that's the other one. It just tagged 180.
Nice.
That's 180 cents. If it breaks out 101.30, that is a fresh high. We still want to pick up the next dip buy. On a 15-minute, this doesn't have a red candle. When Chinese ADRs do this, the first red candle is usually very, very nasty. When it does this kind of a trend up, and this is what I mean, when it does this, the first red on a 15 is very likely a bleed, so I don't think this is a situation where you want to not have a stop. If it breaks trend, I'm jumping out of this, and I clearly didn't hit save this time, so I'm going to do that and then hit save. If we break this trend line, I am out of Alibaba. You saw that 15-minute chart. If it loses a bid, it probably drops $1, no problem. So Alibaba still looking strong. I haven't looked at any other Chinese names. They had their Quen yesterday, or 2 days ago, whatever it was. And it was all the rage, and we're just playing the continuation. Whether it's as good as they say or as cheap as they say, probably not, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to say it's not as cheap as what they say. I don't believe they're not using the H100 for all of this. That's my thing. I mean,
I know how fast it is. Like as people start to build on top. I mean, I don't know if anyone's going to build on top of.
I'm just a skeptic.
Yeah, same. I mean, I was buying Nvidia at those lows, trying to. Might not be the low. All right, man. I mean,
well, AMD's probably going to lower eventually.
All right, so we got out at $219.50. Look, man, we took $2.50. It's a great trade. And by the way, like Neil, all the trades, you just nailed Alibaba there. You nailed AMD. I mean, we're trading a bunch of different names today, and there's been huge trades. So you could see with AMD, I haven't actually looked over. The only chip name that I looked at today was Broadcom, and you could see sort of what's been happening right there. This has been a big one. This will be my P&L #1, but you know, Tesla's trying to test it as well. And look what just happened on iBit. I don't know, Joe, if you reloaded this or not, but iBit right there, just boom, boom, right back in there into the 40s again, as Bitcoin right now trying to go back up to highs, 106.1, and there it is, man, $9 on Tesla. And by the way, UPS, $6 winner, that is going to break 110. We didn't see any love down here for UPS. We zoomed back out on the weekly chart. We didn't see anything at all down there for UPS. So I just say watch out below right now. I feel comfortable holding Tesla. Maybe we get back up there. This one's for the dream. It's a very, very small piece for Tesla. Let me check out what's happening in Rivian again. All right, 1270, just to get another.
Maybe don't. Oh, no, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's up right there. I mean, it's having that nice run that Tesla's having. And again, like, you could have just made just as much money on Rivian or more than we made on Tesla there. It's just a matter of share size. Like, that's bouncing as well off of these pre-market highs. That could have been a little reload spot there at 1260. So again, depending on what you want, you got to figure that out there with the stocks that you're picking. That Oklo, people talking all about Oklo in the chat, it's up 15% right now. Sorry, if I put an NQ, then we got a problem. So the chart takes a minute to load up. But there it goes, Oklo now up 14% and right back into these highs. And another runner that I'm involved with, it's been a pretty good trade, man. I mean, we should have got out for that triple, like up there at 30. Not even a triple, like
SMR.
We're long at, SMR, we're on that one. Oh. See, again, I changed to level 2, but the chart...
I was going to say it didn't flip.
So there goes SMR right there. Here's that 30 level. I'm not going to be stubborn this time. If we do get into here, 28, 29, we will take something out of SMR. I feel like that is the play there. Alibaba's still going up. I mean, Neil's got that one. That's going to be a great trade.
We got a super chat here.
IBIT. Do we have a super chat? Okay, let's go.
It's Willis, and you know what? Appreciate you, Willis, for the super chat. DeepSeek is legit. Evaluations are stretch. I don't necessarily disagree with that. We know what the valuations are, and they're all a little bit high. Actually, NVIDIA's isn't that bad, but some of the other ones are pretty big. I don't doubt the performance of DeepSeek. Like, anyone that's used it, it's fine. I'm questioning whether they're actually not using more expensive NVIDIA chips. That's all. Like, I think that's why you had the bleed. It didn't have anything to do with the competition so much, because the latest it should be faster and better than the previous. It's whether it was, did they really spend $5 million on it? Did they really use the old NVIDIA? Like, that's what I'm questioning. And I don't know if we'll ever get an answer to that until it's a little bit too late. You know, that's the sort of the thing. So I think you're right about that. The performance, I can't really argue with it whatsoever. But I think ultimately in the long run, competition is a good thing. Lighting a fire underneath the ingenuity in the US is a good thing here. If you bring those costs down, that's just going to be good for like CRM. It's going to be good for Adobe. It might mean that you're going to get some pullback in NVIDIA. It's part of the reason I like buying the NASDAQ, because I didn't want to have to guess. Before we go to Money Talks, all right, so you were looking really good for a second there on AMD, right into the prior low, and now you might break trend back underneath. So stop goes into 118.20 on AMD, as we'll go to Adara to see how great the US dollar is doing versus the CAD.
We have QBTS here. Before we get to the Money Talks really quickly, I looked into this. I found no news on it. Tons of social media attention, though. Multiple tweets per second coming through there. So I think that sometimes that's what happens is people just get really excited about a name, so it makes this move. QBTS is also aided by the pretty significant short float. We are talking about a 17, almost 18% short float for QBTS. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about the US dollar. I'm just getting this chart up here for the daily chart for the DXY, which is still kind of chopping lower here. This one did, again, as we mentioned, that topping tail candle into and then rejecting 110 continues to be a bit of a resistance area for the USD. Lower highs, lower lows. Did get a bit of a pop yesterday, though, into that 108 thirds level as we did get the FOMC decision. In case you missed it, it came in exactly in line with expectations, and it was exactly flat, so no cut, no hike. And it looks like right now, according to the CME FedWatch tool, we have market participants pricing in the exact same thing for this next reading. So current rate here, 425 to 450, we are seeing an 82% chance of them holding that rate. There is another 18% chance, though, of participants who are expecting a 25 basis point cut. Usually in the days following an FOMC meeting, you tend to see the rates ebb and flow a little bit. So I'll keep you guys up to date as to what market participants are feeling with regards to a rate cut. Right now, though, people are expecting exactly flat rates, at least for next meeting, guys. Back to you.
Okay.
I, for one, am shocked. No.
Yeah, the market just pulled back there. So I think we got to be very, very careful. We are, we've taken out some IBIT. Remember, the connection between IBIT and NASDAQ is pretty strong. And we've talked about Bitcoin and sort of the run it's been on. You did see, I mean, again, it's not, they're still independent sort of movers, obviously. You know, like the NASDAQ's doing this today and IBIT's still trying to hold out. But remember, we have to keep adjusting, as Neil just sort of showed you the trend break, potentially, which I guess happened maybe on AMD.
We just lost a bit of gas.
Right, so I'm going to keep adjusting stops. So right now, the stop is going right here. I'm stopping out at the 200 period moving average because we've been able to get out. Like, this has been fine. The trade has been fine, and you don't want your trades just to go too much against you. And I don't even know how much we have left. We probably have about 30% left of our reload. Actually, we have exactly 30% left of our reload position. So, yeah, it won't be a loser, but we're going to get out of 100% if this breaks down below. It'll be a 10-cent loser if this breaks below. So we're in the money 10 cents now, and we only have 30% left. So we've already taken some out in the 40s, which has been a great little move to the upside. The highest we got for IBIT today is 60.60. Do I think it can go? Yes. I was looking at Ethereum. That's like 3,100. I don't even have that up anymore. I've like lost interest in looking at that thing. That thing has been pretty beat up. It's funny. We used to have
Still rich.
I apologize. Satya, sorry. Before that was talking about Ethereum versus Bitcoin. So it'll be interesting to hear. I know there's a lot of traders that sort of play that against each other, but right now Bitcoin is near the highs, and I don't have an Ethereum chart up, but ETHE is definitely one that we can look at just to have a quick look to see what that's been doing. And you can see the difference. IBIT is up here right now, near their highs, and Ethereum's pulled back. So if there is a buying opportunity, like I've just said, some hosts on the show have said, then maybe this is a good opportunity right now to start looking over at Ethereum. Unfortunately, I think Bitcoin, I'm not holding Bitcoin for its use case or anything like that. I like Bitcoin just because one coin rules them all. And I think it's like, just like this wedding ring, like this is going to be the only wedding ring that I ever wear, of course. And I feel like the only coin that I ever really want to hold is going to be, and look, I hold Cardano and Solana and all that, but like let's talk about an investment, and that's where I think IBIT and crypto might have it.
They're not making any more Bitcoin. Like,
no, they're making a little bit more, but
you know how much Bitcoins there's going to be. Yeah. I like Bitcoin because there's a 0% probability or 0.1% probability that governments will ever stop spending more than they bring in.
Right.
So as long as that's true, that means the money supply is always going to be increasing way too much. That just means that you're going to be eroding the value of everybody's dollars. I don't care whether it's the U.S. dollar. In a long term, that's where it's going, and they only make so much Bitcoin. So like I think that gives you a bit of protection. It's that simple for me, and that's why I'm always going to hold more Bitcoin. But what's amazing about this market is how much it's kind of stinking right now. Like the second we trail out of AMD, like it instantly, like the bid just dropped like 30 pennies on AMD. So maybe this is a short the pop situation. We're holding on a trend very barely in Alibaba, but it's it's getting a little bit close to losing the trend. And remember, the first time Alibaba yesterday put in a red candle on the 15-minute chart, it dropped huge. Like that was about $1 clean or $1 and change clean on the 15-minute. I'm not getting trapped in that. So I already have a trail. As a matter of fact, if it breaks back above the high, that's also a failed break of yesterday's high. So if it fails yesterday's high a second time, that should be an out. I wasn't even when in doubt, zoom out. I wasn't even realizing that was a failed break of the high as well. Let's go to Adara again. Maybe we've got another update.
Breaking news on MSOS, which just got a pretty significant volume spike here. Keep an eye on CGC, ACB, TLRY, any other cannabis-related stocks. I'm seeing, and this could be clear, pure speculation, but there's some speculation here that apparently someone was discussing the Schedule 3 cannabis policy with RFK Jr., who is, of course, currently having confirmation hearings to potentially be Donald Trump's health department secretary. Basically, RFK Jr. apparently positive indications through these talks. So people are expecting that if RFK Jr. is appointed to this Health and Human Services position, which is what he's up for, then there will actually be here apparently decent chance of MSOS getting regulated. Right now, though, just a technical fall at the 352 level, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I thought.
When did they not do that on weed stocks where they go up and they just immediately fall?
I don't know. Amount of money that I lost in my own portfolio on weed stocks is very, very embarrassing. So we will light up those warrants and whatever and see if they can work out from now. But no, I mean, they're trading like warrants. They're worth nothing. Okay, so at the end of the day, though, yeah, RFK, like when they're tweeting out pictures of these guys on Air Force One eating McDonald's, yeah, they're probably into some cannabis at some point. So we'll figure out if they do not or like that. I don't think Trump has really said.
You could just eat McDonald's so you like McDonald's. I don't know.
Oh yeah. But I'm just saying, like, come on, man. I mean, it is what it is. There. That was just fun. I think mRNA, like, I heard yesterday that RFK was talking about that all of his kids are vaccinated. I just heard that he is supporting vaccine. He just said that he believes that they have to work on, I think it was the bird flu vaccine or something like that. So I'm just hearing some notes. I'm just wondering if mRNA Moderna has been beat up just maybe too much, and probably not. I mean, the numbers don't lie. You can always wait to hear more about it, but I thought I really liked mRNA because they were working on just the technology of it, the science behind it, and looking at, cancer, things like that. So I don't mind it, but again, it's hard to invest unless you understand the downside risk, because you can lose 10% or gain 10% in one day based on a headline. So you got to be careful with that. IBIT coming back in just a little bit. The one name I wanted to talk about quickly was Palantir, because this name has fallen back in just a little bit. Not too much trading here today as the market goes red. Actually, I thought the market was still up there, but yeah, on that dip down there, here we go. Market completely turning on its head. UPS still $7. And this less than 2% that we have left on Tesla has broken below. But look, all this is doing is basically justifying what Neil and I and what we all try to talk about. And that is that you gotta watch out for these lines. This is VWAP right there. Fail break again, retest. I would say we'd be retesting the 200 period to the downside, but the problem is that's to the upside right now. So Tesla's not looking great here. I'm going to hold this until it breaks this low again. I feel fine about doing that. It's really not going to change the net too much, but I am looking to buy more down at this low and just see if that move gets extended back in. And then I do want to buy the market.
And then there were none.
So I do think that on the SPY, let's just look at that real quick, and then we got to go. Those of you asking what's for lunch, we already sort of talked about this.
We don't know.
Yeah, there's a new caterer. So they're not going with the same format by emailing in the new lunch. So we'll see if that changes or what, and we will have a full update probably on the midday show, maybe what's for lunch, and then we'll also do it when we get back. But I just want to talk about the SPY. I do want to start dip buying in the SPY. I've never really owned indexes as an investment property, which has been a big mistake. Not really, but we're just way overloaded in tech. I look at my portfolio and it's my top 5 holdings.
If you have Berkshire, no.
Yeah, but Berkshire, all right, let's just put it this way.
No, I'm not saying it's the...
Yeah, if I have 10 grand of NVIDIA, I have $500 of Berkshire. This is what I'm saying. Okay. I need to...
Well,
and,
yeah.
And it's basically the same ratio.
When you put it like that, then yeah.
No, it's bad. It's the same ratio for Meta, for Palantir. Everything is juiced up tech side. Oh, and
that said though, I'll be the first to admit, I'm not that extreme. If I look at the non-tech, I probably own twice as much NVIDIA than say Caterpillar. But if it was 10 times NVIDIA compared to Caterpillar, I'd be doing a heck of a lot better. It cuts both ways. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you diversify, to the extent you diversify your portfolio, ultimately you're going to miss out when the tech rally goes absolutely nuts. You're not going to get as much of the gains. Right. Just very quickly, we got a super chat here. Appreciate you, Volcan. Thoughts on Vistra? I like actually a very good bounce on those utility names, the energy utility names. And Vistra regained the 50 period. Maybe it's let it sell down. It's up 8% today, and it's doing a really good run. But it regained the 50 period. What I'd be concerned with is the head and shoulders here at 175, 180. But it was a great dip buy on support after earnings here on VST. I just think you got to be a little bit cautious with this because these things ran ridiculous. So if you get a head and shoulders, it's not crazy. You could retest 130, 140, and that would still be reasonable. It's past 11 o'clock. We're going to have some lunch.
Palantir, Feb 4th. I just wanted to bring that up because people...
Next week.
Yeah.
That's next week.
Next week is actually, my opinion, this week is more important because you have bigger names.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of tradable...
buckle up.
Yeah, tradable names next week.
More volatility.
Tesla's coming back into 389. All right. Look. These guys are the real deal.
Meta could go red.
Let's go over to these guys immediately. It is Sharif, it is Joe, and it is your midday show. Great trading today, Mr. Roberts, and I know that means your dad, but Neil, right there. How is your dad, by the way? He's doing well?
Yeah, he's
working his way. Good.
No, he's doing better. Thanks for asking.
All right, guys, let's go back over to the midday show and see what's popping off over there. I just remembered I've been asking forever.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. I'm taking prints, sorry. That is your boy Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream because YouTube always has to kill our vibe. No, of course, YouTube, don't ban me. Love you. Shout out to Tisha. Shout out to Darwin. Black Hawk, JP, Mateus Lane. Adara's in the chat. We got Gorev, Thomas, Sebastian, and Ryan. Stock Up and T-Money joining us as well. Shout out to the Baron and the Piper. Papa Bear says roar. Jeremy Newman in the house as well. Shout out to Ronaldo and Brandon Townsend. And it wouldn't be a Joseph, it wouldn't be a day without a proper dang Paradox. We see you, brother. Darth Buddha. We got the Northwest Sasquatch. I always like that name. I almost like it as much as Big Asian. Big Asian still beats you out, but it's okay. Leonard Rodriguez, Stay Cozy, Dr. JD Voice. We got 95 GT. I like that. We got Seth. We got Jose Perez, Aldrin Giller, Fumago, Pillsbury, Felipe Lopez, Barry Ravel, Easy Peasy, Lemon Dang Squeezy. I see you in the chat. Dubs Dollars. We got Kirk D and Tiru. Who else? We got Tony Travel. We got Pax, Jose Perez. What else? Ralph Woodward. Shout out to my man Elon in the chat. Jerome Hatt. Zion Dang Lala. One of the OGs in the chat, definitely. Last but not least, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Dingleberg. What's up, my man? Dingleberg. How you been?
Hey, yeah, we've been good, man. Nice gym session yesterday. Some solid dinner.
Like that.
A good sleep. Started watching this. While I was reading about kind of the earnings reports and having everything on in the background. Started watching this Spanish version kind of Love Island. So for all my Love Island fans out there, I watched this cool new show. So yeah, that's it. What do you got going on this morning, man?
Joseph,
it's been a hot one.
We're taking some prints here on my boy AMOD. I gotta tell you, so we're doing well on it so far, Joseph, but as I was complaining to you before we got on the show, liquidity is a bit of an issue here. There's been multiple spikes through my resting profit takers. Twice now, they haven't printed. Be careful. I'm using ARCA. Seems to be, something maybe afoot with that gateway today. Joseph was having issues with it possibly on IBIT. I'm having issues with it here on AMODA ARCA. Are you on ARCA, Katina Man? The Katina Man uses ARCA. It's the only one I ever use as well. I don't know what's going on, but there's been 2 spikes on AMOD. Neither of one we've gotten printed on. So possible issue there. Let's get into the small caps I'm watching today before Joseph starts his lesson du jour. Here are the 6 that I'm watching, and I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you we're using new software up in this place, baby. It goes by the name eSignal, and this is the eSignal platform right here. Looking fly as always. Joseph, we're looking at FOXX. This one looked awfully good above 9. It is now breaking down below the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to retrace above there before I get interested. TECX. This is a damn rocket ship right now, well above the volume weighted average price. A bit more pricey though. We're talking about $56-$57. So you got to ante up in order to get into this one. LTBR, Joseph, this is beautiful. LTBR is a thing of beauty right now. Higher highs, higher lows. Looks like a beautiful bull flag here, respecting the volume weighted average price. Good look. We'll keep that one on watch. BFLY. This one's taking out highs and then some, baby. Just taking out 4s now. High of the day, 417. Looks like it's on one. And then the Katina Men brought you this one before they ended the show. OKLO. Looking real good here as well. Really holding above that volume weighted average price, trying to take $40. A bit more of an expensive one like LTBR, or sorry, like which one? TECX. So you're going to have to ante up a little bit more in order to get into this one. Those are the 6 we're watching right now, Joseph.
Thank you. Sorry, I just got to send Andre a quick message here. Just 20 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's AMOD. We take several outs there into 440. We're long 06s, back down into 4 it goes. Here's the deal. This one is doing that curling effect. So what I've done is I've placed my stop below 350. Why 350? Well, that's the area trough. It didn't break 350 on the way down. If it breaks it, it makes a new low, then my trade is inaccurate. So I'll get the hell out. So what I'm doing right now, I'm looking to wet my beak through that high of the day break. I'd like to see 5 if possible. I'm trying not to take too much too quickly, but I'm pleased with the fact that I was able to de-risk into the high 30s, low 40s there. I will not move up my stop. My stop is going to stay in the same area. We're still not far away enough from that $3.50 area for me to say, oh, you move up your stop a little bit, trail it, lock in those profits. I don't think it's there yet, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Beautiful. I see you, Tisha. ACON keeps halting upside and has a reverse split. It's going on the side chart, Tisha. Thanks for calling that out, Joseph.
Thank you. So yeah, guys, here we go. Been a wild day thus far. We're putting in some key signals here on the SPY, but guys, we got a lesson to get into, and that's going to be the options Greek today. So we've done it before, we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it live. So here we go, guys. We're doing it live. So here we go, guys. Let's get into the Greeks. Yeah, there's Sharif and I, and what are these called? Togas or something? Right?
Yeah.
Togas. I like a good
toga party.
I like a good toga party. Yeah, exactly. So get it, Sharif. Get it. Everybody get it. So we need a thing for that. So here we go, guys. Animation. Here we go. So these are just all 5 of the Greeks that we're going to go through today. Delta, Gamma, Theta, Vega, and Rho. You often see me, some of the options traders and I always talking about Gamma and Theta, and definitely Vega. So sorry, Delta, Theta, and Vega. Those are 3 that I really focus on. So let's get right into it. All right. So the options Greeks, in options trading, the Greeks are a set of calculations used to assess and manage the risks associated with the potential options positions. They are financial measures that represent the sensitivity of an options price to certain underlying variables. Each measure has a different impact on the options contract price, okay? So that's what we often talk about. Let's get into Delta. So here we go. This Greek measures the change in options price for every 1-point move in the underlying asset or the stock itself. Delta has a range of -100 to 0 for puts and 0 to +100 for calls. This can also be put into a fraction. You'll often see 0.9 or whatever it is, 0.8. That's just what it is. It is broken down to the 100. Okay, so if the contract's delta is 0.8, as I just explained, this means the options price will change 80 cents using the options contract multiplier of 100, means $80 for every $1 move. If the options contract at $1, the delta of the delta of 0.8 and the underlying has a $1 move, the options contract will now be valued at $1.80. Okay, very simplistic. Not the most complicated math. It does get a little more complicated as you start to appreciate and price a little bit more. Things change because now you have to implement gamma. All right. So there we go. So let's take a look at the delta, and this is the metric that I always use when constructing credit spreads. I use this because it also can be classified as a percentage metric on if that options contract will expire in the money or out the money. Okay, so for example, if we have a delta of 0.5, which is clearly the at the money strike, which makes sense, we have about a 50%, a little bit over that, 50% chance of the options contract expiring in the money. All right, but we got to send it to Adair quick, and we'll be right back.
Keep an eye on American Airlines and Boeing here. We do have Donald Trump here, President of the United States, and the newly minted Transportation Secretary here, Sean Duffy, apparently set to hold a press conference on the plane crash in Washington, D.C. I'm watching the stream. Reporters are here, but it does not seem like Sean Duffy or President Trump have arrived yet. American Airlines, of course, was involved in this crash with a helicopter. Very, very upsetting incident. So keep an eye on AAPL here, pushing lower. Boeing, the reason to watch Boeing here is Sean Duffy has been especially critical of Boeing in the past. It's unclear if Boeing will be involved in the story or mentioned at all, but it's a name worth watching because Sean Duffy said he wants to exert tough love on Boeing if he is confirmed, which of course he was a couple days ago. So BA, AAPL, and watch. If I hear anything of note, I'm letting you guys know. Back to the Bash Brothers.
All of a sudden,
we're eating good, man.
There's new food here. No, guys, we got a new caterer. And more pleased I could not be, bro. The quality of the food is next level. This is the salad. This is just for one side. You can't really see it perfectly there. There's 2 of these? That's insane. There's an insane amount of feta here, Katina, man. I'm all about that life.
I'll come back with the main, but there you go.
I love it.
It's funny because you're talking about Greeks.
Greeks. There we go. And there we go. We got the Greek there. So
Greek,
you're trying to,
Greek salad.
Put the correlation there. You know what I mean? The quinoa looks good, man. So
those sandwiches were amazing in the morning, by the way.
Yeah. You can see the boys are eating good there, so
yeah.
Eating,
Trenda can't have anything.
Trenda can't have anything.
Punk.
Punk.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, guys, let's get right back into the lesson here. So we were just talking about delta and how it can also be utilized as a percentage metric on how that contract is going to expire, whether in the money or out the money. All right. All right. So there we go. So now let's get into gamma. Gamma provides you with the expected change in delta for every $1 change in the underlying asset. It's at its greatest for at-the-money options, decreases after the option contract trades more in the money or out the money, all right? Gamma is always positive. People like to refer gamma as delta's delta, all right? So as delta starts to fluctuate, so does gamma, and you can be able to calculate that as well. Your options chain will calculate the gamma for you, so no need to do that. But as you increase in delta, you're gonna see the gamma start to increase as well too, guys, and change and fluctuate with the deltas as well. So, like theta, gamma increases as you approach expiration. So that's why you can get those really intense gamma squeezes. And when you're buying far out the money, that's essentially what you're kind of looking for at the end of the day, all right? So, example, the contract has a delta of 0.7 and a gamma of 0.2. With the underlying asset moving from $100 to 101, the adjusted delta would now be 0.9. Very simplistic stuff. Same with the delta. So that's why gamma, the Greek, can be classified as delta's delta. All right. So here we go. This is what we look at for the gamma. I don't pay overly too much attention to gamma. I'm more focused on implied volatility and delta for specific reasons. I mentioned before that using delta as a percentage metric on where that contract is going to expire. And then Vega can also help you determine how much you're actually going to be paying for those contracts. But most important, and for options options traders in general, I should say, this is a key metric, and I think a lot of traders, especially when I first started, didn't really understand it or get the grasp of theta. It's like, okay, well, I'm in the money, so why isn't my contract worth anything? Well, chances are you're getting closer to expiration, and theta starts to pick up a little bit of steam, but we're going to get right into that right now. Theta is the Greek metric that represents time decay in contract values. If stock XYZ is $100 and its 105 call is $1 with a theta of 0.2, the options contract value will decrease by $20 every day. And that's just if that stands at that price. And the closer you get to expiration, it will increase. All right. So while theta works in favor of option sellers, theta works against options buyers. So that's why I always refer to individuals in the chat when we talk about buying contracts. You want to buy as much time as possible. All right. So here's theta. This will tell you how much that contract will diminish every single day, regardless of what happens, unless it starts to appreciate rapidly, all right? And then that's where you can get that extrinsic value, of the options contracts. So when you buy far out the money, what you're doing is you're just essentially buying time. There's nothing else there's no intrinsic value to those contracts. So when you buy far out the money, you have extrinsic value, it's only time value, but then when you get that rapid increase, that's why I only suggest buying out the money is when extreme amounts of volatility are going to step in and you're looking for the price to appreciate or depreciate, whatever side you may be on. But this is where you need to pay attention, and then you get to keep that extrinsic value, and that's where you can get those outsized returns. You see options traders going like, 4,000%, 300%, 150%, 300%, 250%, as well as because time value can be calculated within those contracts as well too, guys. All right, so Vega, what are we at here? 16. All right, we're going to go over implied volatility. We'll get back to it later on in the session. It's the second last Greek. We got Vega and then Rho. For the remainder of the lesson. Hopefully you guys learned something from that. If you have any questions in the chat, be sure to put them in there. I'll do my best to answer them the best I can and the fastest I can. But let's see what my guy Sharif is up to.
Yes, sir. All right, here we go. We're involved right now in your boy AMOD. It's the same, pardon me. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm still involved in AMOD. So multiple prints to the high side. This one is doing a curling effect. I kind of prefaced that whole conversation before Joseph started with his awesome lesson of the day. But here's what I'm looking at, guys. This is it, AMOD. It's showing you that lower, basically they made lows there into about 3.5. And since that time, it's been higher low, higher low, higher low. I've complained to you guys about the liquidity or lack thereof on this name. It's wicked multiple times through resting orders that I've had. They've gone unfilled. That's been part of the story. I mean, at other times I've had no problem getting filled. So what I really like about this one is the curling effect. I'm looking for it to squeeze. I'm looking for a squeeze into around $5. It didn't technically hold VWAP, but what it did do was very respectful of price action support and resistance. Look at this area right here in the pre. We're above the pre-market high when we got into that 350 area, 346. Lo and behold, when we popped up into that 550 and then retraced, look where we held up. I'm like, that isn't by accident, okay? This is predictable stuff that you can do. It would have not been my style of trade to pick it up that level because it was below VWAP, but I'm telling you, it's showing good strength today. I'm talking about AMOD. We'll see how this bad boy wants to trade on the day. Looking for a squeeze into that $5 area, layering my orders to account for that, as you can see over here. I'm also involved in another one, OKLO. This is at VWAP, much smaller size on this one because it's a bit more expensive, and it also didn't respect VWAP initially. Look at this double bottom over here that clearly breaches VWAP. That was in the more liquid time of the day, 9:55:10. It spiked down, it breached VWAP, it was quick to reclaim it. However, the point is, it's breached VWAP, so I need to be careful basing anything off VWAP because it's shown you I can break through it. So OKLO, much smaller size, trying for a VWAP hold, and then maybe a move back into 40. So definitely keeping an eye on that. I've got a dip trade set up on LTBR. All right, but I put it at 805. And the reason I put it at 805 on LTBR was to look for that $8 level. But this one looks like it's respecting the 10 exponential moving average. It's quite strong on the day. It's up 17% and change, almost 17.5%, 18%. So it looks like I may not get filled on that one. Guess what I am getting filled on? OKLO, guys, taking out the top there. Now I'm waiting at 40s. I do appreciate that, Katina, man. Now we're waiting over here at 42s. It's showing me 41s now on the ask. Let's go, bro. Why are you making me wait, man? Give me that cross. So OKLO holding the volume weighted average price. We're long 9s. Just took out some there in the mid 30s. Here come the low 40s. There go the low 40s. Now we're going to hold for that $40 move. So I'm putting my order at $39.88. Shout out to 88. I love that number. And then basically that's also an area of resistance. Look how many times we rejected 88. Once, twice, OB thrice. I can keep going. Right, we did breach it on a quick wick basis here, right into that $40.60 area. So I am hesitant about that $40 area, knowing that it had rejected previously in the day. So we're out of two. We're out of 2/3 of the position. I got 1/3 left here on OKLO. Let's see if it wants to take that $40 level out. I've put my stop exactly below this area over here. So the low on OKLO in this area trough, 38.72. I put it at 68s, okay? So I'm giving it 4 pennies below this area low. That's my move on OKLO. Now, back to AMOD, because that's the one that we've still got some decent shareage over here. We're going to look the next level at 48. And the reason I have it at 48, it's kind of a random number, to basically get in front of that $half level. With these small cap gappers that are especially cheaper in price, they use $quarter, $half, whole dollars, $0.75 as areas of psychological support and resistance. So I'd like to take it out before I hit that brick wall at the 50 penny level. Here we go. A seller at 30s right now on AMOD. Decent size there, about 1,000 lots, maybe a little bit more at that 30 penny level. And as I see it, we have taken that level out previously. That's how I was able to get wicked in there at 40s. The thing about AMOD though, I don't know if it's easy to borrow shorts or what the situation is. I looked at my broker over here. There is no shorts available for sale. But every time we pop into a bit of a higher high, we're met with aggressive selling on almost every pop. And you can see that easily by looking at the topping tail candles on AMOD. Topping tail candles means that you're not able to close at the high of that candle. Well, why is that? Because somebody's shorting it. Somebody's pushing it down every time it pops up. So you're going to have to deal with that. Okay? And that's kind of an annoying part of it. It's not directional. It's not, giving you that directional move. You're going to have to zig and then zag. But if you're able to decipher what it's doing vis-a-vis the higher lows, it kind of keeps you a bit more confident in the trade. So that's my look right now. We're in AMOD. I've got a dip trade set up on LTBR that has not got filled yet. It's waiting at 805s. I no longer think it's accurate, that LTBR dip trade at 805, which is this bad boy over here. The only reason I had it there was to front run the size at psychological support at $8. But this one looks like it's respecting the 10 exponential moving average, given that it wicked off the 10 and then bounced right back up. So that's my move right now, Joseph. I'm also keeping my eye on Convict music, and you know we up front. No, I'm sorry, bro. I had to do the whole thing there, bro.
You go to karaoke often or what?
I know, bro. I suck.
Do you go to
karaoke? No, but you know what, dude?
Yeah.
I live very close to Little Korea.
Okay,
Little Korea is Young and Finch, right? So I'm not that far away from there.
There's honestly a karaoke bar, and like every other shop is a karaoke.
Everyone there, but they love karaoke. They love it, man.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. You don't want me getting a hold of the mic. That's for sure.
So, no, to answer your question, I don't go to karaoke. But I'm looking at Acon right here, guys. ACON. That's why I was singing. I do apologize. Let's maximize this bad boy. This is halted to the downside now twice. Shout out to Tisha. She brought this one to my attention. But as I told you, Tisha, we're still above the 10 exponential. We're still above VWAP. So even though we have 2 down halts on this monster, up 54%, I'm still interested in it, Tisha. I want to see, does it hold that 10 exponential initially? And then if it doesn't, does it hold the volume weighted average price? I'm looking at the side chart over here. Looks to be at around $13. I'm talking about Acon. Shout out. I will stop with Acon punch. Get it, Adara. All right, Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, Seth in the chat's asked me multiple times to take a look at Nike. It's been trading well, they say, on the session. So we'll do just that for you, my guy. Yeah, I mean, here we go. We kind of know the narrative with Nike here. I'm not too sure when they report or if they already, I don't think they already have. But I guess it's tough, man. That this athleisure wear is really tough game, especially with Nike kind of switching up the business plan, starting their own brick and mortar and opening up their own shops. Sharif likes it. Me, I just think there's some other alternatives, and they're going to need a lot to do to rebrand this name.
I like the clothing.
You like the clothing?
I don't really like the stock, though.
You can't really like the stock, right? If we were to zoom out from a daily perspective, I mean, are you buying these lows? We had these marked out before, you know what I mean? So we need to like tighten up those inventories and do a lot here. They need to touch the user base a little bit more and the consumer. They need to get on the socials, start working on some marketing. No, I don't hate Nike at all. Like I used to, all my hockey gear used to be Nike when it was Nike Bauer back in the day. I thought that was the coolest combination there. And I liked all their stuff too. I still have their hats and everything along those lines. But as just for the athleisure wear, there's cheaper alternatives that are just as cool, in my opinion, like Gymshark. Like, who doesn't wear Gymshark these days, you know what I mean? So that's just where I'm getting at with that. We got to wait for this report. So a solid quarter from Nike may be warranted here, but let's see. Only time will tell. But as of today, it's looking really good here, Seth. Tesla in the chat. Everybody's going on about that right now. So we're going to pull it up.
Joseph.
It's flying now. We're going to pull it up right now. Sharif, heading towards VWAP, sitting on top of it on the 5-minute. Let's see if we can start to roll here. We know that they missed on both the top and bottom line here, and it seems to be that the margins are slightly dwindling due to the reduction in costs and multiple vehicles. So we gotta see what's going on with Tesla. I mean, this energy storage thing is really starting to pick up steam for them as well too. So keep that in mind, guys. I still like Tesla. Obviously, Elon's extremely optimistic there. I should say optimistic,
yeah, we know
right?
mean,
See, right? So, but I mean, you got optimist there. So. Hey, you see where I was going with that one. But here we go, guys. With Tesla. 2026, 2027, he's predicting astronomical numbers. And I was thinking to myself too, if he's going to sell this RoboCab for $30K, and I guess if that's 26, 27, then it probably won't be here north of the border till 28, maybe even 29 with all the regulations that we have. But I mean, I was thinking, if I can hop in my car, type in on the GPS, bring me to Trader TV Live and just sit back and relax, then I'm going to be doing, yeah, exactly. So I'm going to be doing that. And I think it will be massively and quickly adopted as soon as those regulations come into
Joseph,
play.
can we talk about the productivity gains that people will probably have once FSD, like full self-driving? You'll be able to work in the car, emails, everything. Like there's nothing that you practically can't do in the car that you'll be prohibited from doing once the car is driving for you. How much lost productivity do we have in this province or in this city because of the fantastic traffic system that we have,
2D
right?
system.
It's hideous. And I'm kidding, obviously, when I say fantastic. Guys, okay, AMOD. Something's going on with the liquidity here, man, because there is another wick through 2 of my orders that went unprinted. But it's still going to keep me in the trade because look at these higher lows. And now we're zooming in on that 40 penny area. I'm going to have to probably deal with pullbacks on this because the range per candle is quite wide. But I'm waiting at 48s and then I'm waiting at 55s, 65s. Here we go. Let's go, bro. Come on. You've got higher lows. Squeeze. I don't know what's going on with this one, why it's so aggressive. Really happy with this OKLO trade. We took almost $1 quick as you like on OKLO. In at 39, out at 39.88. Very happy with this trade. It's already done. It was strictly a VWAP hold and then a bounce back up. I'm talking about OKLO. Comes into that 38 and $0.75 area and then rockets up above 40. I didn't even get the top wick there. This one went up to 40.20. Great strength right now on OKLO. We're going to have to see if we can weasel back into this one. LTBR giving me nothing over here because that 805 level is absolutely not valid anymore. We're going to hit the escape button, get rid of that order, but I'm very interested in getting into LTBR. Uh-oh, he's already in the chat. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette, thanks for the $2 super chat, brother. Shut up. More productive hours for the overlords. Yes. No, Big Spile, for real though, brother. Like, think about it. I don't know what the traffic's down, what it's like in Pennsylvania or wherever in the area of Pennsylvania that you live. But in Toronto, it's hideous. In most of Ontario, it's quite hideous because of the system that we have here and lack of public transportation, yada, yada, yada. I won't bore you with that. But I want to reclaim that time, man. I want to reclaim that time in the car to be productive, to do other things. I think a lot of people probably want to do the same thing. So that would definitely help things in that regard. Boom. We took out some orders over here through the $0.50, through that into 58s. Now I've got, I think, how many outs do I have left here on AMOD? I got a couple of more. So one, we're waiting at mid-60s, and then the other one, the last piece, after we get this print over here, is going to be a piece for the dream. We're going to wait for that $5 break and take on AMOD before I take out that last piece. 2 outs left on this one. It's a beautiful look, guys. It's a rounded bottom. It's giving you all the indicators you need to see. The higher lows, these mean something. Higher lows mean something. That means buyer exuberance, buyer aggression, whatever you want to call it, basically out-dueling the sell orders to the high side. So we're zigging and zagging right now with that $0.50 despite wicking above it. I like this trade. Let's see what comes. Acon. All right, Acon halted to the upside this time, and I had a feeling that that would be the case. A beautiful hold by Acon of the volume weighted average price. It goes from the halt level previously of 14 1/4, drops down to 12 2/3, ends up halting to the upside at 14.79. That is where we're halted right now. 14.79, halted at 11.28 and 30 something. So we'll be looking to open up at 11.33 if it is a 5-minute hold. Good look right now, Katina man. Here we go. Boom on AMOD. We take out the top there. Now we're holding one more. We're going to be holding this one above 5. I promise you that. 200% here, Joseph. This one's squeezing.
Hey, good luck there. We have some good questions in the chat. Ryan Hamlin, I'm waiting to straddle Apple for earnings. 4 to 5% move being priced in based on the chain. Is it best to wait until closer to the end of day to jump in? Yeah, because you want to get that at the money, right? You want to get as close to at the money as you can. So right at 350 or 355, open up that position. Obviously, you set your stop losses as well, too, even though you can't execute them, just in case at market open you don't like what you see. As for Apple, are we going to get that 4 to 5% expected move? I'm going to look on the chain. I'm going to pull up my options AI to check the expected move, Ryan Hamblin, and get back to you on that. But it seems like you know what you're doing there. You say you got the options chain pulled up, and you see a lot of move for a 4 to 5% move. What I'm going to do here real quick is I'm going to pull up the chain. I'm going to see where the most open interest is, because we only have one. I'll go with the January 31st, one DTE. So 260, from what I'm seeing right now, has the most open interest. So on these contracts with the 92% at the money IV. So you're going to be paying for the heightened premium just due to the implied volatility there. But let's see what we got going on the put side. So 230, a lot of OI there, and then 220 as well too, guys. So you got to keep an eye out on that. The put side, definitely more expensive as usual, but that is okay. But yeah, again, 255, 260, possible targets there on Apple, but then to the downside, we have 225 and 230. Keep an eye out for those levels, guys. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Just be aware here of Alibaba. I am seeing, apparently this came out about 15 minutes ago, but basically just be aware, Alibaba's really strong here on the day, nice little rounded bottom. Basically releasing apparently the pricing for its Qwen 2.5 Max API model. And in case you missed it, this was that model that they had said outperformed DeepSeek, I think in every benchmark here, and outperformed ChatGPT in some benchmarks as well. Regardless, this model is 90% cheaper than OpenAI's O1. So just be aware, I'm just seeing this circulating around here. Apparently, Alibaba's AI is 90% cheaper than OpenAI O1. So just be aware here of BABA, guys. Back to you.
Really interesting, man. I think this cost thing is going to be super important. Thanks for that, Adara. Great call out there. Guys, what's his name? Who's that in the chat? Scalp Hunter. Shout out to you, my man. Good look here. ARM on the daily. He's telling me, look, brother, gap fill here, because look what we did. We gapped down quite aggressively from that 162.5 close on the 24th, and then all blood right there on that 148 open the next day. That's ugly. Do we fill the gap? We've done this before. We've done lessons on common gaps. What we know about common gaps is they fill relatively quickly. This could be one of them, Scalp Hunter. We're trading at the day high right now with ARM. We're at 153 and change. To fill the gap, though, quite frankly, we got to weasel on up, I want to say, to above that $162 area, right? So I don't know if we fill the gap entirely today. I don't think it's got that much strength. It's up 3 3/4, but I could see this definitely filling. If we continue on our merry way, we got a higher low still. Don't forget about that. We hit the 200 not that long ago to end off the year on ARM. We were, where'd we go? We got down into that 125 area. So we hung out at the 200 exponential moving average on the daily for a period of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. So about a week. And then we had a big boy green day. Look at that day on the 3rd, which was the second trading day of the year. It was a big boy move. So I think we're putting in higher lows. We may not necessarily rocket up into that 182 high that we put in on the 22nd, but I do like our odds of gap filling. Maybe not today, but I like your call and I like your thinking. Now, this chart right here, the one that you guys are looking at, this excludes pre-market action, pre-market and aftermarket. If you want to analyze gaps correctly, you're going to have to exclude all the price action before 9:30 and all the price action subsequent to 4. If you include aftermarket and pre-market action, you're not going to get a full, clear picture of the gaps on the daily. Want to put that out to you guys. So for me, it's super easy to do. I weasel on in, and all I say is here, show data outside regular trading hours. I'm sure you guys have a platform that does the same thing. Let me know how it goes. Shout out to Scalp Hunter, Joseph.
Shout out to Scalp Hunter. Havana Woody has a good question in the chat. Odyssey Flights, I'll get to you as well. Loving the Q&A today, guys. Ryan Hamlin, anytime, my friend. So Havana Woody says, Joe, in an old video, Roaring Kitty said that when looking for options, he looked for leaps with the Vega of 20. Can you elaborate on what that might mean and why it is important? Yeah, so I'll tell you what, it may not be the right answer, probably multiple answers to this, because I don't know what's inside Roaring Kitty's head, but what I would be thinking is that he's buying the leaps looking for cheaper contracts, right? So he wants to be able to pay as little premium on that as he possibly can. The lower the volatility, right, that means the options market's not increasing the premiums of those contracts. So that's maybe what he was looking for. Again, I don't know what's inside this guy's head. If I did, I would have been probably 100. I would have 100 million easily in the bank, and I didn't even partake in any of that GME craze there, guys. Yeah, this guy, we got the tracks going today. They're popping up in the head. So
Wayne.
That's what I think he means by that, Havana Woody. West, y'all, what is the cleanest website to view the options chain? I messaged you about that. Ryan Hamlin, once again, you are very welcome. So hopefully that helped you with that, Havana Woody. But let's pull up some NVDA. Everybody wants to talk about NVDA. I see that you want to talk some options contracts with this thing. I wouldn't be buying them right now just because the increase in volatility, especially after the past couple of days. So you know you're going to be paying an extended premium, and then you need that average true range of the underlying asset to maintain where it's at right now. But it's probably most likely going to dwindle. So just be patient. Look at the chart here. As you can see from a daily perspective, guys, we might run into some key levels. Sharif was telling me that it's running into the 200 SMA, I believe he was referring to. At this point, this is what you got to use as a potential stop, this 115.96, in my opinion. I know I tried to swing at it 127, but then I got out at 122. Didn't work for me. There can be some more potential downside with this thing, especially because we know with DeepSeek that they did it for X amount of dollars. So does that mean everybody needs as much chips as they're currently buying? I don't know. That may be a big reason on why NVIDIA's stock price has been battered the past couple of sessions. But here we are, 115.96 or 116, we'll call it. If it breaks those lows, you got to get out of Dodge, replan that thesis, and wait for this thing to turn around. As soon as some news comes out, like, okay, DeepSeek was hiding something or anything positive for the American side, then that's when you look to get involved here on NVDA, and price will tell you when to get involved in this thing.
Okay. A new view. I feel your pain with AMOD. I was suffering from the same affliction of going unprinted. We've only got one more out left. And here's the deal, a new view. I've moved up my stop to below 4. So I'm not going to let this one go against me. I'm probably going to get stopped out for the last out right now. I've got one ambitious out over here for a 505 break. But this one looks like it might be topping out, at least for the moment, at my out over here at around 469. It's going to have to hold 4. Otherwise, I want no smoke with this one unless it sets up again. And I don't mind taking it as a breakout trade above 4 3/4 if it sets up in that way. So we've got one more out here on AMOD. I've moved up my stop from 350, which was this area trough over here. I've now moved it up to just a little bit below the whole dollar. Don't want to give too much back. I don't want to give like 50 pennies back on one out. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I know. I feel you, Anuvu. He's like, I wanted it past 460. So did I. As you can see, I've got this resting order waiting above 5, but it's going unfilled. So that's a deal. Scalp Hunter. Yep. Look, brother, there's a lot of stuff that floats around about different traders online. They're doing this. They're taking from their students. They're doing both sides of the trade. Hard to know what's really happening. You can just basically try and learn the skills. You don't actually have to trade what they were trading. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Shout out to you. Joseph Birch. I also learned from him the whole situation where he got sued was misunderstanding. I don't think he meant for it to go that way. Yeah, I agree with you. And now he's like very aggressive in the disclaimers that he puts on the website and stuff like that. Completely understand, not everybody is going to like that kind of trading, and not everybody's going to like that kind of person, quite frankly. So that's the situation there. Guys, Acon is a dang rocket ship right now. I mean, I don't know what to say about this. I don't like trading these ones that halt to no end, but it's, as I've mentioned before, even the ones that halt to no end are respectful of the trend. I mean, if I can show you guys the side chart for a quick second over here, this is respecting the moving averages, and it's respecting VWAP. Look where the halt level was. It dips into that white line. You guys know that white line is VWAP on my chart, and then rockets up. And then even over here, it respects a 10 exponential moving average. So even though it's having trouble staying open and obviously having trouble doing volume, as a result, it is following the trend. But please be careful with the ones that halt a lot, because you could get the end of the trade where it starts tanking and giving back everything. And you don't want to be that person. So make sure you're exercising sound risk management by using the appropriate size and using stop losses. And for goodness sake, please make sure you are using sound stop losses. And by sound stop losses, I'm saying ones that will actually trigger when you need them. And if you don't have the ones that will trigger, well, what's the purpose of them? So what I'm talking about here is illiquidity. So if you have your stop, let's say here on Acon, below VWAP, let's just say 1250. And I put a 1250 stop loss. And I gave the trigger price, I entered the trigger price of 1250, and I put a limit price of 1240. That means it'll fill anywhere, the stop that is, between 1250 and 1240. But how about if there's an area of illiquidity where all the bids or all the orders there are filled by a different order? And so you end up dropping from 50 into like 30 somethings. Unless it pops back up to fill you, if it does it continues to go down, your stop's just going to be, hey, hello. It's not going to fill. So make sure you're using sound risk management, whether you're using market orders, which I don't recommend, or using a wider spread between your trigger price and your limit price. If you don't, your stop may go unfilled. The human algo is at the big desk.
We're going to take a look here at some of these earnings names. So we could look at Tesla, we could look at Microsoft, we could look at Meta, but we've heard about them. So I wanted to look at some earnings names that have got really beaten up today and go through these reports because they deserve some love, or if not love, at least acknowledgement as well. So let's talk about UPS. We did talk a little bit about UPS. Congrats to Sean for being involved in that trade. Basically, this report was actually not, we say there's no such thing as good or bad earnings, but they did beat here sizably on earnings per share, $2.75 versus $2.53 expected. Sales about $25.3 billion, however, a little bit below estimates of $25.419 billion. Now, as was mentioned earlier, what seems to be the biggest miss of this report is just the fact that they're basically going to be having some strategic actions, including looking to reduce volume with its largest customer by 50% by late 2026. So it's going to be about a year and a half until we get that reduction. But that is of note. They also they're going to be reconfiguring its U.S. network in order to save about $1 billion. So cost-saving metrics here in effect for UPS. Now, what about ServiceNow? We're going to take a look here at ServiceNow as well, because now it may not be Microsoft, Meta, but I think it's still worth noting because it's so beaten up here. We went from closing around $1,140 yesterday, so that is $1,140. We're below the 1,000 level right now for NOW. So why did that occur? They had inline earnings per share. They missed on sales, and they said they're in the early days of AI. So I guess they're trying to get a little bit into AI here. Did not help the stock regardless, down about 13% for NOW. And with this ticker, I also think it's worth noting here the analyst actions have been really mixed. We had some analysts raising their price targets, others lowering, and others maintaining. And before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, I want to highlight our new Trader TV Live earnings board, which did debut earlier this week. Tonight, we're going to get US Steel, X, we're going to get DECK, Decker, we're going to get Visa, we're going to get Intel, INTC, and we're going to get Apple. And you're going to get those with myself and Sean. Check that out at 4 p.m. on the Market Recap Show. On Friday morning, we have a couple decent names as well. AbbVie, Colgate-Palmolive, Chevron, Charter, and ExxonMobil. So make sure to check that out. And we will have a new board ready for tomorrow to show what earnings are going to happen next week. So stay tuned. XTTV Research. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Visa and MasterCard, they don't run a monopoly, do they?
Yeah, it's a bit. It's kind of. I don't know. I don't know how you'd
Own the stock.
Yeah, exactly, right?
But yeah, guys, here we go. What happened to it? Oh.
What happened? You want me to take over?
Lost the Mizike, yeah.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, here's Acon, guys, halted to the downside again. 761 pop there. Now we're halted at 1440. Yeah, you gotta be careful with this one. Now, showing me the theoretical auction price, Joseph, at 14, halted at 1440. I'm still interested in it, believe it or not, because the volume weighted average price is at 14. So technically, it's still defending that VWAP area. So I'm still going to be interested in this one. I'm going to be if I trade it. Underline that. If it's going to be with much smaller size, I got to manage risk. Rohit Sharma, just 1 second. One question, I'll throw it back to you. Rohit Sharma, how do you tell if a trade will hold VWAP or not? Any indicators or confirmation signals you use? Would love your thoughts. That's a great question, brother. What I do is I don't want to play the guessing game. If there is an obvious area of support below VWAP, I'll put my stop below that. So usually sometimes, a stock will breach VWAP momentarily, then reclaim it right away. So if I get in after that reclaim of VWAP, what I'll do is I'll put my stop below the area trough, below the area low. So the reason I do that is because if it makes a newer low, that's two newer lows, and that's not the trend I'm looking for. I'm looking for higher lows, not lower lows. So if and only if in that situation, I'll tell you that. Otherwise, you're going to have to look at the book. You're going to have to look and see where the bids are stacked. Is there a buyer buying up at that level that that could backstop the price if it continues to flush? You also need to look at the resistance on top of VWAP, because if it's stacked resistance and you haven't been able to take it out, well, then there's a good chance of VWAP failing. So multiple things you can do to try to put the odds on your side, but that's all you're doing, Rohit. You're trying to put the odds on your side. There's really no hard and fast way to get anything certain 100% in this business. At least that's been my experience, Joseph.
Yeah, good answer there, my friend. Just understanding what's going on at that certain time. Have you been trading above or below it for the majority of the session? Lots of metrics that you can use to implement on that. But guys, here we go. A lot of people are talking about Alibaba here. What a monstrous run it went on here, Sharif. Throughout the whole drive, it essentially hasn't looked back. You got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 breaths throughout the whole session. But here we go, as high as 102.50, 102.65. Alibaba and company starting to trade higher. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective here, folks. Wow, really starting to recover after this pivot, man. What a monster short signal that is here, guys. We talk about these isolated pivots, the indecision candles at extreme highs and lows, and this one is name of the books here. So it'll say, okay, so if I seen this without the rest of the data, like, okay, this is a short at the break of this 111. As soon as we break the high, thesis invalid. But then you get that additional print, which allows you to get right back into the trade and then sell it to the short side. So these things are tough, man. I mean, they gap up, gap down day after day. But here we go. That volatility is really starting to pick in. A lot more liquid these days, it seems to be the case. But again, average true range expanding, but really nice trading here from Alibaba and company. So I know a lot of you guys have been looking at that. And yes, Nike, Seth, is still continuing to the top side. Good look there, my guys. But here we go in some TQs. Off the bottoming signal here, broke the low. I was like, okay, that should be enough. But it's somewhat of an isolated signature. So gave it some time. At the break of that, we decided to hop in. 81.50s. Boom, there it is. We're at 81.77 and continuing to trade towards the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can break through and momentum can continue to the top side. Let's see what Apple's up to on the session. Haven't really looked at it. We got earnings this evening, trading around $238 right now, but has been holding under VWAP. So maybe some weak sentiment in that underlying asset. Be aware of Apple. I know someone in the chat mentioned Ryan Phillips said he has a straddle potentially that he wants to open on that. So good luck there. Hopefully you exceed that move, because that's exactly what we need for you to be profitable. Whether it be 4 or 5%, you need that expected move to be breached and then to continue to the top or the downside, so one contract can vastly outweigh the other. That is the name of the straddle game. All right, guys, so Joe, please have Tesla break pre-market high. Thank you in advance, bro. Top VIP. I wish I could do that for you, but I am short some IBIT as well, too. We had that ascending wedge. Looking extremely bearish on this thing, unfortunately. I thought we were going to maybe go and test those all-time highs. Trading as high as probably about 106,000 on IBIT, so not too bad. Good recovery. Traded it this morning as well too. Beautiful moves, but as you can see here, guys, on that 5-minute time frame, not looking too good. If we break 59.99, we'll call it 60 flat, then there's going to be definitely some more downside on this thing, and we're going to look to participate in that short. Do I have some short calls on it in my portfolio? I don't know, maybe, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see, man. But we got those. We have some breaking out levels. If you see my notes, I'll pull up for you guys. I had two main ideas on the morning. It was Tesla and IBIT. All right, but what happened in Tesla's pre-market? I didn't like it. We were continuing to ascend, but we didn't get that pullback through the volume-weighted average price and have that ability to get that elastic effect that I like to implement on VWAP. It didn't come, and sure enough, it just decided to tank. But let's see what we got going on here. And here we go, guys. So number one and number two ideas right there, guys. So I was ready to get Tesla going, but then IBIT was trading nice, push size, let's go. Lots because we maybe genuine large move, wait for the setup, and sure enough, it did set up. So that's what we have on IBIT and Tesla theses this morning.
Joseph, I'm looking right now at Fox, FOXX. Now, this is a bit of a breach of my rules. I'm not going to be in it quite yet. Let me take something off here, because we'll take off Acon for a sec. The reason I'm talking about Fox right now is because it's curling into VWAP. So it had a fantastic hold at $7. That $7 area, you can't see it on my charts, but that was a 20 exponential. It was hugging the 20 exponential. Now it's above the 10, it's above the 20. It's only facing now that $9 whole dollar level and the volume weighted average price, which are almost at the same area. I mean, VWAP on my chart is 9 and change, and the whole dollar level is obviously at 9. So this is going to have to clear VWAP for me to get interested on it. But it's a hell of a recovery off 7, now touching 9. Not a trade that I would typically take, but there was, I perceived there to be a reason why it held up at 7. Have a look at this area right here. Well, what is that? That's 10 a.m. That's a 10 a.m. pop. It halted there. So that was the halt level. And as I've said before, I look at these halt levels as intraday areas of support and resistance. I wouldn't use them out of the intraday look. I wouldn't use them on the daily or weekly or anything like that. But they do happen to be sometimes good areas to pick stuff off intraday. And this was a case in point. Pops up into that 718, goes all the way up almost to 11 bucks, comes right back down into 7, holds it, and now we're knocking the door of 9. So obviously you didn't have that $7 trade. That's fine. I am now looking at it again for a break above VWAP. If it breaks and holds above VWAP, I'm talking about FOXX, certainly interested in that. Look at your boy over here, AMOD. So this one pushed me out for the last remaining amount because it breached that volume weighted average price. But look at it, it's still putting in higher lows. So I think I'm going to get back in here. Because if I get back in here and I place it at the area low, like 388, 385, well, I'm only risking 25 pennies to almost make $1 and change. This thing feels like it's going to squeeze. At least that's how I kind of see it right now. So AMOD, I'm really thinking about getting back into that one. Let's weasel on over to AMOD. There's a look. This is the 5-minute chart, obviously. Let's flip to the 1. A little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for here? It looks messy on the 1, a lot cleaner on the 5, Katina, man, a lot easier to digest. But the point is, it's holding 4 generally and putting in higher lows. AMOD, it's a big boy winner on the day. I want to say between AMOD and Fox, those are the 2 leading gappers on the day, 183, 185%, and then the other one's 165. So very interested in this one to work myself back into this one over here. I'm going to give this one some time to possibly either break VWAP to the downside or weasel its way back up. Almog, great analysis, sir. It is a new, is it a new software or is it trade idea software dark mode? No, my man. Thank you for bringing up that. This over here is eSignal, one of our sponsors. A hell of a platform, man. A hell of a platform. I'm just scratching the surface with eSignal right now. Obviously, because, they're our sponsor, I was able to get an account and more pleased I could not be. This has got everything and then some. I mean, you got scanners, watch lists, you got options, you got every different indicator under the dang sun is available on this one. And what I especially like about it, anchored VWAP. It's got anchored VWAP, something that I don't have on my platform. The only way to do it, Katina, man, is to do it vis-a-vis an API. And who does that? I don't know how to program. I don't know what I'm doing. So this one's done all the homework for me. eSignal is a fantastic platform. Going to be exploring this a lot more. Shout out to Almog.
Did you find out if it actually has the options chain on it yet, or?
No.
Oh, no?
I didn't find out.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to, but yeah, it's not like that. Because if it did, man, that would be sick, because then we can pull it up on here and construct things for people in the chat. Because someone in the chat just asked me, said, Joe, how do you construct a straddle? That's simple. So you pull up your options chain, find the at-the-money call and put, and then you buy both of them. That's it. That's the straddle. That's the at-the-money straddle right there. I can't bring it up for you, but that's it. You go to the at-the-money, you'll see it displayed on your options chain, and then you buy the call and you buy the put. Same strike price. That is the at-the-money, so keep that in mind. If you want to offset it, then that's the straddle there, guys. Strangle, sorry. So yeah, guys, let's see what we got going on. We got a little bit of a good one here in the TQs. I think that IBIT's going to break down, so we're going to hold on to that one. Unfortunately, I was hoping that we went a little bit higher, but that's okay. But here we go, guys, in some TQQ. Market's starting to recover here. So what is this, the 2x? So we're only up about 0.5% on the session. In here, on that same signal, just slowly starting to piece things out. Let's see if we can hold the volume-weighted average price. If I see any mass indecision above this, then we can possibly continue to the south side and put in that second leg to the downside. But as of right now, Apple's starting to climb back. Tesla hovering above the volume-weighted average price. Let's see what Meta is up to.
Sorry, I have to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Big news here, guys. Department of Justice suing to stop HPE's $14 billion deal to buy Juniper Networks. Juniper Networks just tanked. It is halted to the downside. JNPR 36.60 is the high of the day. It's halted at 34.34. Shout out to Sebastian. You brought that to my attention. That is the news, Sebastian. Department of Justice sues to stop HPE's $14 billion acquisition to buy JNPR. It's halted to the, I think it's open. No, it's still halted to the downside, guys. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph. Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
Go. Yeah. No problem, brother. That's a good news headline. Anytime breaking news comes out, just feel free to, obviously. Yeah. No, don't apologize. Here we are, guys, though. Continuing to climb higher. Let's see what Apple's up to. I was about to pull up Meta here and see what we got going on from an intraday perspective. And starting to climb towards the volume-weighted average price as well, too. I was looking at for a possible short, even though I'm not going to trade this, a little too expensive for my liking. And here we go. That break of 60.87.35 to the south side and now slowly recovering. Let's see if we can punch through VWAP with some momentum. Their earnings report was essentially fantastic. We know that... what is it, Digital Labs or something? What is it called? Reality Labs. Reality Labs is still kind of operating at a net loss there with the, whatever they're called, the Meta glasses and the Orions. Yeah, but other than that, everything seems to be pretty good with this company. We know that from a capital expenditure standpoint, around that 60 to 65 billion, he's still looking to spend on AI and et cetera, Llama, whatever it may be. But here we are with Meta, a great company, something that I'm waiting to split. I don't know at what price they're going to split at, and they've never split. So you can definitely get more hands involved in this thing. If we decide to do a 10-to-1 or whatever it may be, 4-to-1, 5-to-1, even just cut the price in half, and maybe more retail can look to get involved. I know Adara likes to trade this stock as well too, but guys, these big names are slowly starting to climb back, and here goes the TQs. We're in that one. Bitcoin's still hovering around those ends, but again, let's see if we can recover on this market. This could be a massive liquidity grab, and then we go in and push for some highs. We know Meta's at all-time highs. Let's see what the rest of the boys are up to.
That was ridiculous yesterday, man. You noticed Meta was supposed to report at 5 after?
I was watching you guys. Neil gave me a shout out. Yeah, I didn't have my my login here. He's like, yo, shout out 905 JDW. And I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Nice. Joseph, yeah. Meta made us wait. And like we were about to go off the air, and then Meta reported, like, oh, good. 440 there, they dropped their earnings at. And look, guys, it was there was not much wrong with that report. The only thing I think was the forward guide for revenue. That was a little light, but everything else was just fantastic. I mean, Zuck, it's in Zuck's nature to double down. He doesn't flip-flop, right? Like, generally. Maybe a little bit here and there, but most of the time he's a pretty stubborn guy. And so he's sticking with that 60 to 65 billion in CapEx, mostly obviously on data center AI. We saw that news with AVGO, Broadcom. They're up 6 1/3. NVIDIA down 2.5, likely because Meta, one of the hyperscalers, going to be buying up a storm. But this time it's not going to be these H100s or the B100 or the Blackwell, whatever, the GB200 or whatever they're calling it. It might be some of these AVGO GPUs and advanced AI chips. So Huck Tan and his boys over there at Broadcom getting a bit of a bump today. They're back above $1 trillion. They had lost that $1 trillion market cap when everything was tanking in chip world. After DeepSeek, obviously, that was the Monday trade. So that's the look right there. So Meta, fantastic look. And they have what's a 3.5 billion 3.5 billion people percentage of 8 billion? I'm not good at math. What percentage is that?
Oh man, that's you got me beat. That's almost half. You're looking at like 40%.
40 some odd percent, right?
40 plus
He's got 40 some odd percent of the world, Joseph, using his every day.
There you go. So there you go.
42%. Thank you, Neil. So what's that?
42%.
Yeah, give or take, guys. You know, we're right around there.
And so. I think it was either Neil or Sean who mentioned, it's like, yeah, what if this guy gets into the phone space? You know what I mean? Like, what if this guy constructs a phone? Like, he already has everybody using his app. What if all these? It would be smart because we all know the West Coast, like California, is like probably the epicenter of social media. So what if you get all these people in California starting to buy your phone in New York and all these massive social media places? And I think people move to that, especially if they come out with some sick features better than the iPhone or something.
So I think he's made that very clear. He doesn't want to rely on Apple. He doesn't want to rely on Google. He doesn't like the restrictions that they put on his software. Every time he comes up with something novel, Apple's like, no, can't do that. We don't like it. You're not putting that in the App Store. So he's always been annoyed by that. So he wants to have a self-sustaining platform. So your point, very well taken. The other side of that, though, I'd say it'd be Tesla. Well, not Tesla, Starlink would have cell phone service before Meta. We know that that's what they're doing with their satellites. They want that satellite to cell phone direct. I think that's a huge disruptor for telecom that are spending up the yin-yang to put up these 5G towers everywhere. Look at like American Tower. They're a REIT, right? They own land that they put towers on. All of a sudden that becomes obsolete or not as important as it was before. It's not something that happens overnight.
That's a valid point.
It's not something that happens overnight, Joseph, but definitely something to keep your eye on. Starlink, obviously not a publicly traded company, but if you want to weasel into there and SpaceX, Starlink, all that kind of stuff, DXYZ, one of those ones, you can also look at other ETFs that are available out there that have private market exposure to SpaceX and Starlink. I know I'm a buyer of that company in the long term, no matter what, if it goes IPO, whatever he decides to do with that, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Acon. This thing is rocketing to the high side, man. New high a day on Acon, $19 now, zigging and zagging. This thing is moving 50 pennies at a time, though. So please be careful with this one. And I always feel a little bit responsible when I call these out, because I don't want you guys punching into this, be like, I'm going to make my millions. It's all over. Everything's fantastic, right? So it's trading very, very erratically. If you don't trade these ones that halt all that much, I'd say stay away from it. But right now, it is respecting the trend, despite the fact that it's zigging and zagging. It's putting in those higher highs and higher lows. $19 HOD, up 92%. Adair is at the big desk. Then we got Neil's lesson of the day.
Prop firm match. Are you a skilled trader who's lacking capital? Prop firms offer you the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, which allows you to showcase your skills, access account sizes from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. We're going to take a look here at what this market's been doing, because it's been up, down, and all around. This was one of the candles near open here. We spike as high as above 525, then we plummet here as low as 518. Currently on the NASDAQ, hanging out around 523. So very rangy, tumultuous journey here for the market. Then the S&P 500 having basically the same look. They're both up roughly the same amount in the day. And the story actually started today with economic numbers. We did have slightly lower than expected GDP, but the biggest story is going to continue to be earnings. We do have some earnings here going on with Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla last night. Then Apple tonight. Check that out with Sean and myself on the market recap. Juniper was also on watch here. This drop, and keep in mind, this one dropped yesterday. This was never really explained. This drop here, though, we did have the confirmation, or I guess the reporting here, that the DOJ, the Department of Justice, is suing to block HPE, Hewlett-Packard, from acquiring JNPR for $14 billion. So JNPR on watch. And then we have our Mag 7 earnings ticker. So this is Meta, kind of trending to the upside here. Microsoft as well. Initially falling, trying to hold on a little bit, potentially around this 416 level. And TSLA, the final of our Mag 7 earnings tickers from today, rejecting that area just above 400. So very mixed picture. We're going to have to wait and see what this market gives us. But for now, I know what we're going to give you guys. It's going to be Neil. It's going to be his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
We got a special lesson of the day here, everybody, because we've been shooting some videos, and there'll be more on that, I think, coming up, and we'll let you guys know what we've been doing in the middle of the day, every single day. Sean and I shooting some videos, Sharif as well. Brendan's been shooting some stuff, but there was something I was talking about that is going to be the point of the lesson, and often you'll see me mention focus. Now, I like to think of myself as an athlete. At least I was when I was younger. And you always have to be in the moment when you're an athlete. It's like you focus on the shot, focus on the race. And in trading, it's sort of the same thing. But I want to give you an idea of why it's going to matter. I'll give you the easy one, then I'll give you the fun one that you wouldn't have noticed on the show. So there's a point where I was only trading Meta today, right? So Meta was strong, Meta was at all-time highs, Meta was doing all sorts of things, Meta pulled into VWAP, it seemed like a continuation type trade. And every single time, like it was, let's get into VWAP, buyers come into O2s, it's scalping the range, holding for the bigger move, all that kind of stuff looked really good. But what was going on here at the 704 level, so it's going 2 to 4 pretty decently over and over again. I had one stop out, I jumped right back in because I liked it. Look at that bottoming tail candle. Like on a strong stock, like you gotta like that bottoming tail candle. Like it's gonna be good again. But then there was a moment, and it was right in here at this 10 to 1024, like this 3-minute candle, where when you're watching the tape, and you would have heard me say this, it doesn't feel right. And I'm like, I'm getting out. And then Sean was like, oh, it still looks good. It's holding those highs. I go, it's just different. Market's breaking the low. It's different. The selling's different. It's hard to quantify a lot of times. But if you're sitting there and you're staring at only the tape of that stock in that moment to make your next decision, sometimes it looks weak. The buyers are not holding up when it gets up there. And it's not always obvious with a topping tail candle like that, but it looks weak. And you get a bad feeling about it. The next thing it did is drop into VWAP, maybe trap some more people long, and then absolutely rinse. Now, even if I hold it, do I reload it VWAP? Maybe I scalp it again. Am I ever not going to have a stop out here? No. Could it have been an abject disaster? Probably not. But I think in that case, like being focused is going to matter. But if that's a situation where it matters a little, I'm going to show you one that matters a lot. And I'm going to come over to Broadcom for a quick little second. Took a breakout, didn't work. Took a dip buy, did work. At that point, we're flat on the stock. I actually got wicked out. While I was shooting stuff, I actually got wicked out there. But this trade in here is the one that you're not going to notice. So when we talk about being focused, focus is taking a VWAP break back out trade, getting into, well, effectively max BP with a keystroke error, and then remaining calm. Because in the moment when I got that position, it's like being dropped into a battlefield. I don't get emotional about stuff. I don't yell. It's just in my personality. But part of it is when I'm in situations like this to realize, and this is a 3-minute chart, I've got maybe a couple of seconds before the algos realize how screwed I am. And that's about it. So in that moment, like anything else, I'm taking whatever they can give me before they screw me. And then on top of that, the other thing you'll hear me do is, before I get into a long, I already have a stop out. So if I know what my strategy is, remember, I always have a defined strategy. Like this one here, I'm going long on this break. I didn't get everything, so I added on that dip. My stop instantly goes in underneath that prior bar, right? So I know I'm going to be saved. Same situation here. My stop was already in at that prior bar. So yes, I got out of over 95% of the trade. Otherwise, I'd probably be shut down. But I acted quickly. And I already had a stop in to protect me. Because A, if I don't react with calm, I'm probably getting the whole thing out here and screwed. If I don't have a stop order out and follow my plan and just sort of wing it, then I could get the whole thing out down here, and then you're giving up like a month or something like that. But it all comes down to a few things. If you have a plan of action, an execution strategy, a reason to get in, where you get out, and all of it defined, then you are going to be protected in situations like that. I've made keystroke errors and fat fingers, over the years a few times. But what I can tell you is, after the very first time I got into one of those, I was calm every single time after that, because you realize the only thing for you to do is make the next decision. You're going from decision to decision as a trader, and whether you just keystroked into a max BP or have a small position, you make every decision count. I'm not the biggest Mamba fan out there. I think Michael Jordan's the GOAT, and I've never really been too much of a Kobe Bryant guy. I've always liked Magic as the best Laker of all time. But the one thing, and I have nothing against Allen Iverson with what I'm about to say here, The one thing that everyone would say about Kobe or Michael is practice like you will play. Because at the end of the day, you get those reps in, and then when you end up in a tight spot, you are not going to have any trouble sort of rising to that pressure moment. And I'm only saying this to you guys because I'm not the only person who's made a keystroke error. I've seen keystroke errors end traders' careers. I've been a risk manager who had to, who was there having to let go a trader who made a keystroke error they could not recover from. It's going to happen to almost everybody, but if you have the proper plan in place, maybe you've got your stop order ready. You understand the liquidity by reading the tape so you know how to react in the moment. All you can do is make the best decision possible in that moment. If you're in a bad spot, all you can do is maybe you can just cover the wound, right? Like you can do the best you can in that situation, but you've got to be calm about it. And the bigger the moment, the more you want to rely on your skills and be able to hone them in there. So I'll be the first person to tell you, if I don't execute that trade within 1.5 seconds, I am losing multiple months. But it didn't happen today. And the only reason it didn't happen is because I was able to remain calm. Everybody has to be their own trader. And you've got to be able to stick to your own plan, and you've got to have a plan in place to be able to do that. So, unlike Allen Iverson, I think practice matters, everybody, because you're going to build the discipline that you need to be able to handle the situations the market's going to be able to give you. You never know when that moment is going to come, when it's going to be you're all in because you love it, you're all in because you didn't mean it. But if you're ready for it, then that means you have put in that practice and you have remained level and you did follow your execution plan. That is your lesson of the day, and I bet you can't even tell when it happened either, guys.
Neil, all I just got to say right now is that was hot fire, but people are wondering what's going on in the chat. Where are the glasses? They're like, who is this guy? We're going back to Neil. It can't be him doing it without the glass. There he is. There's my man. All over again. Okay.
So basically, we're shooting some stuff. I was talking about it, and I always I put these on because whatever. It's better on the eyes. They're definitely better looking at the screens. So when I'm not on the show, I'm generally wearing these, but I can't wear this when I'm shooting the video, so I took them off.
Yeah, fair.
And I plumb forgot to put them back on. The other thing I wanted to point, I actually forgot to do this because I was going to show the salad. I have a beef with this salad, by the way. You can't, I don't know if you can see this. It's hard to see, but I haven't had it yet, but it looks like there's pesto in the chicken.
Whoa, big pesto guy here, though.
Oh, you like pesto?
I love pesto.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, to each
Joseph likes
No,
pesto.
I don't dislike pesto. I just tend to think that almost everybody that puts pesto uses twice as much pesto as necessary.
Oh yeah.
So and that's my biggest beef. If I'm using pesto, I'm gonna put a little bit in there, and I like the hint of it, and everybody always overdoes it, and then I end up not liking it. So I'm a little bit. I think it's a little bit sus, but we'll see. The glasses thing, it had nothing to do with me meaning business. As a matter of fact, I just forgot to put them back on. I think it's important, obviously, if you sit in front of screens. I'm not saying everyone should go out and get blue light glasses, but you're sitting in front of screens all day long, then it definitely helps you out. I was getting headaches.
Nobody asked.
And my eye doctor was like, well, what do? I explained what I did. They're like, you look at screens all day long? Yeah, and I got these lights because I'm doing a show in front of me as well. He's like, have you tried putting some glasses on? I'm like, no. He's like, well, maybe you should do that. So I bought a pair off Amazon for $20 and I don't get the headaches anymore. And these are literally cheap from Amazon. They work.
Well,
yeah, I'm not getting expensive stuff I don't have to, bro.
Exactly.
I'm cheap like a mofo.
I'll buy everything off Temu if I could.
No.
Shout out to PDD.
That's crazy.
No, I'm kidding. But I will buy stuff off
You
Temu.
will buy. I've never bought anything.
I just want to put my credit card information on there. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Bro, what do you mean? They already have your credit card information. You got the talk and DeepSeek, my guy. So they know everything about you.
I got TikTok. I got everything.
And the
Oh my
DeepSeek.
God. And by the way, when I said nobody asked you, I wasn't talking to Neil. I was talking to Ram.
Yeah, Ram.
I just want to make that very clear.
We got a good question here from Officially Unburdened, your guy here, Sharif. Joe, sup, dude? Hey, for Theta, can you explain the curve and how it kicks in more and more over time? Helpful for selling, hopeful for selling, helpful for selling, hurtful for buying. Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. So as you start to reach expiration, that's where the value of the contracts start to kick in. Theta of the value of the contracts really starts to kick in, and that's where it starts to diminish. Why? Because essentially you only have the rights. That's the name of the game, right? So when you're trading options, it's like, okay, you don't own those shares essentially, you just have the rights to them, but those rights have a limited lifespan. That's why with each options contract, there's expiration cycles. And within that expiration cycle is theta, it's extrinsic value. And as you get closer to the expiration of it, that time decay really, really kicks in. And then that's why I refer to, if you're buying contracts, it's worth buying the time unless you have pinpoint accuracy with those entries, all right? Because each day that goes by and your thesis isn't playing out, you're essentially losing money, even if the underlying asset stays at whatever price or doesn't fluctuate that much, moves a little to the top side, moves a little to the downside. You just need to be accurate and you need the price to move quick. That's why I say when you are buying contracts, buy the time, right? And I'll emphasize it more. If you're going for certain strategies, like I was referring to buying out the money, it's like, okay, we're just looking for that quick spike in volatility in an earnings play to appreciate that, collect a little bit of extrinsic value. When you're buying the 500 calls on Tesla, you don't expect to gain any intrinsic value because that's a hefty move on Tesla. But what you're looking to do is buy that time value, all right? So that's just the number one thing. All contracts have expiration. You are buying the rights to something. You don't actually own that underlying asset. And with that comes a contract, okay? It's like your insurance contract. Every year you need to renew it, etc. It's the same thing with options. Every week, every day, every week, things expire. And that's where theta comes into play. It is that key metric. So hopefully that will... exactly. It didn't work. That Tesla call didn't work officially. So hopefully that helped you a little bit. We got a $2 super chat. Woo! Here, yeah, just that's it. It's $2 super chat, Sharif. There's nothing. I don't know where it went now. It's gone now. So
yourself.
Yeah. It's T-Man, 99 cents. T-Man, 99 cents. Just the donation. Thanks, T-Man. Appreciate you, B-Man. But now he's sending another $5 super chat there. Does anyone think the DeepSeek info was planted after they shirts NVIDIA? I'm not too sure what that means. But I mean, the market has awfully...
Shorted, probably.
Oh, shorted. And,
okay, what's his name? The guy that was short Netflix that made a lot... What's his name? Goodness gracious, come on, he's tall. All right, well, that narrows it down. Give me a second over here. I have him on my X. He's always tweeting. Anyway, it'll come to me in a second. He was basically saying... Because you know how the guy that runs DeepSeek also has a hedge fund.
Yeah.
Quant.
Right?
Quantitative
fund, right?
So he's saying that this could have been one of those setups where he releases it, takes monster short-dated puts.
That's crazy.
And then levers up like a you-know-what. And makes a killing, billions, probably right? Because you could distribute that over different assets, right? Guys, FOXX, FOXX is really breaking out now, guys. This one was below the volume weighted average price. It is now tradable under my system. It is breaching that $9 area where VWAP is. Just popped into 10, $11 to the T is the high of the day. So we're going to be looking at this one now. I'm involved right now in LTBR, about 10 pennies in the money, taking this one off the volume weighted average price. Sadly, it didn't get filled at 805, despite the fact it did wick into my level. So we'll look. I'll look to add into this, or it's going to dip into my level again. What the hell is his name, dude?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, this is killing me.
But that's what I was just referring to. That's where buying. Like, so if this guy decided to buy a bunch of out-the-money puts, he just collected a heap of extrinsic value, and then the price depreciates. So it's just like that's where those gains start to become astronomical.
Well, it's exactly it too, and it was like he didn't have to do it for that long because we had a big correction in a short day.
Boom, you're out.
Short-dated calls, Joseph. Are the premiums on short-dated calls lower or higher?
They'll be lower.
They'll be lower.
Yeah.
So then you're more margins then, right? So that's a look there. If I remember his name, I don't know why it's dodging me now. He's obviously very popular. He's the guy that had that huge short on Netflix, and then he lost a lot of money. Bill Ackman, thank you. Gary Fabian.
All right, there we go.
Aki went to X. Yeah, and he was like, look, man, they could have made a killing on this if they took short-dated puts. And so there's that possibility, Joseph. I mean...
I heard some people saying an American senator he's going to be working with Donald actually said that it could be possibly also a plant by the Chinese, by the CPP, right? Like and that's the one thing, the market's timing always seems to be a little convenient for certain things, right?
Well said,
TikTok's ban, okay, yeah, let's see here. Now we're going to just implement DeepSeek here and essentially get the same information and make the American economy go crazy. So, but one thing, but I think it's true, right?
Right.
So it's just like everything is just so the timing is obviously convenient, but here we go, $5 super chat. Justin Mainhart, we talking about practice? Oh, tell him, Neil. Cheers, practice. About practice, he can't even go. Neil, he's too concentrated talking about practice. But yeah, in all reality, that's maybe what it was. Timing all too convenient there, guys, with DeepSeek. And it's going to be interesting. I don't think the story's dead just yet.
Absolutely not, Joseph. All right, so let's see FOXX zigging and zagging right now. I'm in this one at 10.10. It's dropping down to 9 2/3. Anything below 9, we're done this trade. It's going to have to hold up VWAP. That's why I'm saying 9. It's not a random area that I'm looking at basically getting out because it's dropping. $9 is the volume weighted average price. I got into the trade because of 9. I'll get out to the trade because of 9. So right back up into 9 3/4 goes FOXX, but we're going to throw in that stop right now. So we're going to go like that, and then we're going to have to give it all the way down to here. And then let's see what kind of shareage that we got over here. Yeah, good. Good look so far. So let's see if this one wants to back up. Right back into 10 it goes. We're long 10.10 at the moment. So let's see what this one wants to do. I'm waiting at the lofty price for a fill at 10.68. Now, what I'm worried about is the double top. So there's obvious selling at $11. You have a triple top at $11. The initial spike over here, this was what time? 10:22. You had another attempt at $11 at 10:38. And we just had a third attempt at $11. Again, rejected. Back into 10 it goes, but it's not really forthcoming with the break of 10. Showing me 80s right now, 90s. All right, can we continue to move up? There it is. Let's see, but now we've got selling in front of 10 now, so we got to be careful with this one. Let's wet our beak over here for some profits to de-risk possibly. I'll throw out some orders up here as well. Let's see if we can get a quick wick into those areas to get a nice little fill so far. Defending 10 for the moment. Don't know exactly how this one ends up going, but we're going to give it the old college try. So let's see what this one does. We're zigging and zagging here at 14s, mid-teens. They're selling, boom, into the third of a dollar. Let's see if this one wants to continue above the third of a dollar. So it's showing me 30s, and there it is. Now we take that out. Let's see if it squeezes again into the half dollar right now. So de-risking, 40 showing up, boom, up into 50s again. Now selling at 50. Still haven't gotten that print north of 50. So we'll send it to Adair in a second, but just waiting to see if we can get filled. Big seller at 50. It looks like the same size that was hanging out at 11. All right, Adair, what do you got?
I have more Uber and Lyft related news as it regards Waymo. Waymo announcing here on social media that they're beginning their first fully autonomous miles being driven for Waymo employees in Atlanta. So it doesn't seem like it's widely available yet. Just employees apparently self-driving in Atlanta, but keep an eye on UBER, which did get a couple interesting wicks here on this 3-minute chart and a little bit of volume in it as well. So UBER, LYFT, we know that any Waymo announcements often have a little bit of a negative effect on especially Uber, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, so we just took some out there in the mid-10s. So we're long 956 because we have that 950 at, so that's the deal. It's going to have to hold 950, otherwise I'm gone. We've been able to de-risk on it, but I want to see if this one pops up. Let's take out 11. I don't want to take out everything in front of 11. That ain't the move. I think I'm going to cancel one of my orders at the top there. Let's see which one. Yeah, so it took out the top order. That's good. Let's see if we can get that 50 level print. We rejected off 50 several times. We have a higher low candle right now. The previous candle on the 5 goes all the way down into about 9 1/4. The current candle's low right there is like 9.90, so essentially $10. So higher low, not a bad look, but I'm still quite concerned about the triple top at $11 and the selling that I saw last time at 10.50. Let's see if this one pops up. Very volatile name. Now this is the #1 gapper on the day, up 250%. We were talking about TECX, Joseph. We were talking about Acon. We also talked about AMOD. Those are all triple-digit winners. This one joining the club, and it was already a triple-digit winner, but it had dropped below VWAP all the way into that 750, so it wasn't tradable under our system. Now it is. Let's see if it holds 950. Otherwise, I'm gone. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Joseph W. or D.
Hey.
Damn, that's what they call me. It's a J. J-Dubs.
I like that.
And J-Dubs, JDW, yeah. That's it.
Where the money at? Who remembers that? Who's that? Clingy?
Who is that?
Who's that?
Clingy? You mean Chingy?
Chingy.
Clingy. Oh my days. How's it? Yeah. Kyle Burdett. 1 month, and I better read what you say first before I read it out loud.
Yeah. It's a liability, bro.
Same, split on Tesla. Yeah, exactly. 1 month and 1 earnings, and we are still at the same split on Tesla. That's how you know you're a pure liability, Kyle, because we have to read what you say first, and we're like, oh, okay, all right, we don't want to read it out loud. But yeah, man, I was thinking about you when those reports came out last night. I'm like, oh, this guy is gonna get that target before we run. But then sure enough, price turned around, and I'm like, kind of essentially laughing at you too. I thought we were going to get closer to that 500. But here we go, guys. Market really starting to pull back in here. I said be wary of any indecision above the volume-weighted average price. And what did we get here, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Indecision candles right above the volume-weighted average price. Look at this, forming a lower high there, guys. Really nice signal to short off of. We talk about these signals on a day-to-day basis, where to pinpoint them, where to look for them, and there they are. The more saddle time, the more you'll be able to identify these signals here. You want to see it? Or you see it there? All right, there we go.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. That's what we got going on. Market really starting to pull back in here now, guys. Starbucks breaking through some key support levels. IBIT looking to break a little bit lower as well too. Frustrating, but that's okay. We'll survive that one. Tesla just hovering above the volume-weighted average price. A lot of this is like, hey, the earnings report wasn't that best. The best margins are starting to dwindle. Especially because of the price cuts. But here we go. It started to trade higher after the market. Holding these levels, still somewhat trading in this range. Look at this. So after the market there, guys, look at that. Holding that level almost to a T, 413.59, and then rejecting it to the downside, running into some key support levels. Look at these. That's why I think Neil and Sean are really outstanding at picking out some of these levels and trading off of them. And here you go, guys. A pre-market low or an intraday low here, and then multiple bounces on them. Let's see what happens around VWAP. If we decide that we want to break 396.02, there could be potentially some more downside, my guy.
All right, Joseph, we're long. LTBR right at the volume weighted average. This is a feel-good fill right here.
Jeez.
This is what I call a feel-good fill.
FGF, baby.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one right there. I appreciate that. Dare likes it too. 805, guys, we're long. We're printing 37s right now on the ask. This was a VWAP dip and hold. Only reason I got into that. Shout out to Big Spile. I'll get to this trade in a second. I did not jump on the 200 break out on Google for long term, like I mentioned. I really think we could get a nice dip to go in on it before we rally and go. Yeah, good point, brother. I mean, I was looking at Google today when the market was tanking. It was moving up with Meta. So I felt that there was a bit of relative strength on there on Google. Not really sure what that's about, but yeah, good point. So here's the trade right now on LTBR. There's the initial entry at 17s, and then look, the reason I got in here is because I got a little FOMO. Yesterday I said I don't get any FOMO, but this was awfully close to VWAP. And I said, look, if it doesn't hit VWAP, I don't want it to go without me. So let me get in a little piece here. This was at 13s, excuse me. Then I added the majority of the size at 5s, and it rocketed up, baby. So now we took a couple of prints. The initial print at 36, the second one at 31. Now I'm waiting again in the 30s and then the 40s. Decent position size on this one. Looking for it to take out the high of the day. I'm talking about LTBR, and LTBR's high of the day, Joseph, is 846. We're showing 42s now. Oh, baby. Here we go. Boom. There's the fill. We'll take that out. Thank you, Adair. Boom. It's squeezing, man. There it is. Through 860. Now we're going to set up at 74s to take out that level there. So, it took everything out.
No.
I should calm the hell down.
Yeah,
right?
We're getting antsy and excited.
Yeah, I got so excited. I took everything out, man. Anyway, 870. We got 860 so far. High of the day, 870. So I don't feel too bad. Good trade so far. Let's clean up our stops now on this monster so that we don't mess up by getting short. Because this one is free for shorts, guys. So the reason I was able to tell I took everything out, look at that. So like when I come to sell, there's my short, right? My purple indicator, that will always be a short. right? The red will be sells for longs. The aquas right there are longs. And so that's how I was able to tell it was a free for short type situation. LTBR, really good look. Let's go back to Fox because I got stopped out of the remaining amount break even. We took a nice scalp on it, $1 winner there off 950 to 1050. But Fox is breaking down now below the volume weighted average price. That ain't for me, baby. What are you laughing at, bro? J Daddy. What is J Daddy?
J Daddy.
And he's Canadian too. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, I love it.
You want to read that? Go.
Yeah,
for it.
I'll read it. Shout out to Trick. Appreciate the J Daddy for sure. You guys are great. Please explain how Delta changes in correlation with the stock price, etc. The stock price tanked and the long call now becomes out the money. Sure, we'll do that right now because that's exactly what we were talking about in the Greeks. So just for you, J Daddy, we're going back in time here to see what we got going on with Delta, all right? So I'm gonna read the question one more time. Explain how Delta changes in correlation with the stock price. Here we go. So this Greek measures, here, let me make it full screen. This is the exact answer that you're going to be looking for. So this Greek measures the change in options price for every 1 point move in the underlying asset or the stock itself, all right? Delta has a range of -100 to 0 for puts and 0 to +100 for calls. If the contract's delta is 0.8, now pay attention here, Trick, this is really important. If the contract's delta is 0.8, this means the options price will change, the contract price will change 80 cents. Using the options contract multiplier of 100 means $80 for every $1 move. If the options contract is valued at $1 with a delta of 80 cents and the underlying asset has a move of $1, the options contract will now be valued at $1.80 or $180, okay? So I'll give you another example. If we were to buy a Tesla contract and the delta was 0.5, and then Tesla went from, we'll use an example of 398 to 399, that contract will now change its value. So it was valued at $2. We had a delta of 0.5. It is now worth a $2.50, okay? From that underlying asset going from $398 to $399, all right? So when the options contract for every 1 point move, that's what the delta will fluctuate on that contract. But let's see what Adara is up to. And I hope that answered your question, my friend.
There's another element to this Uber Waymo story. So usually what happens here is we get a story about Waymo innovating and Uber and Lyft drop. However, I mean, there was some extra volume, but Uber didn't really do that. So it turns out there's a little bit more to this. It's that Waymo apparently, when they have their public rides in Atlanta, which is what they just announced, they will be available exclusively through Uber. So now Waymo and Uber, which have been partnered in the past year, now apparently their partnership in Atlanta will be exclusively with Uber. So if you want to order a Waymo ride, you got to do so through UBER, guys. Let's take a look at Lyft on that news as well, because that could be a bit of a negative for LYFT. Not really much of a reaction there for Lyft, a little bit less volume, but UBER, an exclusive partner of Waymo in Atlanta. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Joseph and I talking off camera about Microsoft. Microsoft's rolling out DeepSeek's AI model on its Azure cloud platform. If that isn't a kind of an informal endorsement of the legitimacy of DeepSeek, I don't know what is. But Joseph bringing up a really good point. They're rolling out DeepSeek on Azure, and Altman and Nadella are taking selfies together on X. I don't know what the hell is going on, but Microsoft looks like they're hedging their bets. They got Copilot. They got Mustafa Suleyman, who apparently has a temper. Get it, Tara. Azara is the one that told me that, by the way. She did a deep dive on our boy Suleyman. And, you know, it looked like they're really hedging their bets over there at Microsoft. Got shellacked today, down 6%. Dang, Microsoft still bleeding right now. I wanted to get to Gregory Osborne's question.
Absolutely.
Non-related to trading, Joseph, but a good one. Sharif was hoping you could wax philosophical about the pros and cons of buying a condo versus a house. Want a condo, but worried about HOA fees, homeowners association fees, plus property tax could be just as much as renting. That's a great question, brother. I've got we call them condo fees, same thing, up the yin yang at my condo because it's, you know, that's just the way it is at that condo. And it's something that I really dislike because you don't get any equity in that HOA fee that you pay. Now, not direct equity. You're getting equity, obviously, because they're maintaining the property. I personally want a house. I was brought up in Canada where most people grew up in houses. Not everybody. Most people grew up with backyards. And so that's kind of the dream that I've wanted to always, continue. It's getting harder and harder because houses are super expensive now. It's coming kind of like New York.
Yeah.
Where if you got a house
years ago.
you did say that. You to me before, yeah. If you got a house, you're like in the top echelon of society. I personally like houses better. Now, that's just my preference. With respect to the condo market versus the housing market, at least in Toronto, condo markets right now are depressed. There's huge amounts of assignments. Assignments are when the buyer buys a pre-construction, can't close because of the stress test. Either rates have gone up or whatever. So they got to assign it to somebody else who can afford. That kind of thing has shot up in Toronto. That's had the effect of bringing down condo prices for the shoebox condos I'm talking about, not the big ones. All the while, houses are getting more expensive. So if you're asking from an investment perspective, my man, I always see the house as the best option. You get the piece of land, yada, 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 and obviously I like it better. Obviously, you're going to have to pay more likely in maintenance and stuff like that and have to do everything yourself. Joseph, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I feel the same way. I mean, I owned a condo. I sold it 2 summers ago. My friend and I, we just did it as an investment. We were young. We were probably about 28, 29 years old when we no, I was younger than that. I was 26, 27, sorry, when I bought it. I think we got so we got a good deal from that. Same kind of metric as Sharif here. The housing is ideal, but it all depends what you're looking for. I don't know if you work in the city or anything, so you can look at it as a fact. If you're looking to buy something outside of the city and then you got to commute into the city, right? You're giving up your time, and unfortunately we can't buy any more of that. So if you want to buy something, then within the city here, you have to downsize and accept the fact that, hey, maybe you're going to live in the condo market. But one thing is the maintenance fees are really tough, and then there's no cap on them. No. So they can be continued to be raised and raised year after year, which is usually rough around 5 to 10%.
And as the building gets older, the fees go up.
And then that's where you can get a special assessment as well too. So if you need like large work done and they don't have enough money in the reserve, well then you're going to get slapped with a bill. All the owners in that condo are going to get slapped with a bill, whatever it may be. I know it happened to my grandma, but they had something in their clause where they got that money back. But some people don't have those things. Yeah. So some people don't have those things. So just be wary if you're young and you're looking to get into the condo market. Buying on assignment isn't horrible. Sometimes the projects do get delayed, right? But then you can get the appreciation with that asset. But just mind you, you're sizing down. You're not getting as a bang for your buck if you were to buy something from like a house maybe outside of this.
Agree. I agree wholeheartedly with everything you just said there, dude. Kyle Burdett, have you considered purchasing property in the USA? I have a really good deal for you. I can't tell if you're being funny or you actually got a good deal. Dude, I'm very interested in property in the United States, but you can't just do everything all at once. That is definitely the goal in the future. I'd like to be able to get something near my sister in SoCal. Obviously, a lot easier said than done because SoCal, super expensive in terms of prices. So that's the situation, but yeah, definitely. And ask Brendo. I mean, I was telling him about a piece of property that I found on Lake Erie, looking north, looking into Canada, northwest actually. So it was a hell of a property on the water, and it was going for much less than you would expect. And it had obviously great views of the sunset since it was looking northwest. It was amazing. But that is definitely my goal. I definitely want to have something in the United States. I want to have a foothold there, no question. Kelly Ortberg's in the chat. Did you see that, Adara? He's talking to you. Boeing over Airbus, but Adara over Boeing. Damn. We got an Adara admirer in the chat. Shout out to Kelly Ortberg. There you go. I don't know if you saw that, Adara. There you go. NATO potato. Okay, NATO potato. I think NATO potato is better. Yo, bear flag on BBAI. Let's say less, my man. Looking at it right now. We'll bring up Big Bear AI, see what we're seeing over here. He says, yo, bear flag, bear flag? Okay, this is the half. That's not what we want. We want to look at the 5 minute. But brother, this is a bull flag, not a bear flag. This is an absolute bull flag. I mean, you've got the big pole that moves up, sideways consolidation. This looks like a pennant, in fact, because it's compressing with higher lows but lower highs. To me, this is a bull pennant and a compression pattern happening right now with that 395 low and that 427 technically high. My humble estimation is this resolves to the high side. Is there Big Bear AI news? Yes, there is. Here it is. Big Bear AI shares rise after the U.S. Navy awards a contract. They're up 13% when this was written. It was up 11%. The security technology company said the Seaport program serves as the premier contracting platform for the U.S. Navy, streamlining the procurement process for technical engineering and professional services. The McLean, Virginia company said this multiple award contract enables Big Bear AI to provide innovative technologies and mission-critical support to the U.S. Navy and other federal agencies. That is a good look. Government contracts are quite reliable, that you don't want to rely on them entirely, obviously, like Palantir was doing, looking to diversify, obviously, in commercial. So to answer your question, NATO Potato, no, this looks like a bull flag, not a bear flag. I hope that helps, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. We got some question here that was sent to me. So can you explain to me what the options Greek are? I day trade options, been doing it for about 5 years. I've been watching your live videos and do not see any strike price or explanation dates or expiration dates. Do you have a video of what type of trading you're doing before I join? I'm very interested. So yeah, we trade common stock here on the floor. We don't trade options. I know 0 DTE were a thing that could potentially become. I don't know if that's still the case here. But what the options Greeks are, if you go back to the beginning of the video, I don't know if you're listening, you'll see a brief explanation. But considering we're here, I'll go over it one more time, and that's exactly what we're talking about. And then we'll touch on Vega real quick too, Sharif, because we didn't quite finish everything. So what we'll do here, here, let me zoom out. We'll go over what the Greeks are real quick, and then we'll touch on Vega and send it back to Sharif. So in options trading, the Greeks are a set of calculations used to assess and manage the risks associated with their potential options positions. They are financial measures that represents the sensitivity in options price to certain underlying variables. Each measure has a different impact on the options contract. Now, going back a couple steps, there are 5 of them. Delta being what the options contracts fluctuates, gamma being the delta of delta, theta is also time decay, vega being implied volatility, and then rho is the sensitivity to non-risk vehicles such as bonds, treasuries, etc. Okay, so now we're going to step on Vega real quick, and then we're going to send it to Dara. So Vega, here we go, guys. Vega is a measure of volatility, or historical volatility is an actual measure of the stock's past price movement. Okay, so IV or implied volatility is a measure of the stock's potential future price movement. So that's why leading into earnings, that's why you see that IV start to kick in, because the options market is pricing in what potentially can happen. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Try to keep it as simplistic. For example, a Vega of 0.2 means the options price will change by $20 for every 1% change in volatility. Higher volatility increases the value of options premiums, as it implies a greater likelihood of the options ending in the money. So the greater the volatility, the greater the fluctuation. You can also use the average true range to gauge if IB is high, right? The higher the ATR compared to regular, then the higher the implied volatility. So hopefully that helped you. Here's an example of what I'm always looking at too from an IB standpoint. You can see the Vega as well here, guys. So hopefully that helped you, but let's see what Adara's up to.
Breaking small cap news. That's right. You heard me, Sharif. TNXP, which does move sometimes here, and it's moved pretty recently. Tonix Pharmaceuticals actually getting spotlighted by Market Beat, which is this website that really just covers stock moves, analyst moves, any insider buys or major acquisitions or purchases. So Market Beat posted about this company here, TNXP, about 5 minutes ago. Then this was forwarded on social media. So TNXP getting some social media attention and a volume spike. But before we go back to the boys, I want to take a look here at this new graphic from TTV Research. We've been doing an earnings series as part of our new earnings, take here on the market recap that we started yesterday. And I'm really excited because we have a whole series on Apple earnings. I've done a couple in this style, which of course references the original Apple Apple with the logo colors. Did a couple of this style. I've also did a couple in the new Apple style black and white. So you can check all those out on X. But this is the first one we've released. This is Apple's operating revenue by segment. So from 2007 to 2023, because of course we're heading into the end of the fiscal year this year. So you're going to see how different segments performed. I think the services segment getting really stronger is definitely of note. You'll find out when Apple reached the 1 trillion mark, the 2 trillion mark, different products that were introduced and then excised from their lineup. So check this out here on X, TTV Research. And again, we're going to have more Apple graphics coming out throughout the day. I will let you guys know as I put these out. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Sorry, Joseph, I got to correct you, brother.
Yeah, sorry, brother.
Yeah, you gave people the wrong information.
I did. Misleading.
You said Vega?
Yeah.
Vega Joseph?
That's Vega.
This is Vega, man.
That's Vega, man.
And the second last guy, or the third last guy. So it was Vega, and then Sagat, right? And then Mbison. It was always Vega, the third last guy.
Okay.
He'd be climbing on the cage, Joseph. You couldn't reach him. And then, he had all these acrobatic flips that he'd bamboozle you with. And not to mention, he's fighting a little unfair. He's got Wolverine claws. What's that, Andre? No, he's Spanish, actually. He fights, I don't know, from where?
Vegas.
I gotcha. Okay, the
seems like
scenario
he
was in
right.
Vegas. Actually, I think that is right. Good call out there, Andre. I
wouldn't
didn't know that.
man.
This is Vega. Joseph, you're giving people the wrong information.
Yeah,
man.
sorry,
Do
guys.
that on the show, man.
Sorry, guys.
You're kidding, of
I want
course.
to be misleading.
So this is one of my favorite games growing up. Obviously, I'm
Fighter.
ancient,
Yeah.
so forgive me for what's that? You too, Andre? There's my man. Which one though? Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Do you like Street Fighter with the new? What do they call them? The new challengers? The normal one. Okay. I like the one where they have the new challengers where you have T-Hawk, you get Cammy. Who else, Neil? Help me out, man. There's a bunch of different ones that they threw in the new challengers. Yeah, man. No, those weren't new. That was literally after Street Fighter 2 Turbo. They brought in the new challengers like Cammy. There was T-Hawk. There's a bunch of others, man. I'm just forgetting them right now. It'll come back to me. Shout out to people in the chat. They know, man. They know exactly what's up. I love that. OG Street Fighter. Yes, Street Fighter 2. Definitely there it is, guys.
The best fight game was Def Jam Fight for New York. Did you ever play that game?
No.
Really?
I don't even know what that is.
Wow, it's
I'm not a
all
video game
it's all
guy.
the rappers. Where all the
Oh, yeah?
rappers, yeah. So back in the day, you would get all the rappers fighting each other. Yeah.
I always fight with Ryu.
Ryu.
Yeah, Ryu's my guy. Either that or Ken. It doesn't. Yeah. So Andre's Ken. I'm Ryu. They're the same thing. Same moves. I don't know. It's just the ones that I learned how to do the best. I also know how to play with Guile because I can do the Sonic Boom. It's just back. It's back, forward, back, punch. I can still remember it. Back, forward, back, punch. That's all that it is. Yeah. All right, guys, we're long again. LTBR, we just took a print at 60s right now. We're waiting at 65s. The reason I got in on LTBR at the highs because I perceived to be resistance at 45. Okay, we rejected 845 multiple times, and so we came back in after clearing it, going up to about 870. We defended it. So I didn't get the best price, obviously, but I waited for it to defend the level before I got in. So I'm long right at that 50 area, looking to take the next piece here at 65. And then if we get that 65 print, I'm going to wait for a piece for the dream. Eddie R, is this really a trade show? Dude, we got 3 hours to fill. Give me a break. We're going to talk a little, here and there. Why not Hadouken? Yeah, I feel you, brother. I feel you. Who else we got over here? Guile sucks, says Victor Liu. All right, bro. I mean, I like his background music, and I like, the people were cheering him on in the back. You got the F-16 in the background there. I don't know why he's fighting in front of an F-16, but that's what the producers wanted, the creators of the game. E-Honda was awesome. He would go like that. You couldn't get close to him, otherwise, you'd fly back. E-Honda was sick. I like Chung Lee as well. She's good. The Brazilian one, Blanca. Well, of course, Mr. Brazilian over there. He's a little biased.
Yeah, a little biased.
Shout out to Andre on the
Andre.
ones and twos right now. The Andre
3000. Let's go.
Good times today, dude.
Man. No, the chat has been amazing as well too. So Andre 3000, we like that one. So we got a lot of super chats here, Sharif, to cover.
Yes, sir.
The only 4.499 super chat. Thank you. When you are scanning for, this is for you, Sharif. When you are scanning for penny stocks, what are the most important factors you're looking for before swinging or day trading, and what free resources do you use?
Okay, So I don't use free resources. I use my scanner from my platform, which we're not sponsored by, but guess we are sponsored by eSignal, okay? So it's not free, but you're going to have to ante up, but you're going to get great stuff. So here's the scanner right here, and here are the settings that I use for my scanner. I'd like it trading above 85 pennies. The reason I put 85, I typically like trading stocks that are above $1, but I'd like to have notice beforehand, as they're approaching that dollar. So Neil gave me the idea a while back. Drop your filter level down to 85 pennies. I also want to see more than 250,000 shares traded on the day. Now, let me tell you, that 250, that's for the pre-market. I'm just looking at what's running pre-market. When I'm looking after the bell, it better be over 1 million. And depending on the price, because it's price specific, it better be several million. Okay? So that's the first thing. Those are what I put in my scanners. Above 85 pennies, above 250,000 shares. That's number one. Number two, what I look at once I pull them up, it's gotta have, if it has, first month is free, by the way, for eSignal. So you guys can test it out for free. So this is one of the most robust platforms out there, and you get a month free, which is a hell of a deal. By the way, there you go. Trade smarter, not harder. QR code in the bottom right. But to build on the point, once I get the name that I'm looking at, I look to see, does it have a definable pre-market high? If it was trading in the pre-market, I want to see an area crest or an area where it topped out at, okay? And then if I'm looking to trade it after 9:30, it better be above that pre-market high. I will not trade it if it's trading below the pre-market high. That's step number one. Step number two, I look, is it trading above VWAP, the volume weighted average price? If I get those 2 or 3 conditions, if it has a definable pre-market high trading above it, then I will look to get in at an opportune time, either a breakout trade or a pullback into a key area of support. That's typically what I do with these small cap gappers. Definitely not foolproof by any means, but it definitely helps put the odds in your favor. And that's all we're doing here. We're trying to put the odds in our favor. This is an odds business, a statistical probability business. I see you got all those super chats up there.
Yeah, we got a lot of super chats, but the only 4-point, look, you just paid $5 for $1 million answer right there. There you go. Good luck there. Thomas Gate. Actually, no, we're going to go over to Justin Mainhart because that's a little off topic. Bison Rules Boss. Maybe that's a Street Fighter reference there. Don't know this. But here we go. Thomas Gist. It looks like a cup and handle on NVIDIA 1 minute, or am I mistaken? Let's take a look here on NVDA. Sorry, I gotta zoom. I gotta maybe stop leaning in there so close so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, no, you're right. Cup and handle. I like this. That's exactly what this could be here. Whatever the cup, this could be the handle. Let's see if we decide to break out through the volume weighted average price here. Again, being the bearer of bad news on the market is Jensen and Company. That is how it goes to be this current sentiment there, guys. But here we go, guys. Hey, listen, the Playmaker poll is up, all right? The Playmaker poll is up. We only got 1,000 votes. 4,000 of you guys watching. Let's get those votes in. Are we going long or short? I could probably guess that one. It seems like it's going to be a long. Get those votes in. If you do decide that, hey, I'm a little bearish today, you were probably not wrong for the majority of the session, but I do think that the market will start to recover here today. On what, man? Tesla.
The Katina man is $20 in the dang money on Tesla right now. He just sat down.
Pull the
He's
mic
gonna
up,
show
my
his
guy.
screen in a second, guys. We're going to show it. He's just setting up right now. That's a ridiculous amount of money to be, or a ridiculous profit to have right now.
He's ready.
Get it, Katina man.
All right, so I just welcome everybody. So I was just filming something where we told you that we're doing various things, and I just came back, and this is not anything other than to talk about this trade, because you guys know we put this on earlier and we did not have a large amount of shares left. All right. But we had said that what we were trying to do was hold the last piece to see if we can make something happen. And I mean, that's the long right there. Look where, yeah. Oh yeah, Tesla's breaking out, my guy. Right there. There's the drop down. And I just found out, by the way, how did you... That I just found out today, and you guys might have talked about this recap show. Today's recap show, I'm going to have the pleasure, and have never had the pleasure of doing this. It will be yours truly we will be on live tonight to talk about Intel, to talk about Apple, to talk about Visa, talk about all these things. And I get the pleasure to be hosting with the man himself. It will be the professor, baby. Let's go. The professor is coming live on the recap show today. I'm him. He's him. We're him.
Who do you think you are? I am. Let's go.
Anyways, now we're just playing around. All right, so I just want to say, like, so this, I just want proof of concept. That's all. It's like, you know, we'll hold the small piece. The small piece is now, you know, added, as you said there. It makes a difference. Here's the play. There's the hold on VWAP. Let's go Tesla. Get it, Tesla.
We're going to shout out the Katina Man. Can't wait to do the market recap show with you guys today. No question about it. It's going to be really, really, well, we got Intel. We got Apple, and everybody knows, if you've been watching the show for a hot minute, that is my biggest position. A lot on the line for me today on the market recap show with the dead one, Apple.
A lot on the line. This guy. Oh, man. These are the days you live for, man. These guys like a lot on the line.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. We're doing it live.
We need a doing it live
Right,
animation.
yeah,
I think that would be really good.
man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So the market recap show, guys, in case you're wondering, if you haven't joined us, after the bell rings at 4 o'clock, we go back live. We cover the earnings plays. If you're newer to trading, always before the bell or after the bell. And the ones that are after the bell get very exciting because, well, everybody's already looking at them, right? You're not in bed still. So we're going to keep that on the hopper today. Very excited to see what Apple has in store. Widely expected to be weaker iPhone sales. I think that probably is already baked in to the price. I'm going to be out on alert, Joseph, to see any new models. Apple doesn't really tell you about their new models until they're out. Yeah. Or like a week before or whatever. Yeah. But widely speculated we could have a thinner iPhone. We could have a flip iPhone. Probably don't get that detail today, but I want to hear about services.
That's where
are the services at? How much money are we making from these services? Right. What are the gross margins? Are we still printing 82% gross margins on that? You know what? Or are we dropping off a little bit?
You know what? I'm sick of it though, dude. To be honest with you, I own some Apple shares, Sharif, significantly more than but I'm sick of just a new phone coming out, same shape, just a little bit thinner, a little bit brighter screen, but essentially it's all the same stuff, man. Come with something new, get that flip phone out, do something else. I don't know, you guys, that's why you're the biggest company on the planet. Figure it out, do something bigger. You know what I mean?
Agree.
Spend some cash.
Agree. And quite frankly, too, I want to hear more about the AI. Now, they have given us some information on that, Joseph. So we got the majority of the AI features that they've talked about are now out. The one that we're still waiting for, though, is ChatGPT integration with Siri. That's what I've been waiting for. Yeah. I've been waiting for a better Siri. For years, this thing has sucked. Okay? So if we get the better Siri, vis-a-vis ChatGPT and the small LL or the small language model that they want to keep locally on the device, I think that would definitely help move the needle. I'm not as much concerned about, this summarization feature of AI. I'm not as much concerned about the picture generation or whatever that they're talking about there. I want the good Siri. I want to be able to ask it detailed questions. I want detailed responses. I don't want these crappy, short responses, or I can't answer that, or I searched online and I looked for you. I want detail. This can't be that hard, Apple. Come on, it cannot be that hard. Google's been doing this for years. So the fact that Siri still sucks is a concern to me because it just either shows complete lack of awareness of their product or lack of capability, man. Either case, I'm not happy.
That's crazy.
Right? So that's the look right there. That's my little 2 cents on
yours. Because when I seen the new Siri coming out, it's like it lights up all around the phone and everything along those lines.
Yeah, it does that whole flicker thing. But Joseph, that's all animation. Where's the substance at?
Yeah, where's the substance? Yeah, exactly.
So that's my thinking right there, right? I need a lot better Siri. I think that's where we're. I already told you guys that I want to pay for ChatGPT, the full version of ChatGPT. What?
Hansen Saeed says we want Jarvis. That's exactly what we're looking for. Yeah, you need that. That's what I thought Siri was going to be kind of the next thing, right? Because the limits are sky's the limit, I guess.
Quite frankly. So that's what I'm looking for, guys. I'm definitely looking for a bit of a better Siri there. And obviously, we want to hear about everything else. How is everything else doing? Are the accessories doing well? How are the iPads? They just dropped a new iPad, obviously, with an upgraded chip. I think we're doing the M4 now. I got that bad boy. It's a good system. But some of the products are getting dated. We definitely need some novelty in that as well. And with respect to the Vision Pro, we saw the Vision Pro last year. It was a very good product. I mean, it's obviously very bulky. Do we get information about the next gen of Vision Pro? What do they say about that? So these are things I'll be looking out for. Adair is at the big desk.
We're going to do a little crypto update here. Bitcoin, not as strong as it was earlier today when we were on that 106 level, but still holding on to 105,000. In terms of interesting crypto stories, one that I found that's pretty interesting is actually there's this report from Immunify, which is basically a bug bounty and security services platform. They look at security. And what they found was pretty interesting. So crypto-related hacking incidents in January 2025, they were up 9 times from December of 2024. However, on a year-over-year basis, they were down 44.6%. So it seems like there's a bit of a sequential increase on a monthly basis in crypto hacking incidents, but certainly down on a year-over-year basis. I don't know. I found that pretty interesting there. In terms of other crypto names, let's take a look at Ethereum on this daily chart as well. And man, this is a downtrend. We have lower highs. We have lower lows. We are below our election AVWAP as well on the daily chart for ETH. Let's take a look at Solana. We're just going to take a look at a couple of crypto names while we're here. Interesting little look for Solana. We were poised to be in kind of a bull flag off of this base on Wednesday, January 15th. We get to this high just above 290, and we fall a little bit. Right now, we're actually rejecting some of these, not the lows, but the closing prices that we had going back to opening and closing on at 241. So I have to see what we do with Solana. Take a look at Cardano as well, another one that I know Sean is involved with here. And Cardano, not super exciting. We have a little bit of support here at that 0.85 level, but certainly slightly lower highs, slightly lower lows. Cardano is a bit confusing except for that 85-cent support level. So quick crypto analysis with Adara is now over. We will return you to the Bash Brothers, but make sure to follow TTV Research on X. We will have a lot of earnings, so many earnings graphics to reveal along with these earnings on the Market Recap Show. Currently working on one that shows Intel's revenue and EPS during the entirety of the Pat Gelsinger run. So check out that Pat Gelsinger Intel graphic. It will be out soon. I will debut it on this desk. Back to you.
I want to read a couple of great comments. Shout out to Havana Woody. Great call out by Havana. Tim Cook has done an amazing job milking the cash cow Steve left him, but he has not made a better cow, better milk, or even some butter. This is great. He has just fleeced retail and made shareholders happy. That's basically a good summary of that. Obviously, I don't think you're giving him as much credit for being a really good manager, but your point is very well taken. Where are the novel products? Even the novel product you dropped with the Vision Pro, I think I kind of feel like that was rushed to market. Nobody's going to walk around with these things on their head. It has to be kind of like that one. What was that one that Zug dropped?
Orion's.
Yeah, it's got to be in that form factor, dude. I mean, it's not a hard thing to be able to tell that humans don't want to walk around with a shoe tied to their face.
Yeah.
It's got to be glasses form factor, and if it doesn't fit that, I don't think it's going to be as big of a product.
He needs a face slapper.
Yeah, no, seriously,
together,
though.
man.
So shout out to Havana. Good comment there. Dale's Renewable World. Apple need a new innovator. Otherwise, they're just going to become a Dell or an HP. Vision Pro is a flop. Apple needs to get into robotics and aerospace. So I agree with partly of what you said. I don't think Vision Pro is a flop. I think it was great technology in the wrong form factor, eye-following technology, the retina display, layering the real world, or what we call augmented reality over the artificial world. I like all that. I think it's a great product, but wrong form factor, too early, too quick. We'll see. Can they do it a bit better? We'll have to wait. I mean, time will tell. So great comments from you guys in the chat, no doubt about it. Stuck Trader. Vision Pro came out too early. I feel the same way. Vision Pro came out too early because they were under pressure to prove they can bring it to market. I happen to agree. I don't know if they felt under pressure, or whatever the incentive was for bringing it to market too early, but your point very well taken. I happen to agree with you very much so. What else we got here in the chat? What are other people saying? Let's see some of the comments. KKP, Apple's best innovation was dropping Intel chips. You're saying it jokingly, or maybe you aren't, but that is actually really important because their M processors are absolutely outperformed anything Intel has had. They're bringing that stuff in-house. They're designing their own chips. Where have we seen that? Oh, yeah, every other chip company ever. AMD, NVIDIA, AVGO. None of these guys make their own chips. They don't have any fabs. TSM or others make them for them. They design the chips, that we know. So good point. Darth Buddha, Intel trying to break out of its wedge north again. Love to see this slow grind. Don't have eyes on Intel, but thank you for that call out. Joseph, what are you thinking over there?
I'm thinking Playmaker is what I'm thinking, brother. Let's set this up here, guys. We got the Playmaker pool, and I'm just trying to think, like, I'm always just trying to think of things, like, what can we do to spice up this chart and see what we got going on with the Playmaker pool, because we want to stay innovative, unlike Tim Cook and company over there. So there we go. We got to keep the ball rolling, but I'm ready for this 35 entries here, Sharif.
Ready.
What is our entry price, my guy?
603.69.
69. Love it, love it, love it.
We're taking profits.
Yep.
At 605.69.
605.69.
That'll be below the low of the day, so that's good. And then we're taking everything out at 602.
602. Stop loss. 602.69. Thank you, guys. We're in at 107. I'll punch into the trade as well, too, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Oops, that's a wrong box.
Sergio, you're killing me, bro. You're killing me, Barry.
Okay, and there we go. So hold on, that's that, guys. So we're gonna document this. Let's see if we can keep that equity curve on the top slope. Another $7 super chat.
Canadian, baby.
Canadian dollar. Big Daddies. Bookmap lesson soon. Always chime to this channel during my day job as an engineer. Your lessons are always good. A good refresher. Appreciate that. As for Bookmap, no, I don't think we don't use Bookmap here. I know it's a great. You're familiar with Bookmap, Sri?
Yeah.
So it's a great tool. We don't utilize that here. We just look at the level 2 as it is. So for those who aren't familiar with Bookmap, it's essentially a heat map of the level 2, and it is a fantastic tool. But we don't utilize that here. But
there used to be a trader named Khaled. He was here about a couple of years ago. Shout out to him. I know he watches the show. So Cal, if you're in the chat, maybe you can chime in. Otherwise, yeah, I don't really have much to tell you. Last time I talked to him, though, he's 2 years deep using it. And according to him, he's now really understood how to use it. It's one of those ones that's really, you need a lot of practice under your belt. I got to tell you, I get a bunch of advertisements from them on my my Meta-based platforms, whether it's Instagram or Facebook. Seems to come up there a lot.
You can, sorry, to add one more point there, one thing about the heat map, it's actually a fantastic tool because you can determine walls. The walls are displayed at levels that you necessarily can't see on the level 2, even though the order, it's like you'll see it on the order book, but just the display of it, and then the greater the heat, obviously the larger the wall or the orders may be, and you have the ability to use those on Bookmap to look for bounce and rejection levels as well, too, of potential price targets.
Can you send under the tickers?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna answer this question right now. NIP34. $10 super chat. Can you please go over trading halts and the website that you go to tell you where it may reopen? Okay, so let me just tell you something. So 2 different types of halts we got to talk about first and foremost. The first one is the volatility halt. That's when it moves 10% within what was it, 5 minutes? 10% within 5 minutes. That's plus or minus, okay? Up 10% or down 10% within a 5-minute window. That will halt for volatility. Typically, in those cases, when we're halted for volatility, you'll get them in increments of 5 minutes. Case in point, what time is it right now? It's let's say 1:10. So if something halts at 1:10, it'll open at 1:15. That's the default. It could be 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20, so increments of 5. That's the volatility halt. There's also the news pending halt. That is when a news headline comes in or the exchange wants more information from the company because it's typically the stock is trading erratically on no news. That's when we have a news pending halt, and that is indeterminate, okay? We don't know how long a stock will be halted at that time. It's going to be you and your guess. And sometimes they are halted for days. So here it is, NASDAQ halted stocks. Here we go. We can show this, Andre. Current trading halts right there. So it's NASDAQtrader.com, and then you can kind of see it's a little bit of a HTML fuzz there, but that's all you have to do. Type in Google NASDAQ trading halts, and then you're going to have them right there. They're going to give you the halt date, the time, the issue symbol, what the issue name is, and the reason. You're going to have different reasons over there, and if you click them, you'll find out exactly what they mean. I don't know what this one means, LUDP. How can I find out? Well, we'll probably be able to do that from a different area. LUDP. I don't know how to find out the different trading codes. Do they have? Oh, halt trading codes. There we go. So there we go. So LUDP. Let's go down over here. Where is that? LUDP. There it is. Volatility trading pause. So this one is a volatility pause. So when you get this page over here, that's the actual halts. If you want to see what the codes are, because look, there's different codes, M, T12, etc. Click on the left over here, trading halt codes, and it'll give you an exhaustive list of all the different codes there that you can juxtapose to what is actually on the trading halt symbol. So this is where I get it. That's for NASDAQ. I've never actually been to the NYSE one, so I don't know, but I'm sure you can kind of get the idea there. I hope that helps. Guys, we have a new poll up in the chat. We have some good tickers there from Joseph. Baba being talked a lot about today, Joseph, after they dropped that Quen large language model. You got Nike on there, because I know you were talking smack about Nike. And then Visa, you were talking about the Visa and MasterCard being oligopolies earlier. And I know you were mentioning Starbucks to me earlier today. So you got some great names, names that we don't see often on the
up a little bit.
Yeah, of course, bro. I'm gonna go with my boy right here, Alibaba, and it's already getting love from the chat. 52% for the Babad one right now. So we'll keep an eye on that one, Katina, man, and we'll see what's good with that. Let's keep going over here and check out the trades that we're currently in. Okay, there we go. Now we're taking out the high of the day on LTBR, about 20 pennies in the money over here, but I ain't taking the profits here. Why? Why am I not taking profits? Because it keeps giving me higher highs and higher lows, Joseph. We wet our beak at 65. It's on the way to 72. I'd like something around high 80s, mid 90s. We're up 25% on this piece. Good look for LTBR. Let me tell you something else, though. BFLY. We were talking about this bad boy earlier, and now it's coming down into a good area that I like. Let's have a look at that. Where are my small caps? There we go. BFLY. So it's coming into the volume weighted average price. Now, I'm not going to size up big on this one because, look, number one, it's not a big mover, 14% and change. Number two, you know, I've been burned on these ones that pull into VWAP midday because they seem to be, they breach at times. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for that VWAP touch. We're going to get in, and if it defends VWAP well, we'll add on the way up. I'm talking about BFLY, top right corner of your screen, up 14 and change, and coming off that 420 where it was met with aggressive selling, wasn't able to break above that fifth of a dollar, coming into the volume weighted average price, which on my chart, guys, is a little bit below 4 at about 396, 395. FOXX, Joseph, above VWAP again, doing the dance with no pants with $10. This one has an $11 high a day. I do like the look of this one's jib right now because what we're getting is incrementally higher lows. So each area trough higher than its predecessors. That means buyers generally are in control. So we're going to look to weasel into this one. We already had a few good trades on this bad boy. I think we got almost a high a day here on FOXX. Well, close. We got that 1040 pop there, but definitely should be able to do a little bit better. No question about that. FOXX in view, Joseph.
Yes, that thing is going. The chat is buzzing on that as well, too. But we're just getting the super chats rolling in today. Yeah, another $5 super chat. Thoughts on BlackBerry? I have played it between $4.30 and $4.47 the past 2 days. Chart is upwards for quite a while now. Sure. Anything for you. We'll pull up BlackBerry. BBM. And there we go. Yeah, so again, not the most liquid. You can see how we have this like kind of barcode or whatever scanning code price type price action. It's not necessarily something you want to be overly involved in. It's tough, right? So the liquidity is not there. What can we do from we'll zoom out here and see what we can do from a daily perspective. Trading nice off the lows, like you can't go wrong. You're up over 100% on this thing. If you're in this consolidation phase and then trading higher, am I going to be looking to get involved in BlackBerry? No, I don't know enough about this thing anymore, other than maybe it's a dying breed. I think they're just been clinging on to dear life ever since the iPhone came out. So I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know what else they do because I don't even know if they don't even sell Blackberries anymore, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know what else this company
they've been doing,
does. What have
Joseph?
they
They've been liquidating their IP. They've been all these different patents, intellectual property, all these different things that they've had that they patented.
Oh, and they're just selling
those off.
Okay, so there you go. But how long can that last?
Great question. Neil, any idea what BlackBerry's been doing to generate money lately? QNX thing, says Neil. Because Neil follows them a lot closer than I do, certainly.
So yeah, I mean, if that, then you'd have to dive a little bit more than what I would know or can tell you from a technical standpoint. But if you're taking in some profits, there's nothing wrong with that, and continue to do so until otherwise, right? Until keep milking something until it stops working. That's part of the name of this game here. But guys, we got to talk a little bit about Nike continuing this ascent here on this intraday chart, trading higher and higher on the session. Let's see how much we're up from the lows here. Yeah, and up only about 2.5 or 2.25 there on Nike. But I mean, guys, nice trade. Seth in the chat pointed this out. He's been talking about it all morning, said we were sleeping on it, but here we go. Nike continuing to move to the top side there, guys. But let's see what else we got going on. We got TQQs. We're just sitting in this one. As the market slowly climbs higher and higher, I would like let's see what Microsoft is up to, because I think it depends a lot. Let's go here to the 5-minute. Yeah, and whoa, okay, so this is going to be really important for the Qs here, all right? So keep this in mind. This consolidation phase, let's see which way this thing decides to break. I mean, like what? So Azure's growth was at like 31%. The street had estimates around 33% or something along those lines, Sharif. Yes, I don't know of the exact numbers, but I mean, is that horrible? I don't think that's horrible from a growth standpoint, even though you have mentioned that Google Cloud and as well as Amazon Web Services has been stealing market share. But other than that, that's still a phenomenal growth rate if you ask me. So Azure's still doing big things. I think it's going to continue to do so. So let's see where we can break from a technical standpoint.
Yeah, should I go over some of the earnings stuff?
Absolutely.
All right, guys. All right, so it was interesting here. Joseph, bang on. Azure, lower than expected Azure cloud growth and disappointing revenue forecast. Their Q3 revenue, kind of weird that their Q3 is in everybody's Q1, but that's their fiscal year. That's how they do things. They're guiding a light, and I'm joking when I say this, right? $67.7 to $68.7 billion in revenue on the quarter. The street was looking for more. The street's greedy, bro. 69.78, so about $2 billion to $1 billion miss with respect to how they did on the actual quarter, their Q2 financial performance. They beat on EPS. They beat on revenue and net income. Guys, this is the profit. They took home $24.11 billion in profit, which was up from $21.87 year over year. So $3 billion more, no, a little bit less than three, in extra profit there. But the Azure revenue or the growth of Azure is what's concerning. They grew at 31% year over year, but that is down from the last quarter. So Q1 they grew at 33%. So the slower growth is concerning because it's typically going to the non-big players. It's not AWS who's stealing market share from Azure, or maybe they are, but they're not the significant stealer of market share. It's Google, it's Oracle. Oracle only has 3% of the business, right? So they have so much room to grow. And now Larry Ellison is like popping up in popularity right now because the Orange Man's got him at the White House, right? So it's a good look for some of these the main three, Google, AWS, and Microsoft. And so with respect to AI investments, man, they're deep. They're knee deep in this. They're spending more than Meta. 80 billion or to 85 billion they're spending. But I think According to Satya, that's going to slow down, Joseph, in 2026. They expect slower spending, whether it's with respect to data centers or whatever, in 2026 as compared to 2025. They're also diversifying their game. We mentioned this earlier. They're obviously expanding their relationship with OpenAI. We saw that vis-a-vis the selfie from Altman and Satya Nadella. But they're also including DeepSeek's R1 right now on their Azure platform. So they're looking to get into that as well. Now, so that's the look right there. I mean, I think I summarized it pretty decently, and these are my notes on it. So if you guys want to take screenshots, obviously have at it, baby. But that is the look. So Microsoft's still a hell of a company. It's down 6% today, Joseph. But you mean these guys are printed?
I had
profits,
man, pure money. But I had to give the money storm for Payco because he always chimes in. He's just said when he's making money, he said just money and money storm. So Payco is always
you get the money storm anytime you want.
Storm, man.
All right, guys. We're long right now, BFLY. As I said, I'm going to go long. I went long at the volume-weighted average price. We're taking one out so far. Now I'm waiting at 9s. It's showing me 8s at the ask, and then I'm waiting at 14s. Okay? So we're looking here at BFLY. I don't even know if this is a small cap gapper. Does it even qualify? Let's find out. BFLY. What's the market cap on this one? So yeah, okay, sub 1 billion, 868 million, 11.1 million shares traded on the day. And what's a float on this monster? About 153 million shares, give or take. So definitely not small. Let's find out what the short float is on it. BFLY is the ticker. BFLY, 12.13. Okay, decent. It's got like a 12 and change % short. That's not bad. So we could definitely get some movement on that. It hasn't been parabolic on the day, except, on the opening print there at 9:30, which is to be expected. That's the most volatile time of the day, obviously, with the close as well. Fox, guys, FOXX, not FOX, is moving up again, boys. Here we go. So this is where we took everything out last time at this 10.5, 1060. It's moving up there again. Do we get a quadruple top today at 11? Because we've already rejected 11 umpteen amount of times. So this is a good look right now for FOXX. This is the #1 gapper in the market right now, up 260%, having a whole lot of trouble with that $11 area. Now when I look at it a little bit deeper, FOXX, look at that hug of the 20 exponential moving average. Not something I typically see with these small cap gappers that are very respectful of the 20. Usually it's the 10 or VWAP the most of the time. This one seems to have an affinity for that 20 exponential. Look at that. It doesn't breach the 20 at all. So you feel like whatever algo is trading this is really basing its entries or exits off that 20 exponential. So definitely interested in getting back into this one if it presents me with the right opportunity, Joseph. I'm talking about FOXX on the NQ.
Good look there, my guy. So yeah, let's see what we got going on in the TQs. As Tesla slowly continues to climb higher, Microsoft not looking too pretty. That consolidation phase that we were talking about earlier is going to be really key. And it's kind of what happened yesterday with NVDA. You're going to want to see that volume pick a direction. And when it steps in, then you can look to play the break of those key levels. I'll be keeping my eye on it. Don't usually trade Microsoft from an intraday perspective. But again, we had the earnings last night, so it's definitely in play. You need to look for a certain strategy. So if you're grabbing the bottoms and key support levels here and then looking to sell at the top of the range, that's ideal. And the inverse of that, if you're selling the top of the range and covering at the bottom, as you kind of fluctuate, that's the ideal iron condor price action right there, guys. So good look there. Possible double bottom on MSFT. Here we are. As you can see here, we marked this out. So if we break through this, the volume weighted average price and this resistance zone, you're going to want to see that volume to step in so we can classify this as a genuine move. But the money is just absolutely flowing in today, Sharif. I don't even know what to do with ourselves. $10 super chat. Hi, I'm JJ. Hi, JJ. Thanks Trade TV teams. Since I started to be disciplined in my trading plan, I have 32% profits in the last 3 months. Although I keep watching live every day, and you created my confidence in trading. Thank you. You're getting claps around the board. Adara's clapping for you. Sharif's clapping for you. What is happening here, bro? Oh, my days. Thank you. Keep up the discipline. Good work, though. Hi, I'm JJ. Really good work. Glad to see that you're improving your
Very
trading
good, bro.
and keep
Very good.
keep improving. All right. Don't think that you've hit the pinnacle or anything. Always try to be 1% better every day. Hey guys, hope trading is going well. Big Dub, Nick, it's our guy. I haven't seen him for a minute. Yeah, I haven't
He's
seen
an
him for a
OG,
minute.
bro.
Yeah, OG. Hey guys, hope trading is going well. I wondered your thoughts on Rivian. I'm long on the name big time, but wondering if I should move my swing to CVX. Sharif, do you want to touch on that one? Because I know
Absolutely.
you're a little bit more.
Absolutely. So CVX, I don't have an opinion on. I don't know, man. I don't know how to read this energy trade because, quite frankly, I don't know if the drill, baby drill look with the new administration is going to bring up prices or drop down prices. We'll have to see if they can get very efficient. I know CVX has a major foothold in the Permian Basin, which seems to be very profitable for everybody operating there. Shout out to Landman. Great show. Not that I've watched it. Fine. So that's my take on CVX. I can't give you much on that. With Rivian, I'm more than willing to chime in. Let's load up the chart and talk about what they've got on the hopper there. Quickly, I just want to look at my positions before I continue, though. How's my LTBR? We're going to 75s. Okay, so we're still holding LTBR. High day 75s right now. So let's load up the Rivian daily and have a look at Rivian. So I'm concerned about Rivian, just looking at it from a year and a half. This is the year and a half look right now on Rivian. All I see is lower highs. That's what stands out to me immediately. July 2027, $28, that's the high. October 2023, did I say 27? August 2023, that $28, that's the high. Then October 23, 25. And then what is this? December, January, 24 and change. Then July of this year, 19. And then, sorry, Katina, man, January of this year, 17. It's lower high, lower high, lower high. I don't like that, okay? I like their cars. They're amazing. The R1S, the R1T, they're all real good. But it's kind of like Tesla when they only had the Model S and the Model X. When are you going to drop that more affordable model? I'm talking about the R2. They even went so far as to talk about the R3, which we're not expecting, I think, to 27 or 28. The R2 is supposed to find its way onto the scene in 26. I don't think we're going to get it this year. So I would hold off on Rivian until I get more information there about that. But then again, you could say the other side of the argument is, well, I'm not going to buy when the information comes out because it's a buy the rumor, sell the news type market. And you would have a point about that. The question to me, though, is with the $7,500 likely being removed, is there still demand for these R2s enough to justify the price? And how much do they come out at? Are they going to be able to produce them cheaply enough to be able to, drag in that consumer? So the Rivian chart is not to my liking. I like the Rivian cars and I like their story, but it's TBD, to be determined whether or not they can do it. Now, not everybody's like Elon, bro. Not everybody's going to sleep at on the couch at the factory, right? I don't know what RJ's lifestyle is like. He doesn't strike me as Elon-esque, but who knows? Rivian, I like the car. I don't know about the price action, though, on the chart. I don't know if anybody else has a different opinion. You have any opinions on that?
I do not, my friend.
Yeah. So that's my look on Rivian so far. But I mean, if you were to ask me, Sharif, would you get an R1S? Absolutely. My brother-in-law's brother-in-law had one a couple of weeks ago. He came over with it. Dude, it's an amazing car.
Yeah.
Flashlights, portable speakers. I mean, the actual software doesn't have Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, but you don't really need it. The software, the internal software itself is fantastic. Right. So I like the cars, but yeah, that's a look there.
Another $2 super chat, man.
Are you kidding me, bro?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Kraken
is the next Acon RS and picking up volume. Yeah, let's take a look at Kraken here, because I know you were trading Acon. They're locked up there. Locked up on Acon CRKN. Okay, so not the most liquid. I don't know if Sharif would trade this either, because it's below your threshold. Oh no, $6.70. See, I need better glasses. It's looking like I'm rolling into that, guys. But let's take a look at Crown Electronic, whatever that may be. Kinetics. Oh, okay. electronic kinetics there. I think that's what they're trying to get on. Yeah, from a daily perspective, not something I would look to be getting involved here. I mean, look at this. This thing, no way, that is insane. So this thing was around $5,000.
It must be split.
There has to be a reverse somewhere.
What is that, Joseph?
It is
CRWN?
CRKN.
CRKN?
Yeah, CRKN.
KN. Let's flip to the daily. We'll see. Yeah, I can already tell you. There it is. There it is. There it is. Multiple splits, Joseph.
So yeah, I mean, not too much about that. Thank you for the super chat. But is it the next Acon? I don't know enough about these companies other than from a technical standpoint. I don't know, Shreve, if you know anything about Crown electrokinetics. But yeah, that's that one. Thank you for the super chat. Katina Man's all out of Tesla here. So good luck there. Yeah, good luck from Katina Man.
Nice trade, China.
IBIT is continuing to sell here, guys. Unfortunately, couldn't hold those highs. But I still like Bitcoin from a daily perspective. We'll take a look at spot here and see what we got going on. We are sitting on top of this range, but again, just consolidating for a long period of time, a longer period of time than what I would necessarily like. But this breakout better be something along the lines of a 33% gain or something. That's what I'm thinking here, because that's what would happen last time, and I'll talk about it again. We just had this phase that was just so long, and then I'm not going to call this lackluster, but you would expect a little bit more continuation in this thing. But I guess as it gets more expensive, you need a lot more capital inflowing in this to start to move the price drastically. So, I mean, with the help of the ETFs is fantastic, but does it also limit its volatility and the skew that can happen to the top side here on Tesla? Because Wayner would always, on Bitcoin, sorry, because Wayner's like, yeah, when you're watching this thing, you'll see the volatility pick up as we start to appreciate in price, and you can see the volume as well too, guys. So I mentioned time and time again, you can put in those 10K days, and we haven't seen too many of them over the past couple of months, even in the years, especially in this halving cycle. But we are still in the early stages of the halving cycle, Sharif, because we just entered the second year, which I believe is in the second year of this current halving cycle, which I believe we have in April or May or something along those lines. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So still a lot of time, and it's usually the third year that is one of the best performing. So
interesting. I didn't actually know that.
Yeah.
Guys, we there's an IPO too. I mean, we thought it was today, but apparently launched on the 28th. We're talking about TWNP. So there was an individual, I think, Twin Peaks IPO today. Funny, because TWNP, here it is. It's called Twin Peaks. For whatever reason, my platform is calling it Twin Hospitality. This is the daily on it. So you see that it launched on the 28th. It traded yesterday. It traded today. These are all each day. Each subsequent day is an inside day of its predecessor. So it's looking bull-flaggish because it's not giving up the ghost right now. It's not breaking down below the lows. We're above yesterday's lows. Yesterday was above the previous day's lows. It looked like this one opened up at $1.65. Are you for real? This thing opened up at $1.65 and then it's trading at 18? For real? All right, let's flip to the 5. This is the 5-minute look. As you can see, very sparsely traded. The shareage today is basically nothing. 75,200 shares have exchanged hands today. That ain't it for me. That's not a glowing endorsement of IPO season. At least it doesn't feel like that to me. So I'm not going to have anything to do with TWNP, but there is an IPO. I really hope that we do get more IPOs this year. I think the incoming administration with the FTC and the DOJ now changing leadership and changing personnel, we may get more of those, right? It feels like it's been a hiatus from these IPOs as of late, so it feels. So that's kind of my look there. Nothing that I can really give you on that because they're just not doing enough shares. All right, guys, I took profits over here on your friend BFLY. We took 9s. Now I'm waiting at 14s. I saw that LTBR did break the 10 exponential, but on a wick basis, I've moved up my stop now on LTBR from below 40s to below 50s now. So we're going to move up that bad boy to lock in some profits. But I'm very interested now, guys, in weaseling my way into FOXX. This thing is absolutely respectful of the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. I have no idea why. I kind of don't care. But what's striking to me about it is I don't typically see these small cap gappers respecting the 20, it's usually the 10 or VWAP, usually. That's not a hard and fast rule, just an observation that I've had. So every wick and closing print has been above the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 today on FOXX. So let's get in here. Let's give this one the old college try. Where's my 20 at? So I'm going to place my low, my out below the 20. So we're going to have to give this one all the way down to 18s. So let's throw that on there right now. Let's go 9, and then we'll go 11. We'll go all the way down. We'll give it a 10 penny spread there. Let's throw out some orders, possibly there in the high 80s for some outs, and then we'll layer the orders up above 10. It's coming in now. Geez, right when I get in, it comes down. So we're going to leave this one, let it cook. And then it's going to have to hold above the 20 exponential for me to stay interested in this one. So FOXX, we're involved in that. We're still involved in the other two. BFLY still along, 16.5. LTBR, where's that bad boy at? There it is. We got into $0.75 on LTBR, rejecting for now. But guess what? We still made those higher highs. Sorry, lows, excuse me. So it's keeping me optimistic about it. I'm talking about LTBR up 24%, that we could break and take that 75. I think I'd probably be waiting in the low 80s. Given the amount of time left on the show, I think we're about 25 minutes deep. Nick Dubb, shout out to Nick Dubb with another super chat. My man is dropping cash in the chat today. Like that flat top wedge on Fox with tight stop. It's a good one, dude, because that $11 has been in play all day on FOXX. Every single print has been below $11, and it's not for like the lack of prints at around that level. There's been multiple. There's somebody selling up a storm at 11 or taking profits at $11. So definitely keeping an eye on that. Shout out to you. Rohit Sharma says time to short Tesla. We'll talk about that after we're done paying some bills.
Hey guys, eSignal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Perceive profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game, customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. That is eSignal, guys. We all know that the first month is free, so you may as well just try it out and see how you feel about it. You know, Sharif's been using it. He's loving it, so that's another reason for you to just go in and try it. So scan that QR code, sign up for that first month. It's free. And then if you don't like it, then you can just cancel it. But if you do, then just continue with it. And hopefully it improves your trading there, guys. But, okay, I need money. PLTR. He's talking about PLTR. Let me see what we got going on with PLTR. Yeah, really coaching in on those all-time highs there. I need money. Let's see what we got going on from a 5-minute time frame. Wow, yeah, that volume is really starting to kick in. Good call out here, breaking through some key resistance levels with that momentum and that volume stepping into this price action. Really good stuff. Let's see if we can go and test the high a day, which is around 81.70 on that one. So good shout out to I Need Money. And let's zoom in here a little bit and see what we got going on. So really nice volume relative to what the rest of the session has been putting on, especially the past hour and a half or so. So that's what you want to see in a genuine move. You really want to see that volume start to kick in and start to move that price, especially when you have key levels to break through. So good look there on I Need Money. Apple running into some really interesting areas. We got this wedge going on as well too, guys. Let's draw a little something here. Here we go. Look at those. Look at those higher lows. All right. And then boom, look at this. Key resistance level there. All right. Let's see if that momentum steps in on Apple and we get that break. The chances are running into earnings. Are we going to want to run this price up? Maybe. It's looking like that's going to be the case because the overall market is continuing to trade higher and higher. Should have added here on the Qs, guys, but this is what we got going on, just kind of milking this one here. So long the Qs here and then put in this phase, nice pullback. Should have added when we had the inability to create any new lows, and then now we can continue to appreciate higher and higher. So that is the look on Apple, excuse me, and the TQs. I want to pull up Microsoft and see what we got going on with this, with Softy, as the boys like to call it, Obi and Sharif.
Go.
Did we break through that phase? Not just yet, guys. So So really, really key. That volume is not stepping in. And if that volume doesn't step in on Apple on that break, and it looks like it's going to break, but you don't see the genuine move, there's no, what's the term I'm looking for? I'll have to think about it in a second. Cause and effect. Effort and result is what I'm looking for. So if you see a large amount of effort on that, but the result is that there is no real volume, that can be classified as a potential false break, all right? So when I refer to effort and result, that's where you correlate the price action and the volume candles. The bigger the candle, the more effort that there should be, all right? The more volume in those underlying assets, in those volume signatures. You want to see that in key breakout levels. Another $2 super chat. Bang on Fox Sharif. Nice, well done. Thank you, Nick, for all the super chats. Those big Tesla buyers around 397, did it push through? Oh, let's see what we got going on with Tesla. Haven't really watched it today. It didn't set up how I wanted. You guys seen my notes. It was my #1 trade idea, and I had big plans for it this morning, but it didn't really work out. It didn't come to fruition, my guy, but we found other things to trade.
Oh, yeah.
But here is Tesla trading really nice. Still positive on the day, up about 3.7%.
Yeah, Joseph is kind of, glossing over the fact that he had a monster freaking trade today on IBIT, and I was watching that live in living color in the morning. My man was adding aggressively, and he was in the money. He kept adding more, and it kept going up. And he had his headphones on.
I was zoned. I told this guy, man, I came in, I was zoned in, I was ready to perform.
Yes, sir. No, you did well, bro.
Yeah,
You're always killing it.
Appreciate it.
Shout out to Joseph Wilson. All right, guys, we're in Fox right now, zigging and zagging in front of 10. I'm waiting at 10.05s, I believe, showing me 91s right now, up 242%. Looking for this one to squeeze. Shout out to Nick Dubb. We've been looking at this one all day. I'm talking about FOXX. It's a fantastic look on this one. Let's see if it continues with the trend and we get a 10 top break. And then the best part would be if we get an 11 break, because that's been an elusive price to get above. We're doing well here on BFLY. We got 02s long. Now we're knocking the door of 13s. I'm waiting at 14s. I don't know if I should be waiting any longer. Probably just take the penny here, but it's showing me aggressive buying. As you can see, the green come in there. There's not too much size, to be quite honest with you, on the level at 13. Just a few hundred lots on a name that I think could take that price out quite easily. So we're going to give this one a look. Boom! There it is on Fox. We take out that 10.05s. Now I'm waiting. You know where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 10.69 before we get that break of 11. I'm going to move up my stop now below this area trough at 9.25. I'm going to move it to this area trough at 9.50. Now that could be a bit of a mistake because it's coming right back down here into my entry. Thankfully, we de-risked. No, I think that's the right thing to do. I'm going to go ahead and put it right there. So 9, we're going to go like that, and then we're going to give it to there. And then we have to cancel the previous stop so that we don't get short accidentally on that, you know what. So moved up the stop, feeling good about this one. Let's see what comes. Okay, so BFLY, don't get the 13 print, back down into 12. How about LTBR? We were involved in that one. That's printing days high. We're at 75s right now on LTBR. It's up 25%, but we've been up here before. I didn't take profits here before. So why would I take profits here now? It's either going to break into 80s or I'm going to get stopped out. Simple as that. Keeping my eye on all three of these bad boys, all small cap gapper-like stocks. It's been a good day. Nick Dubb, I think 10 looks great, and actually I like the flat top break to hold 50%. Shout out to you, my man. I hope you print up multiple storms on that. He goes on to say, crushing these small caps. Well done, dude. I do appreciate the kind work, Nick. I like the tight stop, but I think it's got to hold for the big move. BBAI, don't miss it. We covered BBAI today. Somebody was asking us about that and had a good look. They got a deal. They got a deal with the U.S. Navy, and that's always good. Adair is at the big desk.
I'm so excited to present our newest TTV research graphic. It's probably the favorite that I've done. And ahead of Intel earnings, I thought, why not take a look at Intel's earnings? But they have a very long history. So to limit it, we're only going to be looking here at reports during the very short reign of Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, now former CEO. You can see him hanging out in the corner here. And this was not a particularly great era. You could see this decline here for the most part in revenue. You can also see some comments he made throughout the reports. For example, when their earnings per share dropped 109% year over year, Pat Gelsinger said, we delivered solid first quarter results. So really, really interesting look here at the destruction of wealth that unfortunately occurred under the reign of this man. But if you want to take a look at this in even more detail and see some other fun earnings quotes that Pat Gelsinger made during earnings calls and in the reports. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. I think it's really fascinating here. And especially what I didn't realize is he's been involved in Intel in some capacity as early as 1979. And Pat Gelsinger was also Intel's first chief technology officer. So when you think of that history, it's kind of wild to see what happened to the stock while he was CEO and what happened to its revenue and EPS. Regardless, I think it's worth a look. Check it out on X, guys. Back to you.
Ray David, hilarious. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Joseph was just complimenting those infographics. Those are sick, Adara. Make sure you are following the Trader TV Research. If you are not on X, you are missing out. Adara kills it on that, and she keeps her eye on all the big market news. So if you want to be apprised of what's happening, you will follow that account. Thank you again, Adara. So here's the deal. BFLY, we didn't move down the exit. We got some out there. Now we're waiting. I'm waiting at 20s. So next level on BFLY, we're waiting at that 20 penny level. LTBR, I don't know, man. It seems to be rejecting off 75 multiple times. So that's the deal there. We'll see if it wants to clear. But we're doing well on FOXX. Here comes the squeeze. Here comes the $0.50. 40s now showing up. We're long 73s, 973s, 1040 showing up now. 1040 has been a level. We've wicked higher, but look at the closing prints. They're all at 1040. The 1040 has been a tough level to clear. 59s, you know I'm waiting at 69s, man. So let's go. Let's see if we can get that 69 print. We're showing 55s now. The bid dying off a little bit here as the buy orders start dropping. Here we go. We just saw 60s. I'm going to take it out here. Come what may, there we take it out at 60s.
No,
Here it is, 75. Why did I do that, Joseph?
Punch all out there?
Well, I only had one more out. Yeah. There's 11 again, guys. Here we go. Another 11 rejection. Surprise. So it rejects 11 for the umpteenth time on the day, at least for now. Underline that. For now. How many times are we going to accumulate with higher lows into 11 and not break it? I think it's just a matter of time. Where and when it happens, your guess is as good as mine, but there it is. Shout out to Elon. I know you were in that, Elon, and I know where you're long from. You're long from the low 9, so my man's printing money on that because you've been telling me about where you've been long all day. Shout out to you. Way to stick to your convictions, Elon. A great trader in the chat. Nick Dubb, what a trade. Got to hold some for the flat top, bro. I know I suck, bro. I suck. So we'll look to get maybe like a couple of shares down here so maybe we can participate in that flat top breakout. It's the exact opposite of this one, Joseph. It's the exact. So look at it the other way. Flat top break rather than the flat bottom break. It's been a good day on these here markets, as Adair likes to say. We're going to keep an eye out to see what other new small cap entrants there are. And I got one for you guys. It's got a nice funky name. ZAP. ZAPP. It's $1 and change, but it looks good. Let's flip to the 1 minute chart. This is very, very bull flaggish right now. You get the big move up, and it's a trade that showed up very late in the day at around 1:30. I have no reason why this is moving up. I'm looking at my blotter. Nothing's showing, but I like the higher low situation with that flat top, probably around the $1.50. So ZAPP up 38%. Here are the details. $6 million market cap, 7.3 million shares traded, which is kind of light for a dollar name, but not bad. The float, very small, 1.6 million shares. That means it can squeeze. Let's find out what the short float is using trade ideas. 3% give or take is the short float there. That could be up to 2 weeks old. ZAP, if you're interested. In play right now, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there. We got another $2 super chat from Kunizera. Sorry if we butchered your name there, but I appreciate the super chat. And you ask and you shall receive. So here we go. We're going to take a look at Oracle and Company, ORCL, and see what we got going on. Like, look at this fantastic price action here from Oracle. On a 5-minute standpoint, so we're zooming in on an intraday perspective. Really good look, solid consolidation phase, forming those lower highs there. Higher lows, guys. And then now running into some flat topish, some resistance zones. Let's see if this thing can continue. We're going to zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. And now looking like we're going to enter this gap down day. So we all know what happened with Jensen and company and what's going on with NVDA. And sure enough, Oracle was affected by that, but still recovering drastically better than NVDA. So good luck here. If you enter the gap and hold it, I think that this can be sustained, and you look for that gap fill. So we were just below all-time highs on this thing before it decided that it wanted to sell off with the rest of the market. Excuse me, but here we go. I like it. Oracle's looking really good, and it's really started to pick up steam here. We know that for a long time, for over a year or so, it was just stuck in this consolidation phase, and it's like, is Oracle that great of a company from a technical standpoint? But as of right now, it's looking really good, and the price appreciation has really started to kick in. I know Jimmy Cramer on Mad Money is always waxing, as Sharif was stealing your line now, Sharif, waxing poetically about Oracle. So here we go. Good luck there, and Kuni Zara, hopefully that helped you a little bit. But if you're in Oracle, I think hold that until you get that gap filler. Look for some profit targets. Set those profit targets for you on your platform, and then and stop losses as well too. You can't have one without the other. So make sure you do that, hit those targets, and then be accepting of the trade that you have implemented. So yeah, chat's just been buzzing today, guys. You have been doing a fantastic job participating. Much love from Sharif and I going towards the chat, especially those who have been constantly participating in it. So we appreciate your contribution. Means a lot, and it goes a far way, guys. So thank you very much. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. Slowly starting to pull back in here a little bit. Like the overall market, slowly grinding higher. We're looking for 606 for our Playmaker pool, but as of right now, we're still in the money. Tesla looking half decent. When I seen this, I'm like, oh no, I missed this tweezer double hammer bottom here on that, which sounds insane. Like, what is this guy talking about? Tweezer double hammer bottom, which is like just pure stock talk, I guess, whatever you would want to call it. But that's a really good reversal signal. You not got one, but two hammers on that one, my guy. What are you looking at?
I'm looking to see if your friend RFK there, I know I call everyone your friend. I'm sorry, Joseph. RFK gets the nomination. I was looking, there's on call sheet right here. So I typed in RFK, and then it's like bringing me other stuff. Which senators will vote for RFK, or how many senators will vote for RFK. That's not what I want. I want to see whether he likely gets the approval or not. Like this one here for Tulsi Gabbard. Who will be Trump's National Director of Intelligence, Chris Stewart or Tulsi Gabbard? Right now, Tulsi's winning, I guess, 52%. Say the betting market. So the reason I'm even interested in this, I told you guys yesterday, I have a swing position in MindMed. Obviously, that is one of the companies that uses, alternative forms of medicine. I'm talking specifically about psilocybin and some others. And RFK has, expressed his opinion with respect to those kinds of things. And, there's a bet out there that they do well. These companies that do these type of things do well under RFK's stewardship of the Department of Human Health, or what is it called? The Department of Human Health and Health and Human Services, something like that. Shows how Canadian I am, right? I don't even know what to call it. Health and Human Services, Adara? Yeah, thank you. So that's what I'm looking at right now, and there's really nothing coming out of these markets. So that's a look. Let's see what other people are talking about. Excuse me, D-Loaf. Sharif. Let's do a quick lesson on swing assessment. Look at SMH, trying to push the top range of the Monday deep sea gap down. What do we have to see to stay long? Currently 4% in the money. Shout out to D-Loaf, man. 4% ain't a joke. Let's have a look. So you're talking about the semiconductor ETF, for those who are not familiar what SMH is. Let's flip to the, let's go to the hour so we can properly have a look at that big drop down. So this is the gap that D-Loaf is talking about. We were trading, we were fine, doing above 260. I think we closed out that day at around 261. Then all hell broke loose on Monday when we opened up at 247 on SMH. Got as low that day, sadly, as 232. We're covering right now into that 244 high a day. We're at 242 right now. So there's still, we're not even above D-Loaf, above that 247. So you're for 4% in the money. I happen to like this look. I will happen to like it a lot better once we get above 250. So that's the best we could do that day, that 250 print, despite the fact that we opened up at 247 and we closed down at 244. The range was wild that day, 250 at the highs, and then I believe we dropped down as low as 232. You guys get that? That's a big range for an ETF. I don't know, man. I don't think the CapEx is going to dry up as quickly as people think. Even if DeepSeek is a disruptor, I think that, the money's going to get spent. I think these companies would rather overspend than underspend and be left behind when their competitors outduel them because they took the chance and spent the money. That's just my personal opinion. That's a fundamental look. The technical look is you like anything above 250 because 250 fills that gap, starts to fill that gap. Obviously, the gap needs to be filled all the way up into 260. That's kind of how I see that. So shout out to D-Loaf. What else we got over here? Looking at some RFK Jr., yet another one of your heroes, says Eddie R. No, not really. I don't think he's a hero of mine. I wouldn't call him that. He's an interesting character. Very interesting opinions, obviously. Don't agree with him on everything, like I don't with a lot of people that I like, Elon, as well as some others. Of course, I don't agree with them on everything. Nick Dubb, check out CRSP. Great company on RFK, invested in it. Think the guy's crazy, but never hate a tailwind. Well said, Nick Dubb. Let's have a look at that one. He's talking about CRSP. I'm talking about CRISPR Therapeutics, right? So I think what's her name is involved in that. Aunt Kathy.
Gene editing.
Gene editing, yeah, exactly. Aunt Kathy loves that look as well. Very consolidative. Look at that. I mean, it got the pandemic pump. So did a lot of these guys. 170. Geez, Louise. It's a great area to pick it up right at now. $40. This area has been being defended for all the way back to May of 2022. We've been defending this area low. It's been in a very consolidative state. Hard to discern any trend because you have a higher high over here, but then you also get a lower low. So very consolidative. I like it at 40. You can risk $5, give it to 35. Not a bad look. Thanks for pointing that out, Nick Dubb. No witch doctor company to invest in. Oh, this guy's hilarious. Tell me how you really feel, Eddie R. Yeah, that's a joke. You know that. What else we got? What else we got over here? All right. Ostentatious Productions chiming in as well. Who else we got? Fox back up to 11. Yes, you're absolutely right. Here is Fox again. Right into the higher high and higher lows. This thing is destined to break 11. Guys, when it does break 11, though, there's a chance it zigs and zags before it continues on its merry way to the high side. So be ready for that. Because they're going to want to take your stop. They're going to want to take your money. They're going to want to stop you out because they know you're probably going to place a stop below, 1050, 1075, whatever it is. They're going to force it down before they move it back up. So be ready for that. That happens a lot. They call it a specialist breakout or a specialist breakdown. So that is the look right now, sir. ZAP is continuing to trade well, but LTBR is not. So LTBR looks like it rejected that 875. We've been rejecting that 875 essentially for a while now. And there isn't that much time left on the show. 3 minutes before the big kahunas come back in. Neil and Sean, the big boys. And I don't think I'm going to be holding LTBR while I'm on the green screen. So probably flatten this out. Where are we long? We're long 52, so it's decent. Not a bad look there. The Katina Man is long the T triple Qs right now. So keep your eye out on that. He's going to have more to say about it, obviously, when he comes on in a few minutes. But he's not. You're not going to say anything, Katina Man? He's going to be muted on LTBR. So get it while you can, baby. So shout out. Oh, Apple just took out the high. Oh, not the high of the day. Wow. It just took out VWAP. It took out yesterday's closing print. The high of the day, though, on the dead one is 240.79. We just got above 239.59. We're going to be covering Apple today. The Katina Man, Adara, and I on the market recap show. Apple will be reporting likely, hopefully, at 4:30 today. We're going to have that live for you. Intel reports as well. Mobileye, just because there's a connection, reported this morning. Bit of a tougher look for them. But INTC reports after the bell. Any other good ones today, Adara, other than Apple and Intel? Visa and U.S. Steel. So we got X on there. I'm going to be probably listening to the call to see any interesting acquisitions that those bad boys might have because they've been the focus of a takeover target for a hot minute.
Visa? Yeah, Visa.
No. X.
X.
Remember, the Orange Man got involved. Biden got involved. They don't want U.S. Steel to fall into foreign ownership.
Well, that would make sense. But it's been struggling for a little bit of some time now. So here we go, guys. I like how you're just talking about Apple here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
that volume really kicked in. This is a missed trade here, in my opinion. I mentioned watch for that volume to break on those key levels. We had these higher lows here, guys, and then that flat top, that key resistance level. And sure enough, you get that push through with that volume starting to kick in. That can be classified as a genuine move. And I'm unfortunate because as we were talking about it, I mentioned it, we marked out those levels and then I seen that volume start to kick in. And relative to what has been printing for the past 2 hours or so, that's a large increase in volume. So that's a really good move. Hopefully someone in the chat, has anybody taken advantage of it? If you have, let us know. But Sharif.
Yes, sir.
It's that time.
It is. And Ram let me know that we got a plethora of money today in Super Chats.
Yeah.
She just tallied it up.
Yeah, but
how many different Super Chats were there, Ram? Did you do the math on that? Sorry, Ram, to put her on the spot. But I want to thank you guys, man, for real. I know I'm speaking for Joseph, for Dara, for the big boys, and everybody want to say we really thank you guys for the Super Chats. We always do our best to see the comments in the chat. If you tag us, we'll also see that. But yeah, thank you guys very, very much. And Joseph and I, we'll be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel to close out on a Friday. The big kahunas are that way.
7:15 hockey, let's go.
Boom.
7:15 hockey, let's go. That's what I like to see. I don't know where it came from.
But,
You're playing chess?
no,
your
my son
kids
does.
got you.
Yeah,
of
my
course.
daughter has hockey, but
Obviously, yeah. No, I knew that. 7:15. What am I doing at 7:15? I'm getting home from physio at 7:15.
nice.
We're doing landmine. Actually, what do they? What's that thing called where you take the barbell and it's like that one? That's one of my new exercises. Anyways, it's whatever that thing is called. I'm doing that, so we're getting some presses in and whatever. It's all good. What's crazy about it? It's not crazy to me that Alibaba's up. Oh, that just spoiled it. No, I was gonna say it's not crazy to me that Alibaba's at the high. It's not crazy to me that Apple went green. What's crazy to me is Intel is up 1%, so it's rallying. Intel was having a rough morning. But it's not so much that. Like, Mobileye went green, and I didn't even...
Right.
Like, wasn't Mobileye the literal worst? No, UPS was the second worst name percentage-wise this morning after earnings. And Mobileye went stair-step up. Now, it could lose the bid here.
Well,
so that's worth
some kind of
that's
way.
definitely worth watching. But yeah, Mobileye with a big move. I have a sneaky suspicion Intel is going to be pretty wild here. Going into the close. Somebody's buying this one up. I'm tracking this little, it's going into the high. There's your trend. Yesterday's high, any reversion off yesterday's high, I'm going to be involved in. Just into AVGO as I try to hold a sneeze, so I'll throw to Sean.
Yeah, I was just looking here at Intel. Intel trying to break through $20. Join us tonight for the recap show. We don't have, too many crazy names. We're going to figure out when Apple's coming through. We're hoping around that 4:30 marker. So that's Apple and Intel tonight. So we'll be looking at some of those trades right now. There's United States Steel. Sharif was just mentioning a little bit about that one. Visa and Deckers on board there tonight. Looks like I have to update my Chrome. Well, that's nice to see. All right, the only trade that we have on right now, and again, let's just see where it wants to go. What I'm thinking here with the futures, again, I know it's kind of in the middle, like on this day. Whoa, we just went all the way up to 80. Oh, we didn't get anything out there. Okay, we're waiting up here at 83.10. All right, so above VWAP, above the 50-period moving average, and we got the 200-period moving average right down here on the 1-minute chart. So I feel like we held this. We've been holding through VWAP. It's a small position now. We do want to average it in. My next bid's going to be around 82.50, halfway, and then we'll try one more time down there. And then if we lose that wicked bottom, which is right here, 82.20 or so, then we're going to get out of there. So it's a starter position right now. We have about, maybe 15% of what we're trying to get. We'll average some more back in here around the 200-period moving average. I actually have one at 82.50, then 82.30, and then we'll watch out for that one to drop down through. I just want to see what happens. I mean, Tesla's had a pretty epic move back. We'll talk about that trade. We got out at 404. So from the bottom here, that's $18 right there to that level. We were able to get out. Tesla does not break through the high of the day. I was holding the hope out for that. The best trade it got to is about 408. We wound up taking 404 on a 50-period moving average break right there. That looks like that could have been the short. So anyways, market trying to get back up now. Tesla was red, now up 3.5%. We like that one. Meta, a lot of moves happened throughout the day, obviously. And then I look at this right now, this is making me think maybe the other way with this long. Like if we lose this right here, a Meta, that's 606, that's not looking great because that's essentially what we were doing in the pre-market right here. We lose that, you know, it didn't last long for $10 there.
What a weird market.
Yeah, 685, 686. Like
Meta's great, they sell it. Yeah. Tesla's bad, they buy it. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they did buy Tesla eventually. I mean, I don't know. I think all these things might be. Hold on, let's just check out one more here. Let's check out Microsoft.
That is banking.
Maybe Microsoft's. Oh no, okay, this is where we actually liked it at 415. But you can see what's happening right now. Like, I'm just wondering. It's just a lot of barcoding here in the last 2 hours. Like Microsoft is at the same price that we were at 1120. It's 220. So yeah. I'd still looking for bottom break. So I wouldn't really do anything in any of these names until eventually we break the bottom. I am, or the top, which we're not close to. I'm just gonna watch the futures here for a little bit. I do have a play maybe coming on Uber, maybe a short into a retracement into that one. IBIT, Bitcoin still 105.5.
2 super chats and a lot of people talking about NVIDIA.
I must not be in the right thing.
I only have the chat up. Google. So the thing is, when you keep the stream up all day long, I keep the chat up, but I never have the stream up all day long. That's helping the PC there. Mr. C, thank you for the super chat. And Mr. C, again, also wants us to look at SoFi, long or short on Intel. Thanks, guys. Should have tuned. And then everyone's saying news on NVIDIA. Not that I see. We see the spike. It just broke 120, got to 120, almost 121. But I don't actually see any or heard any news on NVIDIA. There it is, sort of picking up on Steam.
It's a nice spike.
It's a good spike, but there's no news in the middle of the day here. It could just be consolidation and a bit of a break. Looks like it wants to go. I actually prefer. I'm taking a crack at it, AVGO, and I like AMD as well to the long side. I think you can play. There's 2 ways to play the trend on Intel. When a trend is this long and it's also at previous day high, like I think it could blast if it breaks through the high. But if it doesn't break the high, I want to play the mean revert. Like to me, I'm like if it doesn't break that high, just the simple close under, short it when it breaks the trend, and then work from there. But if it takes out that high and starts going. That's a separate story over there on Intel. And then I was sort of saying, oh, maybe AMD isn't as good. Well, a second ago, AMD was looking really good, holding higher lows, thinking it was going to break out the 119. But on that last push up on NVIDIA, AMD pulled back into VWAP. So I guess no breakout at 119 yet on AMD, which is another stock that did the round trip. Up a couple of points, to down a couple of points, or to red, back into green 1%. So yeah, it's been one of those like V-shaped kind of days on a lot of stocks. Let's see which one you guys want to talk about first.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday, because that's the only way you can vote for these tickers. Get into the chat and vote in every poll. We've got 2, 1 at 11, 1 at 1, but you got to be a subscriber in order to vote, so make sure you are liking, subscribing, and sharing. Let's look at the triple Qs over here. The NQ up 1/3%, the ES, the S&P up 0.5%, and the Dow also up 0.5%, but outperforming them all is the Russell 2000 up 1.5% today. Wouldn't be surprised there because small caps were good during the midday. Makes sense there. Let's have a look though at the first ticker though, as decided by you. I don't know where my NVIDIA headline went, but NVIDIA is looking at getting some export restrictions vis-a-vis Donald Trump for their H20 GPU, which was previously allowed to be exported to China, sold off yesterday. Made another low today, guys, $120. Bouncing now, though, as you said, down 2 2/3.
Instead of the WWW.
Wow.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, I know it's EEK, but it's breaking VWAP right now, and it looks like it's trying to continue this move. So obviously down on the day, trending down, now holding higher lows and rounding it off. Zoom out to the 15.
121.
It's actually, look, you've still got the support down here after the dump at 16. So what are we calling it? The I don't know, the AI bubble bottom, or I don't know, whatever you guys want to give the name to it. The DeepSeek low, like I don't know, whatever we're calling this, that double bottom is intact. So I think the DeepSeek low, you're still buying off of that level here on NVIDIA, and now you're putting in higher highs, higher high now, although I might have jinxed it, and then some higher lows on NVIDIA. Looks like we're taking it through VWAP. See, I liked I liked AMD, but now the velocity seems like it's in NVIDIA right now. So
I'm going long.
Yeah,
Let
it's just
everybody know.
I was going to take AMD, but no, this one's more accelerating than NVIDIA. I'm gonna flip. I might maybe just take them both, but that doesn't make any sense. I'm already long Broadcom. But yeah, volume is coming into NVIDIA. I want to be long in front of VWAP to 120.25. And I think you can go long off this DeepSeek bottom as long as, well, I mean, one day it could always break. But until that happens, clearly you've got buyers eventually every single day on NVIDIA. And that's sort of the thing. Even when it's dropped, it's done these really nice, like when it breaks the trend, you get these really good afternoon moves on NVIDIA.
All right, so I'm going to take out here 10 handles on the Qs. So we'll take that out right now. Some of this out at 97 as we start to go a little bit upside right there. And I just want to say that I am ready to go. That was iBit. Hold on. NVIDIA. I just put the order in to break 121. Look, that's the level right there. It's been good. It should break it. We're above VWAP. It held the 200 period. Didn't really do too much around the 50, but held VWAP, and it didn't hold VWAP that great. There's only 5 minutes of a hold there. You did dip down a little bit below it, but yeah, I like to see this take off. The market's up today, Nvidia's still down. I mean, if anything has the juice to do it, it's going to be Nvidia. So we're going to hit it with some shares, man. We'll basically put on like our full risk right now, not our full risk, but a very comfortable position here on Nvidia. So right there, we're long at 02, a pretty good fill there. Let's go Nvidia and see where we go now to the upside. So long 121.02. Back to VWAP might be a play. I don't know. It wasn't that great before. I was looking at maybe this 120 breakdown. If we lost 120, then we could get out, and it would be bad if that happened. That's 120.20. I think like that would be probably a decent spot for us to start to hit the panic button. So we're in this for a couple cents here. Let's see if it wants to work out. Nvidia long until we break that low. I don't even want to mess around too much with it. Maybe we're able to reload it again at VWAP there, but I like the trade there. It's breaking a little bit of momentum upside. Let's see if we can go. We'll scalp something out. Okay, let's just see if, now that we're talking about it, because this is a live trade, right? I mean, we can recap all we want, but right now we're just going live. Just real quick, that first little area, yeah, that's still in the 20s. I mean, I'd like to get a little bit higher, 30s, 40s, 50s. That top right there, okay, that's 122, so we're not going to worry about it. All right, so first, I was going to say first area maybe in the 20s, but here we go again, man. It's going to be Nvidia. Let's take out something in and around this level here. There we go. We'll get a 20. We'll get a 19 there actually, and take a little bit out as Nvidia now starting to rip here, Neil. So that was a good call, but who knows? It only went 20 cents. Yeah. We're able to get out of that 10% there, but we are looking for a little bit more for sure on this trade.
Before we go up, there's a few. The Dell's moving a lot in this move to the upside here. Broadcom, like it seems like it's like everything is going. Intel just broke the high of the day. Dell just got to the high of the day. Let me just double check. It might have just broken it a second ago.
Both futures.
Yeah, Dell is pretty much at the high. Oh, it just did that thing. Broadcom just came back and tagged 216.50. So we're getting a bit of a rounded bottom here as a lot of these names are starting to take it out to the upside. I didn't double check on what happened with AMD, but good shout out in the chat for those that watch Dell go. So they're all starting to run. And AVGO, boom. We like the letters today.
Yeah, AVGO is huge.
Yeah, big move up for AVGO, guys, in the aftermarket yesterday. It made another high today. It's kind of pulled back a little bit since that time, reclaiming that $1 trillion market cap midday. Here's why it's moving up. Meta announced plans yesterday during the earnings call to increase the deployment of its custom-made Meta Training and Inference Accelerator, MTIA chips, which are going to be designed and possibly made by Broadcom, guys. So up 5%. Good look for AVGO.
We'll start. Neil's in it now. I'll talk about what it was early. Broadcom was the #1 trade today. It's my P&L number. Well, Tesla and Broadcom are right there as P&L number 1 and 2. We actually made more money on Broadcom today than Tesla, to be honest with you. UPS, Tesla, and Broadcom are all right there. So we really like that long to begin with, and we were able to hit it. By the way, the TQQs, let's go. Nice little win there as we print that to the high side right now. And the futures starting to go 25 handles now in the money on the futures. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher on this one there, waiting for 83.30s to get some more out on that. And then there goes, let's go NVIDIA, man. Oh boy, Neil, we haven't even traded NVIDIA yet today, and we just put on pretty good risk piece there for that. All right, Broadcom. Look, deal with Meta. They're a collab. It was huge. We didn't take And again, it's a little different when you take the breakout first thing as opposed to the breakout in NVIDIA right now. But we don't put on, I put on probably about a third of the position, maybe a little bit less than that. It breaks. We did not panic. Let me zoom this back out a little bit here so we can just see the exact frame of reference here. We do not panic because we don't have that many shares. Comes back in. Even as this was happening, we're like, we'll buy the VWAP. That didn't even really work. Then it came right back in and we supported that low. As soon as we saw the bounce right there, we actually were able to get it back, right? Comes back up to the upside right here, falls back in again. And that's where we said, okay, let's support this against that bottom. And then it just, I mean, that was it. That was $4 or $5 all the way to the upside. We actually got a reload down there, which was amazing. Able to get that back to the outside. Then we dumped out. We did this live. We got out when it broke the 200 period. Then it came back up, and we thought we were pretty cool by getting that. We don't have any other trades on this one today. Broadcom, P&L #1 there today. But you know who's challenging it as we speak? It's NVIDIA right now, as there goes NVIDIA. This is challenging Broadcom. So despite us taking $4 or $5 on Broadcom, we actually hit NVIDIA with some shares right here. We're getting some more out at 30. NVIDIA going to the moon as the week just keeps on. Like I said, I think this has been, for me, the best week ever in my history of trading here. So let's see if we can continue to do that.
And Broadcom's going right. Sorry, I just had a sip of tea. Broadcom's going right now. I'm looking at VWAP. It was a simple mean reversion trade, kind of like what we've usually been doing, but very different in terms of what Broadcom did in the afternoon, like from noon till now. Long downtrend, broke the low of the day, and then we essentially just waited for it to break. Consolidation, it took out the prior. I mean, at this point, like the setup is a setup. Broke the consolidation. There's your break of the prior high, scalp to the first range. It then reloaded off of our stop, and I think we're headed into VWAP here for Broadcom. Obviously, this is also, oh yeah, we're not split adjusted on that. Obviously, this is also a nice bounce off the 50-period moving average for Broadcom. So I think there's continuation in Broadcom. Whether or not it revisits those highs, that remains to be seen. But take the stairs up. You get a VWAP bounce. You get a great catalyst from Meta and their spend. And let's just see where Broadcom can go from here. 5% to the upside on a day where there's a bunch of earnings names that you thought were going to take the cake. Broadcom decided to go boom, apparently.
Trying to get creative, guys. All right, Microsoft shares trading really low right now, 6% and change after reporting earnings yesterday. It was a bit of a tough outlook for them. The guide was light, especially with the slowing of the growth of their Azure platform there. Morgan Stanley maintaining overweight on Microsoft, but lowering the price target to $530. Guys, I don't know how you feel about this, but we're looking very flat bottom breakish.
Microsoft doesn't look good.
No, I haven't reviewed. I'm not.
It doesn't look good at all.
I have a lot in the market here right now, so we'll pass it over to Neil and we'll talk about some Microsoft.
Microsoft doesn't look good. We didn't short it today. Wasn't really looking at Microsoft for the short. Preferred UPS. UPS is down, but actually UPS made a pretty good bounce, and I know we're not going to talk about it there, but yeah, I was concerned about Microsoft more than any other Mag 7 here. The good news, you got the 410 bottom, and there's been buyers this entire way on some higher lows. But at some point, if you lose this support, I think you're in a world of hurt. Well, I shouldn't say a world of hurt. It probably won't be that bad. But yeah, everything else seems to want to at least try to go, except for them. And Softy, if it just can hold this level long enough, I think it could be okay. Give it a couple of days, and we'll see if it rebounds. I don't think I want to trade it this afternoon. A little bit too close to the bottom and not enough action as it barcodes to want to do much with it. Unless maybe you could break out this top. I think you stay away from Microsoft for a day or two and then go from there.
Yeah, Microsoft gives me the least amount of. So NVIDIA's doing good. We're gonna hold out now that we've scalped some more out. I'm gonna cancel that 36. I'm gonna wait for a 46 now. On NVIDIA's. It's kind of doing what we thought it might do. We're getting into a little bit more of a comfortable position. We're out of just 20% of it. So let's see if it works for us now. Okay, so that's going to be NVIDIA. All right, Microsoft. Yeah, I agree with Neil. We looked at it earlier and said 415 as a possible zone there. And that's exactly what it fell into. Like, it wasn't rocket science. We had talked about 415 earlier. That's where it's bouncing. I mean, if you rewind this tape to 830, you can't do that stream, but the other stream, you'll see that we talked that this might be an area where you'd look to buy because we were just moments away. Like, if it kind of went the other way there, which it didn't, you weren't too far away from its highs. It's not like it's a completely broken or anything. It's just, it's faded back in there. For me, it's just a weird thing because, like, I can't really wrap my head around Microsoft too much here. Like, we can understand Meta and Tesla and what they've been doing, other than Azure, and we'll just, I mean, the report is out. We can all read it. I'm not super excited about it, and obviously the market isn't either. So for right now, we're just going to have to rest on Microsoft and see if that CapEx just keeps on going, and if they can actually monetize a little bit better on some of their relationships there with OpenAI and ChatGPT, because they had lost a couple $billion there with OpenAI. So far, I mean, obviously it's affected their market cap huge, so no one's lost anything. But at the end of the day, it's still not really able to monetize. It'd be interesting to see when and where that happens. So for me, Microsoft, I think that's perfect. It's like a wait and see story.
Which is it's not a bad thing.
I would just rather buy it like breaking back above, like this 426, break above it, break above this 430, like give us some juice, because we've seen the best of the best, and you're going to get it tonight with Apple, just in what's, if you're looking at charts, I'm only saying it's the best because for this example, how it's rebounded so much from this, like once the selling is here on some of these names, it's hard for it to turn around. So right now, even on Apple, it's like 5 straight up days, but like this can revisit again. We have earnings tonight. Join me and Sharif and Adara. Should be a good time. But Apple's just another one of those examples where Microsoft still has this in it. It's just a couple days right now. If it actually starts to sell, then yeah, I mean, we could get a nice little move down. That's 260 down to 220. That's $40. So you're looking down at least 10%. Microsoft kicked off 6 today. I think there's a couple more points southbound on that name.
Just quickly here, Broadcom got to its prior, so the morning low to the afternoon sort of second resistance level in here, it just got there and wicked it out. So taking it into VWAP and that 218, I just trailed it at the same, it was like literally simultaneously at the same moment that pulled back. For what it's worth, NVIDIA pulled up. In that same moment. So it tagged 50s in here, 49 specifically. I don't know if it actually hit 50s, 49 specifically. So that's taking the stairs to the upside. And then AMD, which I was going to take the 119. Suddenly AMD's not doing anything. I think it might have something to do with the fact that NVIDIA picked up on volume. I'm still open to the idea of the 119 break, but if the volume's in NVIDIA, then you don't want to be in AMD. Mike?
6 1/3 right now, guys. Almost there for Alibaba, blowing through that $100 level, 102.78 right now. Good look for Alibaba. They released their large language model, Qwen, a couple of days ago, and it's, depending on who you believe, it's outperforming some of the major LLMs that we have on this side of the ocean. I'm talking about OpenAI, Google, and it's even outperforming DeepSeek according to some reports. Also, Chinese ADRs in general, guys, are markedly green today. Possible reasons there, Chinese New Year, Sean, you're killing me. Chinese New Year, as well as government efforts, obviously, to boost the markets.
Damn, right now. NVIDIA upside. That's hilarious. Like, my wife just says to me, I think about your dumb face all the time. I don't know what, I was like, are you watching this? I don't know if it's like an inside joke here or what. Love you. All right, we are loving this as well. Bang, 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 bang. All right, people said that, Sean gets too excited when he makes winning trades. I'm going to calm down. I don't need to explain this to anybody else. There goes NVIDIA, nicely done to the upside. You're going to see a completely different style of trading. I'm scalping out. Neil's going to hold that. We're rocking this trade right now, NVIDIA. Let's go. NVIDIA, all of a sudden, NVIDIA has become like it's up there right now with Tesla, UPS, and all that, because we did hit this with shares. We told you we're going to hit this with a comfortable amount of shares, like as if the kind of market was just opening. So that was a good trade for us right here, right now on your friend and mine, NVIDIA. Now rocking to the top side. And also the futures. I mean, this is 20 handles in the money. It's not like it's ripping up, but we are... Oh, she did. My wife is watching. Thank you so much for that. Oh, she just said she'll tune in for metrics. Well, thank you very much. Oh, Gracie Abrams. That's right. There's a line there, something about...
what about Gracie Abrams?
I forget. Marissa, tell me the line in the chat there. There's my daughter's... Well, Gracie Abrams is another basically...
I'm just curious what the line is.
Yeah. She sold out...
No, I know who.
Oh, you know who she is? Yeah, it's that's.
There's only a few things that that's one of the ones I would.
She knows what it is. Okay, anyways, who cares? All right, let's go on. Don't worry about it, Ramin. I can't deal with all this at this time. All right, so NVIDIA right now, but by the way, I love you. Oh, I already said that thing about one ring to rule them all. So if you saw that, Marissa, you would have seen that earlier. All right, 121.45 upside right there. What are we supposed to talk about? Alibaba. Neil's the only one I think that has this. We had this the other day, breaking through 100. It was great. We had this at 96 long the other day. It was great. Alibaba there on new AI. And I said it to Matteo back there. I said, this is, and maybe it's because of the run that we're on or whatever, but I said, like, as far as trading is concerned, this is one of the greatest times I feel like since we even started the show to be in here as a day trader. And the reason why I'm saying is a lot of these moves are actually continuing. Like you're getting continuation plays. It's not like you need to be super specific with what you're doing. Like whether or not you bought Alibaba at 97 or 98 or 99 or 100, like it's worked. Even if you bought this name at 102.50, you held it against you $1 and it ripped up $1. So it's like there's just been easy trades happening right now. And I think Alibaba is just one of those. And it's like, congratulations. You know, you just have to stick with your game plan. And I think it can be a profitable one. Like there, NVIDIA just rips up. Now it's starting to come back down. So it's giving you that 50 cents. Like it's giving you the opportunities to make a lot of money on these trades. So here it comes right back down in on NVDA. It's a good thing we're able to take something out there on the top side as this name's just crashing right back in NVDA.
So Alibaba, I reversed it. We've been talking about reversing sometimes, but who knew? So I reversed it and it was the wrong decision. Didn't lose on the reversal because, I mean, this gets pretty, Sean was sort of talking about the obviousness of some continuations. So you can see what I was kind of going with here. Like we get to the prior day high, lose it on a bit of a trend break. So let's reverse into the short. Then it does this bounce and I add back in and instantly take a bit of a bigger picture look. And you can even see here, like there's not, like it doesn't run a stop. It doesn't break a low. It's just sitting like 5 cents underneath where I got in and I just punched out. Because I wasn't looking to go long. I wasn't at the point that I was going to go long again, but I was like, I damn sure shouldn't be shorted. So I just essentially just got out of that trade right in here. It is what it is. Like obviously it was a good idea to get out. Could have found our way into another long. But Alibaba, if you've been in this, the go zone is going again, and that's at 70. It was 70 the first time, so technically it didn't get there again, but 80. And it's really the 50 and the 200 period moving averages. Like once this has been able to get back above them, you've seen really good rallies. And I don't know where it's going to end, but I'd at least favor the long until we get to 110, which would be this next high in here on Alibaba. Just, it's been a good one. It's got a great Quell, whatever the heck it's called. Quen, whatever. Quen, Quell, same thing. Potato.
Sort of.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. No, it doesn't matter. It's a good catalyst for a stock that already fundamentally people liked it from a value standpoint, right? So people have always liked this from a value standpoint. The China risk has been weighing on it. Now all of a sudden you get a good catalyst. Looks like it really wants to be on that run to 110, has to get to 105 first. Maybe that's a next week thing. Chinese ADR this afternoon, not really wanting to chase the top. Generally, volume starts to come down a little bit. But wow, Baba. BTC, let's go.
Institutional buyers are starting to pick up BTC, Neil. We got the Czech National Bank approving the reserve proposal, Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund increasing its exposure, and we also saw the Swiss Central Bank mulling over whether to actually create a Bitcoin reserve. So the institutional players starting to get involved more and more here, guys. IBIT up 1%.
That makes a lot of sense.
Look, we hit IBIT and it was a great trade. We had it through $60 there today. I don't know. I mean, we posted it on the sticky note. It was a trade that we really liked. We really supported it. It came in there. We supported it again there. It's a back-to-back jack. It's a big trade today. It's IBIT. I mean, honestly, it is.
Another one.
So, I mean, that's enough. It was a good one. We liked the trade. The momentum was there this morning in the NASDAQ. It took $60. There was the pre-market level. I mean, that's it. We wrote down on the sticky note, $60 break. It went upside. And the best thing about this trade is, Let's go, NVIDIA. Let's go. It almost came back. It did come back in there. That's why you have to take profits, man, on NVIDIA when it's doing this. All right, so just let me zoom back in just a little quickly here. So what IBIT did was, there's the $60 break, right? So there's 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents, whatever. Once we get out that top, we don't know that's the top. That's what the benefit of getting out like this is. And that's why, again, like everyone, you're going to trade your own share sizes. You might not have enough shares to be able to do this. It might not make any sense to do that if you don't have enough shares. So for me, out there, and then it gave us that top again. So that was really important to notice, right? Like as soon as that came out, that was the second top of the day, and that just really came into print. So when that happened, we get a lot out there, able to get, I don't know what we did there, that's 60-30, that's probably the 50 period at that time, that there's the reload again as we come into VWAP. It does get close down to $60. Would have been a little better to be patient there. All right, right now, guys, by the way, NVIDIA is trying to go. So here we go, man. NVIDIA is trying to go back upside, 121.50 right now. It's going. There it is. It's another one. Let's see if we can have some of these diamond hands right now and get it going back there to the upside right now. OpenAI looking for another funding round. We just heard that. Microsoft is involved already.
SoftBank's getting bigger.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to fund them. But right now, this is what we're dealing with. Looks like it'll be okay. Right now, Microsoft not having too much of effect. But Neil, it's NVIDIA, and it's a monster trade right there. NVIDIA going up to PL1 right now on the day. So let's see what happens here if NVIDIA can break 21.50. We'll get another piece. We are now out of half of this NVDA play as it's hit the top too many times. So we're just going to get out of some more shares.
Yeah, I got 5 back there and just scalped some out. It's cresting the same level on NVIDIA. You guys can all see it. 121.5. It's now like 5 times on a 3-minute. So 15 minutes it's been hanging out up here since the break. We'll maybe reload it one more time. And at that point, if it can't make a fresh high, you're too consolidative and might go into something else. But it's still looking strong. The tape is good. The volume's good. There's nothing really about it that says the trend is breaking. Not really sure. It might have just been random, but Netflix just kind of made a flush to the downside here. A few people mentioned it. There's no story or anything, and the volume wasn't that big. But worth noting, Netflix is at the low of the day, and when you look it up on the daily, so Netflix is resisting $1,000 here pretty well. I had not paid attention to this too much, but since the earnings, remember it was $1,000 after earnings, it tried today to get above 990 again. It's been losing this 990 every single time. But this plays both ways. This might give a breakout trade. It could go either way, but I always prefer to be bullish, so let's hope that it gives us a breakout next week or something like that. But yeah, you are trending toward the bottom of the range when the NASDAQ is near the top. Worth keeping an eye out on Netflix here. Again, no story, doesn't really matter. But when everything else is trying to go, Netflix is just saying no. Where is it? Okay, so Intel is at yesterday's high. And this is what we were, there we go. Yesterday's high is here right now, so it's trying to break through. It hasn't broken 2010 just yet. It could break out this trend. If it breaks the trend, it's just going to get short and give it to that high of the day. Let's go to, I believe, to Adara, I'm hearing. Yep.
Here's some context on that OpenAI story from Wall Street Journal. So Wall Street Journal reporting that OpenAI is in talks for a $40 billion funding round that would bring the company to a $340 billion evaluation. So $40 billion round, $340 billion valuation. This part of the story, though, that is pretty key. I actually was reported as early as last night, so it's not necessarily new. SoftBank is actually going to be leading this round. I'm seeing the Wall Street Journal saying that they're considering investing between $15 billion and $25 billion. I was seeing $25 billion earlier. So regardless, it seems like SoftBank is going to be very involved in this round, contributing a pretty hefty amount. And apparently they're also working to bring in additional investors to the round. So I'll have to wait and see here. But $40 billion funding round for Microsoft back OpenAI.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Adara. I'm getting lighter and lighter, obviously, on NVIDIA. We now only have a third of that position as we've just came back in. So we'll take some more out as we test this 121 level. So, yeah, nice move up there for the futures. We're able to cash out of some of that, most of that as well, as we came right into that day's high right there. And not day's high, sorry, I guess, just sort of since we had cracked lower, we got into that level. We talked about it right there. So those are a couple outs. Hopefully it continues to go higher. I mean, this is still 15 handles in the money. Let's not hit the fire sale or anything yet as we wait to see what happens now with the TQQs. I mean, I'm thinking about getting out of some more. You know what? Let's just get out. Let's get out of 20% of what we have at 98 if it's going to print us. So we're seeing their offering. Did we get filled? No, we did not. So this is what it's about, right? So right now I'll use the ARCA gateway or whatever gateway I just hit right there. And the thing is that if I get filled at 98, then I will get paid for that trade. So this is the difference when you're seeing me getting in and out, in and out, in and out of all of these trades. Despite trading thousands and thousands of shares today, like I've traded over 32,000 shares today, I have fees of $16. So that's just kind of what we're doing. All right, so now the TQs are right here, right now. We're going to try to get a piece out. We are a little bit nervous. We just talked about what's happening with NVIDIA. I just don't know, and I don't really know why it stopped there. Like there was, I guess that level, but whatever, 120, 150. We have a bunch of outs there. I just was thinking that we were going up. So yeah, let's just
still holding.
Yeah. It's all good, man.
Intel's holding, AMD's holding.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ is holding. Like Apple is holding. Yeah. Apple is holding above VWAP. Like everything outside of like just now looking at Netflix, I don't really see anything overtly bearish. Oh, there was
overtly bearish.
So by the way, UPS got all the way back to 115 and is above VWAP. This could be a spicy like day two. It'll be a short sell restricted again tomorrow. The way it made this bottom, let's look at a 15-minute. The way this made the bottom was absolutely intense. I tried the short here at 115, got in the money, went to like 114 change or something like that before coming back. But that's a huge V shape that if it holds the higher low, you come in tomorrow and it's short sell restricted, you might see a little bit of an attempt to gap fill. Another earnings name that was a flush job early, but is managing to recover pretty decently. All right, so I'm still just focused on Intel. You can see like it's really testing the trend line. You haven't, on a 15, obviously it will take longer for it to close below. On this 3, which is the same trend, it's just hugging the trend line and not wanting to break down. Ezekiel Lapera, is NVIDIA a bull flag? Yeah, that's I guess on this, like that is a bull flag. I guess it's not long enough to call it a pennant or whatever other thing you would attribute to it. But yes, strong move up and a consolidation. All of that really, I look at it this way. All it means is you have a strong trend and then you have a consolidated phase holding the highs of the trend. And it's doubly good if that prior support is prior resistance, in my opinion. So, prior resistance there, and then turning into support there on NVIDIA. So yeah, it's a bull flag, I suppose. If that's the reason you're trading it, sometimes you can play it either way. You can be long the bottom or you could be taking the breakout. I think both ways are reasonable. I prefer to be in the long on a consolidation with a stop under it than taking the breakout. Because in that way, with the breakout, if you're long here, you have multiple options. So I usually prefer dip buys to breakouts this time of day.
All right. Here is a big trade for us today too. UPS. Again, we got out of this one. This was as it was written on the sticky note. We were pennies away from getting a higher bid there. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. We shorted 117 and then 118 again. That's what we wrote down. If you want to, again, thank you everybody for joining us. We're putting up big numbers on the stream, and I think it's like all of you guys following me on Instagram. I got like, it's not that many messages, but like maybe 5 or 6 messages today about how you guys are enjoying everything. We post a sticky note up there and you're just enjoying the stream and whatnot. So it means a lot to us. So thank you for that. All right. I feel like flush a little bit. I hope I'm not coming down with something. I feel fine, but
it's hot in here.
Is it hot in here?
I was close to taking this silly sweater off.
Good. Thankfully.
Like I put the sweater on this morning.
I don't want to take the shirt off
cold.
because, Sharif's supposed to be the gun show. If I do that, then people will be like, maybe it's not Sharif, No, but right here, 111, I just want to make sure like that's where we got out. It broke above the 50-period moving average for the very first time there, and it doesn't look like it now. But again, that's one of the benefits of e-signal, by the way, the tick replay. You could go see what's going on. But right there, so that was a good out for us. That was $6 on the, hold on a second. $6 there on the last piece as we try to wake everybody up a little bit there. 111 and change on UPS. Again, failed report today. But, one report that I guess was bad and then all of a sudden it was good was Mobileye. Like, you brought this to our attention. I know Obi traded this as well today. It was just like, what? Mobileye, check out this off the open. Can you take a look at that? Bang, right there up to the upside. So yesterday we closed in and around here, $16. I guess this was, you guys must have had this yesterday. Mobileye falls we have some earnings today, but I don't know if we're going to have anything like this with Mobileye. Nice move down, but I didn't even realize this was only a $16 name. I remember when Intel spun this off, it was like the cat's meow. And then all of a sudden, right down into there, 1375 or so, and then a rally, and then look what happened right off the open. This is basically the earnings schedule, and that is like their playbook. Is if it breaks the top right there, then blast off. Now, I don't know what trade Obi had exactly, but that was like, go with it. You know, you have to just trust it. And I think that if you break that top right there, then you are going to have to use VWAP or something as where you'd want to get out. So let's just pretend that this trade didn't happen already and it was 8:30. What I would say is, like, if you're going to break that top there at $15, which is actually pretty cool that it was 15. I kind of wish I would have noticed that as well. I didn't even look at this.
To the penny?
Basically, yeah, this pre-market high right there is $15 at $8.12. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So
that was the trade.
yeah, like I didn't even look at Mobileye earlier. Wish I would have, but there. So you break that. So that's 15. So let's just pretend we're doing this. So if I would say the risk that I'd be looking at here would probably be a top break, and if that's where VWAP is, that's 50 cents almost exactly. So I would say, okay, this is a trade that I'm stamping, especially if it's on here. If it's going to be on the sticky note, it's a Broadcom or it's a Google, it's an idea that we like. Maybe you put in there, let's just say for argument's sake, 500 shares, okay? My stop would, and Neil said this earlier about Broadcom, your stop goes in, it would be in there at 50 cents. You're being that disciplined trader because an undisciplined trader will fail 100% of the time. So if you don't have that stop in there, not 100% of the time. I mean, you could lose discipline and still win at some point, but it's not going to work over time. At the end of the day, that 50 cents there would have been the risk. So you automatically, in my mind, I say that's $250 worth of a risk. Now, whether or not you scalp out of it, whether or not you make $250 on it or not, that is the implied risk, and you got to have that in your mind to trade out accordingly. So there's the huge move, man. Not only does it give you that $15 break, so I'd say if 50 cents is kind of your first stop, that's right there. Then you get another 50 cents, and it's just like blast off. So what a great trade there. Wow, Neil. Okay, so NVIDIA right now, like, I don't, again, like I read the chat, oh man, this guy's bragging. What do you want me to say about this trade? We put it on, we talked about this trade. We don't have any losing trades today. It kind of, a saying from Neil, it is what it is. And
that's not my saying.
Oh, you always say like your trade style is...
Do I say that much?
I think you do. But anyways, it doesn't matter then. Okay, then we'll wet our beak then. But no, at the end of the day, look, this is a trade. And do I get excited because we have this trade on? Yes. Do I get excited because we put on shares? Yes. But most importantly, I'm just excited because it's working out. We're trying to teach people what we're doing. And again, like I told you, this was going to be a decent position. Now we have the 50-period moving average giving us that love back. So now we don't even have to worry about it. Like now, if it breaks this 50-period moving average, we could just get out because this is a back-tested thing. What's up? I like that. I like that big dog. I like that. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat, man. This is what we're here for. There it is. What's up, celery? That's what we're here for. You know, it's this kind of stuff. So there it is. Oh, I ignore the haters, man. I've been doing that for a very, very long time, believe that. But at the end of the day, man, this is what it is. It is what it is. Neil's the balanced one. Yeah, maybe. That might be true. And it's just my personality, you know. But again, like, I do it because, like, I'm here to actually, my personality is actually, like, you'll see when we do the interviews, like, I'm very, very, like, very, very calm. Like, honestly, I do this, I'm doing this for the show. Like, I'm trying to show you guys winning trades and getting excited about them. You know, if we just sit, and I know the guys, and again, the show, all the shows have different flows to them. You know, like on the midday show, it's congrats, this, that, everything else. Neil and I are very focused as well on trying to do this. Neil and I have known each other for 25 years. So we'll get excited about our own things and each other's things.
We're
more than that?
We're older than
yeah, 35 years. Come on, Neil. I was trying to...
No, it's 30. It's actually, I think it's 30 this year.
All right, we'll take it in the middle.
30, yeah, it's 30.
There you go. Sean is calm, cool.
It's 30. It's 30. No, it's 30 this year, I think.
Yeah, I thought
actually,
it was like grade 8, grade 8,
oh,
grade
God,
9.
yeah. No, it was grade 9.
Okay, perfect.
Because grade 10 basketball was like...
and we're both like about we're both early 30s, so let me see, grade 9.
Yeah. Actually,
I have a 22-year-old.
I almost told the grade 10 basketball story when we were doing that interview in there, but I was like, whatever. And I hate Duke. We didn't know, so I've said this before. We did like, to win a game, we had the Grant Hill to Christian Leitner
Right,
play.
that we had that one pass. One year
It was
that
like 5 seconds left in the game. I was doing the long inbounds. Sean just basically went right to the top of the key. Bang, full court pass, baseball pass. It was boom, turnaround, jump shot. We beat.
It was about the pass, you know. I can't do it without the pass.
I don't know the ass we beat. They were.
It was
a team we weren't supposed.
Team.
We weren't supposed to be losing the game. We were.
It was something in.
We were getting upset, and then.
I just want to say this is the reason. Someone here said it here, right here. Yeah, what's up, Simon? This is what it's about, just keeping motivated. That's basically what it is. I mean, I could read everybody's comments here, but it's trying to show you, because I often do try to keep it real and say that this is and we just film those things. Again, like, it is kind of a lonely thing. Like, we're lucky enough to have friendships and be sitting beside each other and have everybody here. You know, so it's just like, yeah, let's get excited together. So sometimes when we have these wins, I do want to celebrate that. Thank you so much. So that's scalping. Yeah, everybody knows their ways. All right, so here goes the TQs, man. That's 20 handles in the money right now. We do have an offer up a lot higher now, 83.38. So we want to try to break this level and then get through there. That's 80. I should put it right here, actually. We already took some out up here. All right, we're just trying to get higher up. So let's see what happens now with this position. I can only tell you that since this has started at 2 p.m., which is only now 40 minutes, and we did that rundown, I've added 25% to my day's net. So that's with this Qs trade right there and with this NVIDIA trade, which this NVIDIA trade, by the way, Sharif, we just bought 121 longs on that break, and we hit it as if the market, like as if this was a real time, right? So there it goes, man. It's going to be a nice little trade through there for right now. Let's see if we take out 122 and get a little bit higher. I really think Apple's going to have a blowout quarter, like a really big one, guys. So let's wait to see what happens there tonight. I think this market could rally potentially into the close. 20 handles on TQ and almost $1 now on NVIDIA.
My only fear for Apple is that they should have bought up Meta, continued buying Meta, and they didn't seem to care how great it was.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think they're going to have a great quarter too, but like, how much did it end up mattering for Meta after the fact here? So, no, that's the only concern I have. I think Apple's going to be fine. So look, here's the trend break in Intel. So they're in, break the high out. I mean, I guess that's pretty simple. And there was a question in the chat if there are any pictures from the time. There's high school pictures of us. As far as basketball ones, that I'm not entirely sure of. I'm sure they exist somewhere, but. There are a bunch of high school pictures. No, we did. No, we old yearbook. No, we had the video on your birthday. There was a bunch of stuff in that.
If you go to the September 17th show, honestly,
yeah,
you could go find it.
I don't remember what. I know it was at 11 o'clock. So it would have been right at around 11 o'clock, 10:45 to 11 o'clock on the September 17th.
Yeah, that was very nice of you guys.
So check that one out. It's got a bunch of old pictures of us. But for basketball specifically, like this is. We're not that young, so people didn't have cell phones.
I mean, you use the reference of Christian Leitner. I mean, I feel like half the audience might not even know who that is. I'm sure they know who Grant Hill is.
Why would people know Grant Hill but not Christian Leitner?
Grant Hill's way more famous, no?
No, I know, but Christian Leitner was on the Dream Team. Believe that. Obviously, it should have been Shaq.
I actually don't believe that, actually.
No, it should have been Shaquille O'Neal, and that's a whole other story, but for those that aren't familiar with it, like they... You know,
Christian Leitner beat out Shaquille O'Neal
and Alonzo Mourning. It's true. It comes down to the fact, like, so basically you got to think about at the time it's Duke. So he was like the biggest like college known star, visually people knew who he was. Everyone loves to hate Duke, so it was that more than the other thing, which was being good at basketball, which he wasn't. He's a good player. He was an all-star, but he wasn't that good. So. Yeah, I hate the Blue Devils. I'm not someone just said in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, now the Raptors have won 6 of their last 7 games.
We can't even tank right.
What are the Raptors doing, man? Fire our coach. He's winning too many games.
Because we want to get the kid from Duke, who's going to be better than Christian Leitner.
We're not. He better be. We're not getting that.
No, he's way better than Christian Leitner ever was.
We're not getting that Duke guy. We're not coming in that low. NVIDIA right now is, guys, it's a face slapper. I was going to say some other lines like Ric Flair, but we're not going to do those. And we're just going to prop it up right now because we take some out at 90. I'm also waiting now at 99 because, no, we're not. We don't got 99 problems. We're waiting at 122 flat right now to the upside. $1 winner right there on some shares for NVIDIA as we continue to go. Yeah, Cooper Flagg. Yeah, exactly. That's
the guy.
I mean, I said his name when you said it, but I don't. I mean, I would love for the Raptors to be able to have a low pick. I just don't know. The NBA has a way of letting certain teams win the lottery, and I just don't think that the Raptors will be one of those teams. We got the first overall pick, and yeah, we drafted Italian great Andrea Bargnani. Oh, here we go. Let's go. There it goes, man. It is in the money right now. It is a dollar club. It is Say What's Up to Max. It is Hydration Nation. It is time to floss it up. Now I'm kind of rubbing it into everybody that doesn't want me to get excited. There it goes, man. It's a monster move for us on NVDA. And guys, like, honestly, this is what it is. It's a nice move to the upside. We have a decent position on. We still have about 20% or so of it, and it was a big one. NVIDIA on this trade, imagine we had an $18 winner on Tesla, and we are up more now if I would exit this trade on NVIDIA on the day than we are on Tesla. And the reason why is, remember when we took this Tesla trade, we said to you that this was just going to be a little piece of the position because we were looking for a little bit lower. So that way, when we take the $18 winner, sure, it's a great trade, but this NVIDIA one that rips up a dollar right in front of all of our faces, I mentioned putting on some risk. So right now, NVIDIA, just with all of the trades that we've made today, this is going to be P&L number one. And it was just done right now. So again, there you go. You know, you got to just sort of take the trades where they lie. And this one just was right there for us. We took it. It's NVIDIA. And I talked about why I liked it. No matter how excited I get on here, the number one goal that I take to heart, because it's what I've been doing here for 20 years, is teaching. And honestly, it's like, we talked about why we liked it. Above VWAP, breaking that level, 50 period, 200 period hold, support, catalyst. Like it's exactly what we want. So when it prints out, it is a good feeling. And I hope a lot of you had that trade. I know Neil has some shares there too. So it's a good one there. And then on the other side of it, there we go, man. Like, it's also the TQs that are finally going. So this is a 40 handle winner. We have $1.20 on NVIDIA and 40 handles now on the NASDAQ. So yeah, you know, we're putting these numbers up. Like I told you, probably my best week. And it's like, as the young kids say, no cap.
No cap, they do say. I don't say that one.
Young kids, Neil.
It is what it is. Well, I'm pretending that I'm young. That's what we're doing.
Cap.
That's what we're doing after you just made us... No, I made the comment that made us look old, which is true. Yeah. That is what it is. We're just keeping it real with that one.
You kind of are old.
It's one of those days. Look, I did the lesson of the day, everybody. So it's a weird day for me in that I didn't actually take every single stock was good. But you know what? If you watch the middle of the day, you know what happened to me because I told you guys the story on AVGO. By the way, I have a trail underneath the trend line. So break, trend, same way I went short in Intel, get out of NVIDIA. But you saw what happened in Broadcom today. And I sort of mentioned, it doesn't look like much, but trust me, two things. One, if I don't react quickly and swiftly. And two, if I didn't already have a stop before I went into the position, then I'd be shut down today on Broadcom. And I wouldn't just be it doesn't look like much. I wouldn't just be shut down. I would have lost more than a month. Like it was one of those keystroke errors. So much to the point that like when the fat fingered in, it didn't fill all in one shot. Because it didn't fill all in one shot. So you actually see it like doubled in. It filled here and then it filled up there. But A, I was able to get at a 95% of it instantly once I realized how screwed I was. And then B, I always have the stop in. See where that is? Like that's that bar low. Before I even get into the VWAP long, the stop is in. So that no matter what, I was always going to be able to get it. I'm not saying you should always have stops in. One of the advantages of real trading, we have multiple stop orders that we can use. Get into position, get out of position. So the ability to, and I know this is simple and most traders will be able to do this, where you can not be in your position, cover yourself with your stop before you go long. Jeez. That way, if something crazy happens, you're going to be good to go. So
excited now.
That's what it's all about. Now, this is obviously distinctly different. This was the biggest volume candle of the afternoon, this last one breaking 122 on NVIDIA. So it's a run, either 123 at this point, either 123.30. What is that? 30? Yeah, 33 or break of trend, which I do have to move manually. That's my next goal. I want to be able to put a trend line in and have it automatically move my trailing stop. But that would require me talking to the algorithm, I think. I don't know that we have that capability.
No, or you can learn how to code, but I don't.
Well, I could
get my kids.
ChatGPT. My daughter's starting to do some. This is like his coding class thing that she's doing, where she codes out this Minecraft stuff.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, my kids started coding like honestly 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. There's a class actually I can tell you. I forget what it's called.
She has a camp.
There's a robotics. Yeah. My kids they were doing. They don't do it anymore, but 3D printing is really cool too. The kids love that.
Just make sure. All right. I wouldn't make a joke about that.
Yeah, my son actually, when he started playing Roblox, he actually coded a game and started getting paid because some kids started playing it. But
what do they call the rooms again? There's a name for them. Shoot, it doesn't matter. Like her first week she made one as well. Yeah, but there's a name for
really
those.
Cool.
I love Roblox.
You got to get your kids. Yeah, Roblox.
I think those types of games are much better than the alternative.
Yeah,
like Minecraft, Roblox. You learn. You're actually building skills.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. My son sometimes will play the first-person shooter games as well.
Well, that's fine.
Hopefully,
too.
he's not learning too much with those.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So right now, there goes the TQs, man. It's now. These are now. I better not say it. I don't want people to think that I'm saying anything here. But Nvidia is now $1.40, Neil. And look, it's P&L number 1. And it's going, so let's just watch it. Let's see if there's anything else going out. Broadcom, you see, I don't know. Again, a lot of this is not just catalyst based. Broadcom's not moving right now, and Nvidia's mooning. So it's picking the technical levels as well. We can't just have this kind of a week or anything like that just by screwing around. You got to be very, very specific on what your targets are. There have been some plays where we could have got absolutely blown out. Like today, not absolutely blown out. We didn't have a huge amount of shares there, but we could have lost our 10% of our daily net or whatever on this Broadcom trade if that would have fell through, because our stop was right here. And it just didn't fall. We were watching out for that 200 period, didn't fall through. So that was pretty lucky that didn't happen immediately. So sometimes there are plays that involve, I hate using terminologies like luck and all that kind of stuff, because I don't know if it is luck, but at the end of the day, you got to be resourceful. And someone said it, you just talked about stop orders and bracket orders and all that stuff. Those are what saves you 10 times out of 10. This Nvidia trade on a loss, we talked about where we would get out this 50-period moving average. So we already had sort of our targets on where this was going to go. So when it starts to blow up, and if you have a lot of shares, this is just what I do. I just scalp this thing out. It's still $1. This is why I'm telling you, it's still $1.25 in the money. So if you like that trade and maybe, you're holding it for a certain level, you see Neil's holding this, then you can take that out, But again, everybody can do that. I thought Uber, I was actually going to short Uber. Let me see how this worked out. No, it's okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, it's nice to see that battle back. That's been great. That's for sure. But I was just going to say, you see this level right here? This to me is getting interesting for a short. Now it's not moving, so I think we'll stay away. It doesn't look like it's going to have. You know what was important, actually? Luis Barbado there this morning. So I shout out to AD Trading over there in Barcelona. If you guys are interested in joining Real Trading, he's over there in Barcelona. So the thing about that is that he was saying the level 2 sort of has to dance a little bit. He was saying we got to be able to look. Come over to the screen here, just quickly. You could see right now with Uber, there's really the volume's pretty low right now. It's kind of just climbing up. It's not giving us some kind of ways right now. Nvidia was barcoding. It had that level that it wanted to break. We liked the long. We took it. So for me, for Uber right now, I kind of wish it was a little bit more volume right here, because this is looking like a decent area to maybe short Uber. So I was thinking about 67. So let's keep our eye on this thing. If this gets up to 67, I think it might be worth it. I'd just like to see some volume pick up now in Uber. So let's go back over to Neil. I just want to say that's something that I was looking at there on Uber. So.
Yeah, look, I was just happy that Uber made that V-shaped bottom, but we shouldn't be surprised because everything's made a V-shaped bottom. Right. So one thing, Nvidia did break very briefly the trend, but there was also a super chat about VWAP here. Live Fast 656, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat.
Always.
Then you look at VWAP, MA, and trend lines. Are you looking at on the daily chart? As always, thank you. Thank you. It's a great question. So I tend to draw, if I'm trading off a trend line, I'm drawing on my 3-minute chart or my 15-minute chart. It's my intraday chart that I'll use that for. If I have is that invalid session thingy? If I have a 50 period or a 200 period, that's going to be on my daily chart. but I draw the trend lines on those lower time frame intraday charts, and then VWAP is just going to be on my intraday. I don't use VWAP on like a daily chart. I think you put like maybe like anchors, or you would put on a daily chart, but a regular VWAP, that'll be on an intraday chart for sure. And just quickly before we go to Adara, there was the slight break of trend, so I trailed it up, and now out of NVIDIA. It also got to, it did make a nice press through 122. It actually probably still has some room, but just going to follow the rules there. And I think I might jump out of this Intel. One other thing about when you get into a reversion trade, ideally it works right away. So instead of stop high of the day, stop underneath like right here, that 06 zone. Like if these should revert and then look really good, typically in rapid fashion. When it doesn't, you got to know when to back away from it because it's obviously an upward trending stock. Let's go to Adara.
A little bit of a story here for Google, which is doing really nicely on the day. I'm seeing Mac Rumors, which is a site that often reports on rumors or things they're hearing specifically about Apple, but also about companies like Google. Basically, they're reporting that Google has started rolling out a new feature called Ask For Me. This is a feature that allows AI to call local businesses on the user's behalf to give them information like pricing and availability. So new AI call feature apparently being tested for GOOGL. Also, before we send you back to the guys, I want to show off the brand new graphic we have here for TTV Research ahead of Apple earnings. I've teased out a lot of these. This one, we talk a lot about market share in China, so let's talk about it here. This is Q4 2023. This is Q4 2024. Apple is the only company whose market share decreased on a year-over-year basis there. This is according to data from Canalys, which just basically takes estimates here. But yes, we had Oppo, Xiaomi, Huawei, and Vivo all increase their market shares on a year-over-year basis for Q4 2024. Apple's decreased by 25%. So there's another graphic in this realm that's about to come out soon. But for now, I want to show you guys this one. You can check out everything at TTV Research on X. These will also be shown during the market recap tonight. So check it out with myself, Sean, and Sharif. Back to you.
Murderers Row again. It's just like, I'm talking about for the aftermarket show. You're going to be able to get
with Sharif. Yeah.
I mean, just like it's the equivalent of Vladdy and Shohei and Juan Soto back to back for the Toronto Blue Jays, which obviously you can't see because the Jays can't sign anybody, but you do get to have that opportunity in the aftermarket show.
I'm going to take Shohei.
Of course you would take Shohei Ohtani.
I want to live in LA. I was going to say I want to live in New York, which is why I was going to be Soto, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's the Mets.
Where would you rather live? I don't care about the team.
Oh no, New York.
You just paid the guy.
No, the ground shakes in LA, and
yeah,
and nothing against
that.
No, I get nothing against LA, but like, dude, when I'm seeing those fires, and I have a family member, and then like not a cousin, but from Antigua, another family member, kind of family member, and saw some of the devastation in our group chat and the evacuation, like that stuff scares. It's just like when you have a family, like that's the kind of thing. I mean,
you could still live.
When
you
can
live in those.
Oh, I know,
areas.
but I mean, in New York.
Like I'm choosing LA, man. I don't need that weather.
I don't love the weather either.
I was saying to Marissa last night, I'm like,
can I just pick Miami?
But Miami's the same problem. The devastation. You're kind of going against your word there.
But it's at least Miami, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. Yeah, no, I know.
South Beach?
I mean, that's why I'm picking out. Yeah, I think we're picking the same thing. Okay, I just said this. Talk about Miami.
South Beach is way better. No, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I've been to South Beach too. I don't know. You guys tell me, Miami or LA, where'd you rather live? Or New York. We can actually get a poll up. I think it's good. Right here, we'll say, hey, at DJ Khaled. Look, you only got 5 million followers, but here it is, DJ. Another one. So maybe maybe because you might know him from Miami there.
No.
Or no. Okay, yeah, me neither. No. But if you're watching, DJ, there it is right now. Nice little long with NVIDIA. Another one, all live trading at Trader TV Live right there as we put a few shekels there in the pocket. That's a Neil line for sure. Okay, so here we go. $1.50. Guys, like what we are in the money right now is 100 handles on the NASDAQ. Like, okay. Honestly, like what exactly has happened? Like that out right there, right now today. All right, guy, honestly, all right, Broadcom. What did we take? This was P&L number one before NVIDIA stepped in the building. There it is right there. IBIT, the $60 long. Okay, that's 2 for 2. I'm not picking the trades. I've always wanted to do a scoreboard. Maybe we can get that someday. But there's IBIT. Here's NVIDIA as well. You know this trade. We're all in this trade together. The TQs, we only put one trade on. There it is right there. And I'm just picking all the stocks I traded today. Tesla. You guys know that one. And then really, The one that I'm pretty proud of, maybe the most proud of, and again, we'll go 6 for 6, but it's this one right here, because on the sticky note, we had this written down right there. One of our plays, 117 to 118 short. We had a 117 offer and a 118 offer. I actually wish I would have gone 117.50 and get a little bit more. We actually wanted Google long as well. There's the Broadcom, there's NVIDIA here, there's IBIT 60 long break. So, you know, we're in the right area. I want to thank, we got a bunch of new followers over the last couple of days. So I want to thank you for all of that. I mean, it makes sense why. I always say to everybody here, like, why we're here is hopefully for entertainment, hopefully to hear this, but hopefully for winning trades as well, because that's the thing. Like, even on days that we lose, hopefully we'll be able to break it down enough that, you know, we're able to explain why we got in, why we got out, and really what's rocking and rolling. So there goes NVIDIA. I've always told you that the stop is the 50-period moving average. And now it's like, okay, you know, we only have about 15% left, but this is a big trade. This is going to move into P&L number 1 for me. So we did it live before you here on the show. We talk like that, and it is what it is. So here we go. Let's wait to see what happens with NVIDIA mooning now northbound. Great trading. And again, we talk about this. I take pretty much I take a lot of shares that I'm comfortable with. So as it starts to moon like this, we just piece it out. And that's the one thing I have to work on. I mean, I'd love to be holding the whole bag right now. My net would be double on the day. If I had the whole thing still, my net would be double. And that's fine, but at the same time, you got to trade how you trade. Now $1.70 in the money there. And the same thing with the TQs, except for we actually still have half of this trade. So this is a good one as this continues to moon higher. So again, not to talk about net, but since this has started at 2 p.m., we've added now about 30 to 35% more onto our day. So far so good here. And yeah, we're having another one in this afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a great one so far. No questions asked. But the only slip up, it'll be the first. It's actually not a very big hit, obviously. But I moved the stop on it, so that was a bit of a change on Intel. So it'll be pay some fees on Intel, but mostly flat. There was a question in the chat, what do you guys think about Intel for the earnings? Intel is the kind of stock where it actually might not be a very good report, but it doesn't actually have to matter because it seems like the bottom's in on Intel, at least theoretically. It's the worst has come in. I doubt there's anything fundamentally that could get worse for Intel. And when that's the case, I tend to only look to the upside. Now, I'm not a buyer here because I'm still holding like 20% of a position from before at like 25.42 or something like that. So actually, I'm pretty sure that's the exact price of 25.42. So I'm not really looking to enter. And I don't know that I want to be a buyer till it's above the 50 period or the 200 period moving average anyways. But I suspect like you could have a situation where Intel's up double digits when they barely even had a good number, and Apple's doing nothing when they blew out and made boatloads of money. That would not surprise me one bit and whatsoever. So I'm still, you know what, I went back to first principles, and I'm throwing the stop break back in on AMD, because I looked over, and it was the first thing that I was talking about there, and then as we were looking literally at NVIDIA, in the same moment, it was just stronger. The tape was faster. Oddly enough, it was the top of this thing, like the trade rate on eSignal.
Exactly.
So it's weird because like I'm sitting there and I have NVIDIA up on one chart and I've got AMD, and then I saw it on the trade rate higher and I went over and punched into NVIDIA. Now AMD on my note, I like the 119 over under. Obviously, it broke out this morning and I was trading other stuff. But yeah, 119 is about to come in now. It's just a key little pivot spot here. So I still want to take this break. We're into power hour, so you don't know how many more shots you're going to get. Take the break, give it to the local bottom, and then see where it wants to go from there. And it's not as strong, but even if it gets dragged up a little bit, you can get a scalp trade. 120 going to be resistance on that one. And I'm not giving up on AVGO. I got out of the trade, and it's now holding where we got out, but it's still holding a higher low on Broadcom. Like there's still a chance it's got a little bit left in it. Like it possibly already did its move off the bottom, and you're not going to get any more, but there's still a little bit of time for this to continue the stair step to the upside. But for me, like there's one situation where you get it all out and it looks like a good decision, and then along the same principle, you get it all out and it looks like a bad decision, but the system is the system. And that's what you got to, well, I'm still bidding. And that's what you got to do. If NVIDIA gets to 121, it will have dropped 1 full %. So that's very different from buying it when it's consolidating, right? So I just cancel my bid. You can cross that bridge when if it gets down there. But I do not like to have bids just sitting too far out. If it's 9:30 at the open and you're looking to get whooshed in, great. But I don't like doing that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually it gets a little more violent and you can get run over. And I pulled BABA away, at least for, whoa. Okay, maybe this is
cracking.
This is an opportunity. Anything else going? No.
No, I got some out there. I don't know.
All right, this might be an opportunity here.
This is why you sell, right?
Quickly bounce.
You know, a lot of us go here and we're like, okay, you know, what is going on here? What's going on? I mean, the fact that we're able to sell here and sell there, like look at this, what just happened here on the chart of NVIDIA. Like we have top tick. You know, you got to get pieces out when this stuff is happening, and there it comes right back in now on NVIDIA as we get lighter and lighter. I actually took another piece out there on TQQs, despite me thinking that Apple's going to absolutely tear the roof off. I don't know. I'm not sure it's too responsible to be sitting here with an hour left, looking now at the futures and like holding it all the way. I'm pretty fine with NVIDIA. Like I said, that's sort of been what we needed to do, so that's good. If it does break the 50-period moving average, you guys, I mean, let's do it live. That's going to be my stop, so we're right there. 121.85, it just stopped off of it. Let's put it in. 121, let's go 79. Some would say it's a decent birth year, Neil. All right, so there it is, 121.79. We're going to offer that out right there, and we will go from there and see. So that's going to be our stop. Hopefully we can get back up to the upside. I think we should have another offer there at 122.79 where we got filled the first time. Again, that's almost $3. We'll put another offer there, and then we'll work out of it. We now only have 10% left of this position. All right, other than that, though, not much else going on.
Palantir could break the high of the day.
Oh, really? Okay, good. I was looking for some new names.
I'm just looking for other stuff here.
Yeah, good. Let's go.
It's not, the volume's not great on Palantir, but, I mean, it's up 2 points. That's not let me just shovel check my morning. Yeah, that's a legitimate high. This is 81.65. So when I see it on my 15-minute chart, I want to have an idea what it looks like on the 3-minute chart over there. But Palantir looks pretty good, as always. Sorry, I tried to hold that sneeze and I didn't get to my mute button. Sorry.
That's a good one, though.
I prefer dip buys than top breaks, so I'd rather get involved maybe here on a consolidation in Palantir as opposed to just trying to take the top break. There's a bit of a seller at 81.50, which is this current local high here. So I think maybe if they can sell this down into the 40s and then throw a stop underneath this 81.28, something along those lines. For PLTR is the way that I'd want to approach this. But I'd rather not take the top break at the random 81.66 that is sitting here. I want to be into the high of the day, and then we get into power hour trade. Palantir didn't have news. It's just a multi-day recovery rally. Here, I'll show you there. Palantir, load. So it's done this now a couple of times where it's bounced off the 70 level. There you go, a couple of times, and then runs right into 82, which is now done a few times. So AMD, we just got into. Palantir, I'm going to try the dip buy. My stop is already in underneath 81.25.
Oh, we did miss some fan funding there, so I apologize for that one. What's up to Danny? Right, so Neil got this one, obviously about Intel right there. You just want to say thank you to Sean, sorry, I didn't even read these, for the NVIDIA trade. You're welcome, obviously. You trade options in it. Believe me, man, I mean, we were close on this platform to be getting options. I don't know what the story is with options anymore. It would basically be a dream of mine to be able to trade options live with you guys here. And I hope to do that one day. So thank you, Danny, for that. And you suggest doing options because we would be so much... Yeah, I agree. So I hope out for that. So thank you so much, Danny, for that. Danny, thank you so much. All right, so the next one that we want to talk about quickly here is third super chat on the stream, by the way, it says right there. Pretty cool, some of the stuff that you can get access to here on this. Shekels for saying Shekels. Thank you so much for that one, I guess, that we appreciate that. And then the next one, hold on, I just got to watch out for this video. I just took some more out right there. Okay, hey, what's up to L... Is that El Cholowski there? Thank you for that one, £5. Hey, Sean, you should always celebrate your trades. Thank you. That's what we're trying to do. And I told you, man, we've already we know, like that. So we'll continue to celebrate them and to do each their own, right? MSTR can profit. Oh yeah, okay. So here, Palantir and MicroStrategy earnings thoughts. So Palantir, I think it was the 4th or something next week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly when. MSTRs are. We'll have a look at that. Profit, even they're using debt to purchase BTC. So the thing is that I've already talked about this when Brendan and I used to have the podcast. We had sort of talked about it. This is just a levered. Basically, MSTR is like a levered ETF. I'm going to call it up in a second. Thank you so much for all of the super chats again as we go. Yeah, MSTR again. So you're 100%. You nailed it already. When you can give your debt out at a certain percentage, whatever they're paying, 4 or 5%, whatever, for people to. On share offerings or whatnot, or capital raises. And then you can put that money into crypto and immediately buy Bitcoin. Well, when you're paying let's just say, again, I don't know the number. You guys that know MicroStrategy know what they're paying on that. But 4, 5, 6%, I don't know, something like that. And then crypto can literally move. It's up 50% since election. This is a split, so you don't have to worry. But at the end of the day, I think MicroStrategy continues to work if you like Bitcoin. As long as they're holding what they say they are, they're a public company, so I'd assume they've been vetted. I like MicroStrategy. Let me call it up, and I'll throw it back to Neil because everyone's probably tired of me. But right there, MicroStrategy, here's a little bit of a better chart. Now there was, I don't know if it was Hindenburg or who exactly it was, Muddy Waters, but there was a report there that even if you sort of add up all the coins on their book and then multiply it by the current price of Bitcoin, you still don't get the market cap. But that makes sense, right? Because they're taking that risk of basically going all in on Bitcoin. So you are going to pay a little bit of a premium to own a company that owns like thousands of Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I think they're buying like, what is it, every Friday or something?
But it's also the perpetuity of them to continue to do it that you're also getting as well.
And
right?
you're paying for the expertise to go in there and raise that capital and to do all that. But anyways, exciting times for MicroStrategy. Thank you so much for the super chat. I would just say, if you like Bitcoin though,
that's my thing.
I mean, there's something that you can buy for that.
My physio guys in MST are for exactly the same reasons. And I keep saying, I don't know, I just really like Bitcoin.
There's so many much smarter people out there than us.
I'm not a crypto guy. I keep it simple. I like Bitcoin. And we like Adara. Let's go to the desk.
I wanted to talk here about MSTR. I did find their earnings date. It's going to be February 5th, so the day after Palantir. Tuesday, February 5th, after the close. Estimated time of the report is going to be around 4 p.m. These are usually pretty accurate estimates. And also with regards to the short report, it was actually Citron Research that issued a short report. It wasn't a short report as much as it was just kind of saying that their strategy for right now would be to go long Bitcoin and short MSTR just because of the fact that MSTR at the time had been performing not really in correlation with Bitcoin. The other thing I want to add about that report or comment from Citron is they were not short the stock. They were just saying that would be their approach. Also, if you want to learn even more about MSTR's history, I just remembered we had this graphic from a while ago on TTV Research that tracks MSTR's entire wild, woolly, and volatile 2024. So I will share that link in the chat so you guys can check that out here. Again, check it out. TTV Research. I am making infographics literally all the time. So if you have any suggestions, tag me. I'll try to include them, guys. Back to you.
If MSTR had a wild year, then what was SMCI's year? SMCI is the most ridiculous year that I've ever seen any stock go through. Unfortunately, not for the good, unless you were knowing everyone broke taking profits. I never invested in that stock, but I feel for anybody that did. Maybe it can catch a bit of a bid. That's another time. I have no idea when they report. But here comes Palantir. So I'm going to go out to the higher time frame because maybe you'll want to see. There's overhead resistance at $82.25. So you do have a top going back to, what is that, the 26th? So just a few days ago, you want to scalp into that high. Didn't want to take the high break at that random price, so bought the consolidation, or as one of our viewers said, buy inside of the bull flag, or I guess that's more the bull flag, and that's just nothing. But it doesn't matter. It was consolidating up there. Let's see if it can break. It's at the current high, looking to get some out in front of 70s, front of 80s, I should say, and then let's see if we can get to that 82. But 82.26 is overhead resistance and it's 317. So if it gets 282, the trail is going to go in. Right now, if we hold above the high, close the bar above the high, I move the trail from, I've already moved it from here to here. I'd then move the trail to 81.5, which would be break even. But that's if we close above the current high. AMD broke and it's just sort of sitting right there. So we're into one new one. Palantir, it's rocking right now. Let's see how far it can go. The market, by the way, also at the high of the day, not going to hurt either. No shorts this afternoon.
We've doubled our net. I mean, it's going. There goes TQQs. We just got 84s right there. Well, 83.95s or 92s right there. 94s. So there it goes. And NVIDIA, so we have 100 handles right here off of that. And as Neil and we had both sort of been mentioning here today, as we both have, or you're out of NVIDIA, but we both had this trade. So a lot of talk about NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA now, $2 in the money as we go higher and higher on that one. Let's check out Tesla, see what's going on there. Obviously, we got out there at 404. This was $18. So this is the kind of, like when I'm saying that we're having a good week, it's pretty good. We're going to top it off here. It's 320 right now. So we still have about 40 minutes until the close. And then we wait. Dara, myself, and Sharif will be on that closing show where we'll have the recap going and we'll look for Apple earnings, which Dara just did the little recap note for us. Yeah, Apple expected at 4:30. I got a dentist appointment right next door at 5. So you're going to have to wait, dentist. We're here until that report drops.
They're not like
Sorry about that, Sharif and Adara.
No, like Apple is on time.
They're. I mean, for my dentist's sake, it better be. Yeah. And then right there, Intel, although they'll probably get billed no matter what. Intel right away at 4 o'clock. Intel's expected. Let's go over to Intel quickly. Intel's expectation for this. I'm long Intel basically right here. The day that we did the president's
the half day thing.
Yeah, Carter's half day.
Whatever we call it.
I was going to say funeral. I guess maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know it was a day of
memorial.
They call memorial. Perfect. So that day we talked about Intel. I bought it the next morning off basically market on open. I think it was around 20. It might have been 1980 or so. Intel's really hasn't done anything. We did have a nice move up there on Intel into $22. We did not sell. I thought I looked over there and saw Randy. I know he's not even here today. I was like, what am I thinking? But there it is, $22. So yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. Remember we were talking about like it's seen 19 just over and over and over again. We had a joke about 21, but at the end of the day, that's a real slippery play. I don't like being in this one heading into earnings when it looks like this. I don't think it's set up, but it's such a low price.
How much further could it possibly go? Which, you know what, actually, no. The funny thing is, that's one of the, I know I just said it, but that's one of the dumbest things you can ever say on a downward trending stock. Because pull up a chart of Mullen, pull up a chart of Nicola.
Why don't we go to Adara and we'll get that thought.
Yeah, go to Adara.
I know that she has something.
So we have a couple, I think it's kind of interesting here, just worth noting, I'm seeing some reports from the Wall Street Journal saying that both Apple and Amazon apparently have had discussions with regards to testing ads on X. So Apple apparently in discussions to test ads on X, but then we have Amazon, AMZN, which apparently has actually raised its ad spending on X. So Amazon increasing its X ad spending, Apple apparently talking about putting ads on X in the first place. So either way, keep an eye on these Mag 7 names when it comes to their X spending. Interesting stuff with regards to X ads, guys. Back to you.
Amazon's not going to move on that, and X isn't public, unfortunately. No, so
they will be.
No, so yeah, eventually. I think maybe give it a couple.
Elon will
give
bring
it a couple
back
years.
for double what he paid.
Give it a couple of years. But no, let me finish the thought there. I think Intel at this point is a good risk to reward based on that low, because if they announce a CEO and it's not terrible, then I think it moons. I think you probably get 10 points just on that alone, and they're going to announce one soon. They're going to figure that out. So I think it's more of a risk to reward thing. Of course, it could go lower. You know, we say things, and there was a good point in the chat made a couple of weeks ago. Sometimes we will kind of like say something a little bit jokingly, and it gets taken literally. I don't literally mean Intel's not going to go any lower. You should load up in it. I just think from here the risk to reward does look good for the long, because they have one lever they can pull that gives you a good bounce. So pounds here still on target as it's right through. We're trying to get back into 82s here. It just tagged the high of the day. Let's see how far it wants to go in here. But the other one, so Palantir is going. It just broke that high, but AMD is basically going sideways now. So at this point, when you make a break and it doesn't go, come to my chart for a second. Stop is moved. Tighten the stop. And then instead of giving it to there, it's not going, give it the tight stop. That's what it's all about. Like, you got to be able to adjust to it. There's always a chance it continues, so I'm not going to get out of the trade because it's flat, but I am going to give it less room. Like I want that on a breakout trade to go right away. And there's also only now, like 20 minutes until we get the imbalances. Rather be in the one that wants to continue. Okay, well, complain about it and then it starts to go. I guess that's what you got to do.
That is the key.
No, that doesn't make any sense. There's a dude who used to like hit the screen, like you tap his screen. You can't see me doing it because
that person has problems.
You know who it was?
I know who it was. I'm just joking.
I used to mock him all the time when he did it too.
Yeah. Well, we used to talk about that. It's the same thing as like if Adara's wearing green or red or whatever.
No, he'd tap it up if he wanted the stock to go up, and he'd tap the top of his screen if he wanted the stock to go down.
Yeah. It's like me, like pointing like this, like, okay, here we go. Like, come over to my screen. It's like doing that. It's like, okay, let's go 29s, let's go 29s, let's go 29, like, and then there's 29s. But by the way, yeah, good point there. We all have our little quirks, obviously, as you can see. And for us, we don't have too many quirks other than stuff like that. And there it goes, man. Neil, we started this day flat. Right? We came in here at 2 p.m. flat. All right? NVIDIA is 225 in the money. The Qs are 110 handles in the money. And there we go. It's 2 trades. It's long. And I thought it made sense to me to go long. And again, let's just think about the reasons. I think Apple's going to beat. We talked about that. So we wanted the long. We were above VWAP. Sometimes you have to kind of go with, and we talked about the spidey sense and stuff like that. You have to go with the gut and you have to sort of say, I'm thinking one way. And we did that, and it just worked out. You know, some days it's not going to. We talk about that all the time as well, that some days can be rougher than others. This week, today, so far, knock on wood, it's been a great week. So we'll just continue to go there. You added more NVIDIA, Elon, great trade there. People want to look, so there's so much moving, by the way. I see some people talking about VST must be New York.
Let's go, VST.
Yeah, VST 175. GE as well there, GV. Back up to the upside I saw today. We saw SMR. This is day high right here. And this is what I mean. Like
Constellation too.
That's still, see, I type in SMR and the chart doesn't go. Okay, so SMR pulled back a little bit.
What the heck, SMR?
It's still there. Well, same percentage as CG there. And then I didn't, did you look at Vernova there?
No, I already looked at GE Vernova. Right, so and then we got a super chat about Vistra, which we like.
Vernova 9%. Yeah, they're all up like 7, 9, 15.
It's the same recovery play. Like look, man, if NVIDIA is going to bounce after DeepSeek, whatever we're calling that day, then those are going to bounce too. Like those were worse on that day than the deep buying opportunity. Those were actually worse. The nuclear utility type names. But Verona's back. Vernova's back up. I always say Verona. It's Vernova. GE Vernova. And then that's exactly why I say it. So thank you, Vulcan, in there. Some hours ago, we checked Vistra. For the record, in our little, in the Jimmy Carter Memorial Day, my pick was GE Verona. I guess Vistra is a little bit better, but, whatever. Constellation's a very similar chart as well.
It's nice they battled back.
I couldn't decide between the three, and I own GE Vernova in my own account. So I just kind of went with the one that I already owned. But it doesn't matter. They're all to the upside. I would have liked to see the reason why I said, oh no, SMR was the fact that I am expecting when those nuclear related names go up, that SMR does the outsize move to the upside. Like I want it moving more. No, I just want it moving more than this quote unquote safe play. Like the safe play shouldn't be up as much as the parabolic play. Right? Like I expect, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I want to get double digits when GE Vernova is up 7%. SMR, I want to see it up 10,
GE Vernova has like Palantir vibes to it. I think that one's going to be a good trade.
But they're all the same thing though. I don't think it doesn't matter what you own. So just very quickly in here, guys, I complained about it. I tapped the screen. It didn't matter. I tightened the stop. You're going to get the 10 cents out. I'm out of AMD. It's not really moving. I've also pulled away from any idea that AVGO is going to go again. Like it was the first thing we did when we came back in at 12, 2. And look, it made its move and it seems like it's done. Like look at it. It just doesn't seem like it wants to go anymore. So we pivoted from here to NVIDIA, to AMD. NVIDIA's continued. AVGO basically gave you scalp 50 cents, $1, $2, and I think it's about to break the low. So as strong as Broadcom is, it might be breaking this local bottom with only about 30 minutes to go. We're going to stick with Palantir, be able to hold on to that. I just saw in the chat, like, where are the sellers? You tell me. Microsoft, maybe? Like, if you're looking for weakness, even Microsoft has stopped going down at this point. So, like, I don't think you want to fight the market unless you get a really, really good setup that's like a 10 out of 10 here. So I'm not really seeing anything like that to the south side right now. Danny saying, could Apple possibly dump on earnings like Microsoft? Look, anything is possible. I'm inclined to, I'm not thinking Apple's going to dump because it already did that high pullback 260 to 220. So I feel like it did the damage already. But though, even if it does, I like this 220 in the 200 period moving average. Now, candidly, I've already bought at this price. So I'm not, it dumps down there. I'm not buying it again. I just sort of already did it last week. So I tend to think it should be better off than Microsoft. Microsoft, I was concerned with from the get-go in this earnings season. And even then, it hasn't broken down completely. All it did is retrace to the bottom of the range. If that's the worst that's going to happen, I think you're looking pretty good. But I just don't think it's going to be that much of a problem here in Apple. That's all. I bought more recently. I don't intend on selling it. If it was a trade, maybe I would have banked some at the 50 period on Apple. But I'm holding that forever, and I think they'll do fine tonight. I just actually think that the volatility might not be as great as you'd expect. Intel is going to be more volatile, in my opinion.
Over to the desk with it.
Yes. You said that.
We're going to do a quick news throw here. Benson Hill, BHIL, is actually up here about 60%. This is a small cap. We're talking about a market cap here of around $17 million, float of 3.4 million shares. This actually just started moving here around 3, basically announcing some positive results here from a controlled broiler feeding trial conducted with Tyson Foods, or TSN, so keep an eye on that one. But also, while we're here, I'm going to do a quick little sector watch because I think it's worth noting here. I like to look at some of these names that are underperforming or outperforming the market. Given that the Nasdaq's up about 0.75% right now in year-to-date highs, what are some tickers that are actually really underperforming and not doing that well? Shocker, they're all earnings names, and all the tickers happen to start with the letter C, which is an interesting little coincidence. So we're going to go over these right now, starting with Comcast. So Comcast here, down pretty significantly on the day, down about 12%. So is Charter, CHTR, another communications name, which actually reports tomorrow morning. But basically, Comcast here having adjusted earnings per share beat. They beat on sales. They also here announced that their Peacock subscriptions are up about 29% year over year. They raised their dividend regardless. We did not have investors be a fan, so CMCSA to the downside. Then we have Caterpillar. Caterpillar, a little bit of a weaker report here. They did have an EPS beat here, 514 versus 499 expected, but sales a little bit of a miss, and their revenue did actually fall by 3%, driven by a $3.5 billion drop in sales volume, and that was for the fiscal year 2024. So drop there in fiscal year sales. Last but not least, Cigna, CI. This name is in the insurance space, which you know has been pretty beaten up since the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, which led to some negative sentiments about the industry. Basically, they did miss on they missed on EPS, they beat on sales, and they had much lower than expected guidance for adjusted earnings per share. So that's the deal with CI, CMCSA, and CAT. And with that, turn you back to the guys.
So a couple of things. I love Caterpillar. Oh, we're going to trail out very quickly here. Trend in, trend out. Before I talk about Caterpillar, trend in, trend out. Double top, maybe even 3 times you tested the high here on Palantir, and then you got the bottoming wick, threw in the trend, it broke the trend, they're going to jump out of the trade. This is mostly the reason why I'd always rather take a shot in here or in here than take the breakout this late in the day. So they're going to stay on target there. I still like Caterpillar, but you got a lot going on with them. Make a lot of money in China, and China's not building like they used to. And if you're spending less on data centers, then Caterpillar was building them, so that's another ding that they're going to get from the market. But yeah, I recently bought Caterpillar, I wasn't that recently, but I'm certainly looking to maybe add to it. And Fox XX also made a bit of a move to the downside. The other one I was going to say, that's what it was. It was John Deere. They're not the same thing, but a lot of people like to group them together. Load. I should have put in the stock before I started talking about it. No one was going to take a heartbeat. But Deere, on the other hand, because some people like to compare these, not a chart that we usually look at, but that's pretty gorgeous, and it's a consolidation over the prior high. That's a bull flag, or it's just good. And John Deere looks like it's poised to break out that top. And what makes it even better is it tested the bottom of that consolidation today, and it's right back at the top. So yeah, right now, Deere looking better on the chart than Caterpillar, although Caterpillar is the one I own.
Okay, so just quickly there. Yeah, I like Caterpillar. That's a name that I want to get into. I want to get into the industrials. That's it for sure.
Rohit, I did buy Lockheed. I just decided. I did buy some.
Yeah, that was a
Lockheed.
good. We talked about that yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, that was a good call for sure. I like Lockheed as well. Okay, so just real quickly here as we continue on for the day. NVIDIA, we got some out there at 123.30s or 40s or something, and then it just dripped down. We got another piece out underneath 123, just right there as it broke. So we're getting lighter and lighter now on this trade to the point where we have 5% left. All right, TQs, same kind of ways there. It dropped back down below. I took another piece out. This one's a little bit different. No, it's not. We have 5%. So there it is, man. We just have only 5% on both of these stocks that are left now. We're trying to wrap this up into Apple earnings. Let's see what happens here. Yesterday, we looked into the close, and I think it was like, I can just look them up right now to see if anything happened yesterday into the close. So let's just have a quick look. So yesterday, Apple into the close upside. Doesn't matter, they didn't report. What I'm trying to get at is, what were the names that reported yesterday doing into yesterday's close? So Meta, I mean, again, look at that. Big sell and balance candle came through. Nice move. Whoa, nice move to the downside here on Meta. There, okay, we just have to watch out for this position. NVIDIA might be a little drippy here into the close. 193 just lost it there on NVDA. Oops, that's still Meta. Let's go back over to it. Yeah, right there. So I just want to be able to watch that. We'll do that little review in a minute there on the market. But for right now, I just wanted to see, like, what did Meta do? What did Tesla do? Let's see what Tesla did into the close yesterday. And Tesla tanked, right? First on report. Yeah, no. What was this? Yeah, this was the report. Yeah, so downside move. So into the close yesterday, Tesla really didn't do anything. And then report came and whoosh to the downside. Microsoft yesterday into the close. What did that do? Into the close yesterday. So yeah, Microsoft actually was coming in all afternoon, and then this, and then this. So right now today, maybe we can watch out. You're not on Intel, so let me just have a quick check on this real quickly. So into the close, not doing anything, if anything, heading down, but I would say nothing. And then Apple into the close here today. We still have half hour, but not much. So we'll see. The other name that's on a lot of people's minds, probably Visa. Visa always has a buy or sell imbalance, so we got to take that also with the grain of salt on that one. But Visa right there, not doing too much. And then let's have a look at the imbalance, and then I'll throw it back over to Neil. Where are my imbalances? Oh, my balance locators are closed. Oh, no, that's not right. Here it is right here. So energy transfer. Yeah, I don't even see. Ooh, TD. 1,000K? Huh? Okay, I guess it's just gotta round up right there, and we'll get that going. So
we gotta have a talk with the quarters about that.
There. When do you want me to do said ad read review?
You can't put 1,000K.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go over NVIDIA 230. The Qs are right there as well. Not much else on my mind right here, but other than the fact that, we continue to look at our charts. XLI. You talked about Caterpillar. I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. This would be, again, if you're talking about John Deere or you're talking about something else, you have to watch out XLI. The industrial ETF, that's just bouncing right now off the 50-period moving average. This, of course, is the e-signal platform. Look at the 200 period. If it bounces off that, that's a good little look right there, right now. And you can find a lot of these. What I use here is I use an alert right there from eSignal, and I also use this hot list as well for eSignal. And if you actually scan that QR code right there on your screen, you too can enjoy eSignal. And then one of the best parts about it is, similar to what we're doing right now, live on air, we have a first month free. It is free right now on eSignal, only if you scan that QR code. I've never even heard of this kind of a deal before with this kind of a high quality name. eSignal right there. Go grab it. Once you do, you will not be disappointed. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. The platform is eSignal. Instant trading, lightning fast market insights. We just talked about the game-changing alerts that come through, back testing, execute your best trades. Joe and Sharif on the midday are showing some highlights of the platform as well. Neil highlighted the hot list popping through. It's so far so good. It's just really reliable. And the other thing too is like, if Neil and I want to start to trade, I don't know, a happy Lunar New Year to by the way as well. Right. If you're trying to trade Hang Seng or any of things, the Japanese market or anything, it's all entitlement based. So you can actually pay that extra bit, pay the entitlement, and get any market, I don't want to say any market, I mean, but any market I've ever requested, anything in Europe, anything here in Toronto, you can get the Venture Exchange, CBOE Canada, anything you want available on eSignal. I think that's the big thing because...
And the imbalance locator.
And they have an imbalance locator, actually, on eSignal. I don't want to show it because I don't know if I'm entitled for the imbalance locator on eSignal.
Yeah, because we don't. We wouldn't need it on we wouldn't need the imbalance locator on eSignal because we have it automatically in our system, like what we show you. But I mean, obviously, we show it to you every single day. But it's a good resource to have. You can watch it in real time. There's a couple of index actions today. So this OKE that's 2 million. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a share increase and on one index and a share delete on another. Those can be a little bit tricky. So I'm staying away. It's 2 million to the buy side, but I'd stay away from that. But we'll see what comes out. This hurts my brain seeing 1,000K. It needs to be coded back to 1 million. We all know what it means, but it just bugs me. No, speaking about the hot list, I actually ignored this on the hot list when I was looking at the price, which is silly because you should always pull it up if something is going absolutely ham. CLEU. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if you like trends, this one, okay, so you have a halt down, then you have it halt up, 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 right into VWAP, and then look at the rollover when it fails. And this failure is at like 89, underneath the dollar, right? And it's right at VWAP as well. So this one certainly stands out. And again, ignoring, this is me, I ignored it. I saw it pop up on the hot list, which I just started using. And I'm probably not going to do that again. That's the idea is that you pull up the stock, if it's on your list, you pull it up, you see if there's something going on. But I just looked over, a bunch of ththings just fell because, whoa, what did they say about? Yeah, Palantir just really accelerated to the downside. And then I just heard something about GM in my ear. 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Yeah, good luck negotiating out of that one, Dougie.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew about that, so you're going to see...
That's rough on GM.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm not surprised about that, but it looks like, I mean, Trump, I guess, is going to be the man of his word, to be honest with you. I mean, he had said now for weeks and weeks and weeks that this would come through.
Canada's going to give him what he wants, and it's not going to happen for very long if it does.
Yeah, I don't know. We just heard that as well. So there it goes right now for Canada. And look, we knew that was going to happen. So you want to look at, I don't know, we can look at like Canadian banks maybe to have a quick look. I don't know if it's a bank related. Ooh. Yeah, TD Bank down nicely right here. There's going to be definitely some shrapnel here happening. So we'll check out. I'm not seeing, I mean, other than the hot list right now,
Ford probably dropped too.
Amazon, Nvidia, Palantir, just basically all the names that have nothing to do with Canada. But we'll wait to see here what's going on as the futures have pulled right back. And this is why you scalp out, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about having 5% less left on all of these trades. This is why you do it. So when this happens, you're not sort of caught right there. Yeah, Ford, man, down to $10. That stock's ugly and nasty anyways. So we'll figure that out. Well, maybe we'll buy this dip on the TQs and just see if, better heads can prevail right here. We'll buy this dip, 82.50. We're in on the TQQs right there, 82.50. Let's see if we can make this happen now to the upside. And where are we going to get out? So we just we just doubled our position there, or no, a little bit more than that. So we're in at about 10%, a little bit more, 12% or so on that. Let's just play this kind of a
why is the market dropping on that headline?
That's what I don't understand. 82.20 will get out right now. It looks like it's coming back in right now. What is that bottom? 82. I'm going to wait to 82. I think this is too dramatic. Let's see.
I'm going to look for a little bit of a dip here into support on Palantir because I don't understand what this has to do with a bunch of other things that are pulling back here.
Tesla should pull back because of Mexico, right?
Yeah, Tesla makes some sense. Oh, are you kidding me? You guys, I just missed twice on Palantir. Like, look at that bounce back to the upside. Did I hear an update from Dara? It doesn't matter. I'm going to jump into Palantir off of that prior support in the $81 level. Again, you saw Ford, you saw Tesla, you saw GM take the brunt of it, but those make sense to me, 25% tariff, right? Like everything that you don't make, Canada, even the parts for the cars, it's all Canada. Like we send them a bunch of stuff. So if the prices go up, it's harder for them, yada, yada, yada. But that makes no sense why it drove the market down so much. But we just bounced 70 pennies. I only grabbed 30 of it there in Palantir, and it's right back testing the 81. So I'm going to reload it, give it a couple of chances off of this local bottom here on Palantir. I just like Palantir because it was already strong and I was already trading it.
Let's go.
And I don't think this makes that much sense for the rest of these other names.
Look at the futures. The futures starting to go upside right now. We will go to Adara, but look at that. There's the reload, man. Can you take a look at that? We just put on another 50 handles on the futures right now as that's going back to the upside. We just took that live for you right now. Who else going to do this? No one. Adara. All right, she's muted. We'll get her back in just 1 second. But the TQQs just goes through 83. We take some more out. We did not reload NVIDIA, but let's take advantage of this and get another piece out right here at 123. Oh boy, we just topped out our day again on the reload there of the TQQs. So we're now, that's the price we have, 82.50. That's what we bought. We bought 82.50s right there. Nice move to the upside. 50 handles. What's up, A?
So we actually had Apple moving down a bit here with tariffs also ahead of their earnings with that announcement. Again, if you missed it, Donald Trump announcing that he'll be putting 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, which was already basically announced earlier, but apparently now this has been for sure and declared. USO, though, a lot of these oil names actually spiking here after this announcement as well. So keep an eye on USO. From what I am seeing, they started moving here after we got that tariff news. So keep an eye on anything oil related because that seems to be strong after this announcement, guys. Back to you.
Yeah,
Oil spiking?
Right? That's USO's going up. That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what she said. I would have thought almost the other way around. But, oh, no, wait a second. Yeah, oil spiking. Yeah, that makes sense. Because now,
prices,
we may not even send any more to you guys. So we'll wait to see.
I think we will.
We could turn it off. I mean, Trump has literally said he doesn't need Canadian energy. So let's see, I guess. I don't know. This push and pull that's about to happen.
I think deal gets done.
You're going to see. The problem is we don't even have anybody. Like, is Trudeau still acting prime minister? Does anybody know? Like, how can we counter this?
Okay, we're not supposed to, but he's like, he's acting prime minister, but he's a bit of a lame
hopefully
duck.
There'll be something there. I don't know how and how fast the response comes from Canada on this.
I agree.
All right, so we did not average back.
Wow, we just headed back into the bottom. So I just got taken out on the second long there in Palantir. I guess they do want to sell this one off, man. Like, it is what it is. Like, I can tell you, they're continuing.
Hey, there's that line again.
Okay, fine is okay. I guess I say it more than I thought. It's true, but that's the thing. Like, if it is something you say a lot, you don't realize how much you say it. But no, like, if they want to sell it off, I think maybe let it breathe. Maybe we get a buying opportunity tomorrow off of this. I'm of the opinion that, best way to put this, that this is all going to work out and resolve itself, I think, a little bit quickly when it comes to this tariff thing, at least for regards to Canada. But we'll see. There's going to be, our election's not going to be for a while. I think that could be the hurdle, if anything, is the fact that we don't have we're not going to have an election for a little bit.
All right, so we, same way as Neil over there. We basically,
all right.
Yeah, hit the like, hit the subscribe, man, because we're, like I say, man, we're doing this every single day, and we appreciate all the love and the support here every single day. So thank you so much to everybody. We did get stopped out there, though, because we're not just, as I said, we're not just going to sit here and talk about, random trades. We're going to talk about the trades that we're in, and I got stopped out right there. So in and out and out. So basically a flat trade. We always try to make a little bit of money, but that one will pretty much be flatted out. We got long at 42s. We got out at 20 on that break right there. It just broke that little bottom candle. But as you can see, I think it's a nothing burger, but again, it's not only because we've already done it. Like we've seen this before. I just think about like just refresh like 2018, 2020, the United States, obviously very, very powerful, but we are the largest trading partner. So we're going to find out here what winds up happening with all of this. So interesting times ahead, definitely for the US dollar, for the CAD. We can see what's happening right now with UUP. That is that US dollar bullishness. There it is. Yeah, boom. Good. Look at that.
Look at the gap.
Look at that. Yeah, exactly. The CAD going one way.
So we actually have this on in real trading.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah, go.
No, so you can look at USD CAD. That is the real FX chart. Like that's the gap that just happened. So anyone that trades Forex,
that's stronger USD, right?
Yeah, like anyone that trades Forex, that those types of moves. Good luck with liquidity, right? But at the end of the day. Yeah, look, we'll see how things sussed out. Just to go back over, I took one more crack at Palantir. Essentially, I was taking every single 81 break with 181.20, but the last one got to tens, and then immediately started selling again. Like, this is getting very heavy. I've tried to pick a name that I didn't think it made a ton of sense why it was going down, but like everything fell there. Like AMD went to the downside. Like, pick something you don't think should have been too big of a deal, and it didn't matter. Like, they're all falling. Like, I bet you Broadcom was down. Obviously, Apple probably would be. There's only 2 minutes. I won't take anything else. There's only 2 minutes till the imbalances are going to come out here. Like, Apple dropped $2 on that move. NVIDIA dropped $1. AMD dropped $1. Microsoft dropped $2 right back into the low of the day. So pretty much across the board, they just decided to sell all of that off. Hey, I guess we kind of knew this announcement was coming.
Yeah, that's
like it is what it is.
I tried to buy that dip. Okay,
I'm going to say it every time.
It's 348. Yeah, it is what it is, right, Neil?
No, I'm saying it more on purpose, though. I
don't think you are. All right, so here we. No, I think you're right on track with the amount you normally do. Okay, here we go. The imbalance is coming out in 2 minutes. All right, so we can go over to some Canadian-specific names possibly, as Ford again has deals here and producing cars, obviously, and so there goes GM. We can have a look at Tesla to see how that's being affected there. Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, we know that there's plants there outside of the United States that are all going to start to face tariffs. And I guess the whole thing is that if we're talking like this, then potentially China, let me see what FXI has been doing right now today, because I guess that 10%, if Donald's, yeah, so there it is there too, right? So this is easy. I was saying to Mateo, like, it's awesome because, like, the way you think about trading has really like continued, right? Like, for example, on the TQQs, like, we knew to buy that dip. It's just at the time of day we got out and like it ripped up, fine shape, but look at that. There it's coming right back up. You get a lot of continuation. It's why Broadcom was huge today. Tesla was huge today for me. NVIDIA continues to be huge today. $2 in the money. There's a lot of continuation on a lot of these plays. So again, we'll hold our breath that everything will figure itself out. The NASDAQ obviously gets hit there, and so does the ES. So, all right, we'll go to Neil, and then we'll do the imbalances in Adara.
Yeah, the campus program is back, everybody. So everyone that's interested in trading with Real Trading on the platform that we get, this is for you. It is a free program. It's about putting the time and effort in to a structured program with one-on-one coaching. You go from learning market basics to trading in a simulator to trading in real money, which is what everyone's goal is. And the whole way, you're getting that step-by-step, one-on-one coaching. You want to make sure you scan the QR code in front of you. You can also check out realtrading.com/campus. If you got what it takes and you have passions for the market, I think this is for you. And it's free. And the other thing is, you get a chance to be able to look at the imbalance locator in real time, where NVIDIA just came out of $3 million to the sell side. Intel's $1.4 million sell, but that's not that big notionally. ENLC is 6.5 million, but this is an index action. I think it's being deleted from an index. And OKE is a buy, but no, wait a minute. Yeah, it was a buy coming out, but now it looks like it's going to be gone. So the big one's just NVIDIA, and then this ENLC that you should keep an eye on. 3 million is not a big deal when you've done 317 million shares on NVIDIA have been traded. So it's not like that imbalance is that big of a deal.
No.
Now let's go to Adara.
Speaking here of USO, we mentioned that one got a little bit of a pop initially on tariffs. Then it fell with even greater volume. And that might have had to do with the fact that Donald Trump said he will decide, quote, probably tonight or probably Thursday night here or tonight, whether to impose tariffs on oil in Canada and Mexico. So initially, oil moving higher on the tariff reports. Then when he says he's going to decide on oil tonight, then we get that big spike down in oil. So just beware, USO really volatile after that announcement that Donald Trump will be issuing 25% tariffs for Canada and Mexico, guys. Back to you.
25% is not small.
No, it's not small. That is for sure. We will. That's going to be an interesting one. So we take advantage of that imbalance again. We get at some at 123. We actually got a 123.15, and that's where we are right now as we get lighter and lighter on this trade. Let's have a look at what Apple's doing. We have Apple coming. Should be around 4:30. So join us all after. I don't know when it's going to come out. I mean, come out at 4:05. You know, we yesterday met his scheduled time. I think it was 4:05 or 4:10, and
it was 4:05. It came out at 4:37, maybe.
Yeah. See, so I'm hoping Apple comes out early. I think there's a chance for that. Yeah. So we'll wait to see when Apple comes out. We also have Intel. Apple kind of feeling waves from that. I don't really. Again, the market fell down. I don't think that the tariff thing has really much to do with Apple, as everything's made in China over there. Nothing to do really with Toronto, with Canada, of course. And then the other name that today that most of you will be interested in, of course, is Intel. And Intel, it might be the biggest beneficiary, honestly, because if you're going to look inside the U.S., I mean, Intel has been obviously a very strong U.S. company. And we talked about that. If you invested $1,000 into Intel 25 years ago, you would have $600 now. If you invested $1,000 in NVIDIA 25 years ago, you'd have $2.5 million. So one is a life changer and one is a life destroyer. But Intel at the end, I hope your life doesn't get destroyed on $1,000, but at the end of the day, Intel has a lot to prove. And I think Build Back Better for the US will benefit this name. So we'll have to wait to see if there's any talk about that. A day 2, day 3, day 20 play, it seems like. Starbucks, again, 110. You want to talk about a U.S. company. Starbucks, nice upside move. I thought we would look here because, again, I know they're tariffs, so whatever, but China with Starbucks, obviously there's a lot of business there as well, but that's just domestic business. Nike could be the one that goes to the downside, and there it is right there. So a nice little look on Nike because, again, the importing of those shoes back into the United States from China will get 10% tariff. That's not what was announced. What was announced was Canada. It's just if if sort of the administration is going to stick with what they've been saying and be like men and women of their word, then it happened it happened for Canada and Mexico. So you can sort of extrapolate that out. And that's why FXI and why we went over there looks like that will be what it is. I think it's just posturing and eventually something will get done. Was there a date? Is that Feb 1, Adara? Like, I know that's
like enactment.
Like, I know that's tomorrow, but I just don't know.
I didn't hear a date, but
31. Okay, so maybe it's right. So we don't know when it's going to be effective for.
Yeah, and he's making more comments too.
He's making more comments.
We have all the lumber we need, and I'm making a determination on oil tonight. So
he's making a
determination on oil tonight as to what's
This is going to be great.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no, I just saw it here. Coming Saturday.
Okay.
All right. So reiterates that they're coming Saturday. So it is the beginning of the month, and they'll make a decision on oil tonight. Obviously, that's going to be able to move things. No questions asked. So it just got a little bit more exciting for tomorrow, right? You're going to have the aftermath of Intel and Apple earnings. Now we're going to have the aftermath of tariffs on Canada and Mexico. But obviously, we here care about more Canada.
We're now $3 in the money, by the way. Like, NVIDIA doesn't give two whatevers about what's been happening right here wow, NVIDIA. That 355 bounce up. Joe, man, I don't even know what to say anymore about some of the trading that we've been. This is a 121 long that we took at 2 on the break at 210. In 2 hours, we watched this thing go up $3 for us. We have doubled our net on these plays, not just the futures, obviously, which was huge as well. But this NVIDIA trade, we weren't even in NVIDIA before this trade today, or were we? No. And NVIDIA is now P&L number 1 for me. Like, we had an $18 winner on Tesla. We had a $6, $7 winner on UPS. We had the IBIT break. We had so Broadcom is going to be my number 2 stock today, just on this little fooling around here in the morning. So that's going to be a big one. I feel like we did a good job. We made the same money on UPS that we made on Tesla, that we made on Broadcom, and we made a little bit less on IBIT, but it's NVIDIA. We're hearing right now with Nucor going as well. Man, this is going to be like, there it goes, upside as, again, steel, right? I mean, this is a U.S. steel producer, so.
U.S. Steel reports, doesn't it?
And U.S. Steel reports. Wow, okay, what's going on with X then right now?
Hold on a second. Let me just
X.NY.
I could be speaking out of turn there.
No, they do report. No, they do.
Yeah. Okay, they do reports on our. Yeah, I just didn't want to make sure we got it right.
All right, I'm going to.
All right, I'm not going to take.
I'm going to go get some water and some.
All right, I was kind of so I was geared up potentially for this ENLC, which was the gigantic buy imbalance, the 6 million buy imbalance. If it had flipped and maybe gone sell, I was looking the other direction because on our notes it was supposed to be a sell. With it being a buy, there won't be a trade for me on it. But I was kind of like I saw it, I got a little bit excited because it was going into the top on what's supposed to be in the other direction. So it was supposed to be a sell. I'm like, it's going into the high. I was going to short it. Maybe it would flip. But it's now 3 minutes to go, and it's still a massive buy and balance. So I'm not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. U.S. Steel is reporting tonight. And obviously, it's starting out with a good spike. Remember, I'd rather look at Nucor. U.S. Steel has that deal overhang going on with it. So that's going to be able to be, it's going to put a limit on the upside. And yeah, it's just too tricky because you have to worry about the deal dynamics and all the merger arb people in there. Nucor, for sure. We're talking about this one. Should have bought it. Definitely should have bought it. And for I need money. I need money. I love I need money. No, the imbalance on NVIDIA is now okay. Wherever it is, I don't see it anymore at all. So it's got to be less than half a million shares by now. There was an imbalance, and now IBIT just showed up for like 1.3 million to the upside here on IBIT. But wow, this is actually getting bigger. I'm glad we didn't short this on ENLC. 9 million to the buy side when we're expecting it to be a bit of a sell. So we'll see what happens. It's not an imbalance play. It's just a buy the dip sort of play, it looks like. Because the second, and this has actually been happening at 55, as Sean was mentioning, like regardless of where NVIDIA's imbalance is, if it's a sell, it's pairing. If it's a buy, it's kind of holding. And then at 55, you get that bit of a reversion. So less than 2 minutes to go, everybody. Scarjo Rabbit, that's a good one. Canadian Weed. I think the reaction is probably going to be a little bit overblown. This is negotiation. Deals will get made. I think if you're looking at, like if I was a shareholder of GM, the fact they're already buying it up, I wouldn't be that concerned. I'd be more concerned if it doesn't hold this 200 period moving average on General Motors. This has been the best U.S. non-Tesla car company, obviously, in terms of performance. So I'd be concerned if we lose the 200 period on GM, probably worth a short at that point. But you can see they just bought it right up. Right off the buy at 48, right off the 200 period moving average. That would have been an opportunity for you there. Less than 1 minute to go, everybody. Remember, it's not right away on Apple, but Intel usually reports shortly after the bell. I think what you want to look for is to see if they might not have impressive earnings. You want to see what is going on with the CEO search. Ideally, they name somebody or say that we're getting close or we have an announcement that we're going to name somebody. That would be a big deal. And for Amy Tiger, we have some videos explaining the imbalance locator. So rather than try to explain it to you in 25 seconds or just rushing it, you can always check out some of our older videos on the imbalance locator and then remind us tomorrow. And then when things slow down, we'll definitely be able to go over kind of the nuts and bolts of what you're getting on the imbalance locator, what it's telling you and what you can do with it. But I don't want to rush through. We've done it a few times. And we don't mind doing it again. It's just we're a little short on time here. As we have less than 10 seconds to get the camera off me, throw it on to Adara because ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go. So the market's closed. Intel is supposed to come out relatively quickly. They're right after the bell here. So thank you to everybody. Appreciate everybody and appreciate the chat. Thank you so much to Fabian Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Reminder, of course, you got the killer lineup today. You're going to have not just Sean and Adara, also Sharif, just like yesterday. I know it was a lot of fun yesterday. It's going to be the same thing again today, taking you through all the earnings. Get your questions ready. Intel, I see it not really moving, so obviously it's not out right away. Big shout out to the Bash Brothers. Thank you so much for everything you do. Big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. But it's ready to go. You got Apple earnings. You've got Intel earnings. You've got the reaction to obviously this tariff announcement, and let's see what happens to GM and Ford. Let's go on over to the desk. It's your market recap, and it starts now.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be a great recap show one more time here today as we wait for Intel. We've got Intel up right now. If anything happens, oops, it's out right now. There goes Intel. Nice little move right there. Nice little move to the upside of $20.40. Uh-oh, whoops. Nice move to the downside right there. Intel reports fourth quarter earnings right now. We're going to find out what's going on. 13 cents. They got 13 cents right there. It's a penny beat on Intel right now. Downside, though, as we continue to make that move down. Who else going to show you live level twos? Sharif? Sharif?
No.
Nobody. Right here. So here goes the live level 2 right now. It is $20. There goes Intel. Nice move to the upside right now. Oh boy. Not much going on. $19.25 there. Upside to $20 here as we go with Intel. We'll get those numbers coming through to you. You got them right now.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
let's go, Sharif.
You can go to my screen. Fourth quarter revenue was $14.3 billion, down 7% year over year. The full year revenue was $53.1 billion. That's down 2% year over year. Fourth quarter earnings, EPS, in other words, guys, attributable was negative 3 cents. Keeping a look here. Previously, it was attributable at $4.38. Forecasting, so the guide now forward, they're forecasting 2025 revenue for the first quarter of $11.7 billion to $12.7 billion, expecting first quarter EPS to be about negative 27 cents, and non-GAAP EPS attributable to flat, 0.00. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Looks flat, Sean. I mean, down 0.25% on the day, below $20, zigging, zagging, up to 20.50. At the low here, about 19 and change, Sean.
Yeah, good call. All right, the implied move with Intel is going to be a little disappointing because it was over 10%. So the options were planning out for a 10% move. Looks like it's going to be temporarily a nothing burger. All right, there's more coming out right now. So Intel's out right now. FANG is also out. FANG. We're going to go over, maybe we'll flip over back to the eSignal platform just so we can, the Trade Ideas platform. All right, so there's FANG not really moving at all. Let me just get that back up for INTC. Intel right now starting to fall back in just a little bit. So I want to thank all 7,000 of you watching right now. We're going to get some more coming through very, very soon. And here's everybody right now. Hit the like and the subscribe as Intel. I just saw Intel going down. Now Intel going up. It's going to be disappointing, Sharif, because it's not 10%.
No.
The numbers are out. They're going to go over them. We'll see if we can get this all figured out. 11.7 billion there versus 12.87. So it's a little lower. Non-GAAP. We'll get all this. You already went over it. We'll figure out what's going on now with Intel. Apple, if you're here for Apple, you're going to have to wait. Not much happening right now on AAPL. I'm just going to load up. Where's my trade ideas? I want to get back.
I'll just do a comparison real quick here of what we were expecting, Sean, versus what we actually got. So we were looking at earnings per share of 12 cents. That's what the street was looking for. We actually ended up getting 13 cents. So it's a minor beat there. Now, with respect to expected revenue, Sean, 13.8 billion was what we were looking for. Before the report, we got 14.3. So another beat there. It's really going to come down to the guide, Sean, as well as that earnings call, because we're waiting for a CEO. We got 2 co-CEOs right now on an interim basis. We don't know who's going to be at the helm of this company.
As long as you don't accept the position, we're going to
right here because we need you right here, my guy. All right, we got Adara over at the screen with some stuff on Intel.
Speaking of new CEOs here, the former CEO is this individual. His name is Pat Gelsinger, and this graphic, which you can find on X at TTV Research, really summarizes his entire era. He was CEO for a very brief period of time, starting Q1 2021, ending Q3 2024. This graphic really shows the decline here in revenue, which is the top line, and GAAP earnings per share, which is the bottom line. But I think what's really interesting is the level of disconnect that you'd find in his earnings comments versus the actual numbers. So for Q1 2023, Intel's revenue dropped 36% year over year. Its earnings per share dropped 109% year over year. And Pat Gelsinger said they delivered, quote, a solid first quarter. So I think there's a lot of disconnect there. I think it's pretty evident. But either way, Pat Gelsinger started his relationship with the company in 1979, so he was definitely a staple with INTC. Regardless, he has left the company. And this quarter that was just reported would be his last company when he was at that, or last quarter while he was at the helm, guys.
There, we'll see. Bye-bye, Patty Ice. And we'll see what winds up happening from that. Shout out to the original Patty Ice. Who was right here on.
Hi, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you for that message. I actually mentioned him on the show as well. So shout out to everybody over there. Okay, we got Dropbox earnings as well. Let's just go over some different names. So there's Dropbox right now not doing anything. DBX, I was just telling you that came out. Zoom to release fourth quarter results coming up. Not today, but I just got that in there as well. You know what? To be honest with you, there's not a whole bunch of earnings happening right now.
Nope.
But look what's going on in the market. Like FXI today up 2.5%. Let's just go over and drop down a 3-minute chart. When and if we get more earnings, we'll bring them to you immediately. We're waiting for Deckers. We're waiting for Visa. Visa's expected 266. So when that comes out, that's the EPS expectation with revenue of 943. But FXI today, look at this move to the upside right here as we get
Visa.
good confirmation from Alibaba and whatnot. We have Visa right now, so let's go over $2.75 there for Visa. That's a beat of 266. So it looks like they beat on that, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on because for right now, temporary move to the downside right there for Visa. Now dancing right here. We'll get those numbers for you immediately. We also had Deckers come through as well. Oh, Deckers. I don't know if you have that number, DECK.
Looking.
Deckers right now to the downside. There it is right now, just coming out now. Yeah, it looks like we got gap of 3 beating 255. Sales a beat, so it must be Sharif. I don't know if you have the guide.
I got it.
That must be what's low right now because Deckers outdoors taken outdoors, it looks like, down there, down to 198. Let's have a look at what this looks like on the daily chart. Oh boy.
Not sure why this is going down, Shaw. Full year 2025 revenue growth guidance raised to approximately 15%. That's not pleasing the street right now. Full year 2025 diluted EPS guidance range to the range of $5.75 to $5.80. That was above the guide. So not really understanding why this is dropping. Not really familiar with the company though, Sean.
Okay, I was going to say right here, if we look at this name, you're coming right back into the 50-period moving average. This is where we are right now. Could be a buying opportunity on support for Deckers, outdoor, nice little move there. And just if you want to know what they're involved in, of course, distributing footwear. Oh, they have Uggs.
Oh,
so UGG brand, other direct-to-consumer brands there. Teva is there. Hoka brand. Okay, so again, this is Nike competitor right now, Deckers with Hoka. So we'll find out what's going on right there. Deckers got decked. Okay, I can go with that right there in the chat. Let's see what Visa's doing. I mean, I'm paying mine on time. I don't know if many other people are, but right there goes Visa. Hey, I don't want to suffer that 28% or whatever they're charging.
Hideous.
That is absolutely ridiculous. But there goes Visa. Kind of a nothing burger to that level, but we already seen where Visa had been. They're just, honestly, these names, we hit it with AXP. AXP was down actually on their earnings report. We said just go over, watch out for Visa, watch out for MasterCard, and you could see the difference. Look at AXP here. AXP was dancing around. Actually, they're kind of back up. There's the miss though. You can see on the green, on the yellow line. I almost said green line. I was looking at green and red all day. There it is right there. Dip down on earnings and a nice little move back up for AXP. It's brethren, MasterCard, nice upside move there today, starting to go well, but Visa right now holding out for it. But you know what? People are like, you know what? These are nice. Let's go back to Intel. High of the day right now.
Hey.
Trying to go through this 2050 area. So let's just talk about this maybe as a day trade for Intel. 3-minute chart. We're already through it. So there it goes, blasting up these levels. You could probably trade this thing back to $20. If it breaks, I'd get out. Again, the numbers on Intel, trading higher on better than expected Q4 financial results. So there it goes, Intel nicely done to the upside. We've already gone over the exact numbers. Team is actually out as well. We had this last time. There are some traders that don't mind Team. This is Atlassian right now. Look at this move upside. Big move, man. 268 up to 320.
Wow.
These guys beat 96 cents versus 76 cents. Sales 129 versus 124. Team, a nice move there to the upside. Again, collaboration and productivity software. So akin to maybe a CRM as well. Look at CRM.
That's reporting.
I always like whenever it makes me look smart and I get something right. So there it goes right there. CRM to the upside again. A little bit of a shrapnel play there from Team. So that's a nice one upside again. So we'll still wait on Apple.
Yeah.
Right. So what Apple's earnings are right now, and I'm ready to go to Adair if she's ready. If we want to talk a little bit about Apple, because Apple right now on everybody's mind, Adair.
I have a plethora of Apple graphics, not to worry, Sean, but right now, just because I'm trying to do these in order of the reports, we started with Intel, then we had Visa. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting because both Visa and MasterCard reported today. MasterCard reported in the morning, and then Visa, of course, just released their report. And they both also have at this point reported Q4 2024 earnings because Visa, the report they just dropped is actually Q1 25. So regardless, I wanted to look at this, the last 20 years of their revenue. And you can see here, they're pretty much in lockstep, which is fascinating. At the start of this graphic, around 2005 to 2007, MasterCard actually usurps Visa in terms of revenue. But then Visa takes the crown, continuing to push higher. And you find the years where they have the dips, they're going to be the same years. They both dip in 2020. It makes sense. There's a little bit of a decrease in consumer spending because we have the pandemic, but then they both continue to rise. So I found it really interesting. This just really shows that these consumer trends are happening regardless of what specific brand you're using. Visa, MasterCard, both here to the upside when you look at this revenue chart, guys.
Yeah, interesting look here, Sean, with respect to Visa. Let's compare how they did versus what the expectations were. So we said 275 beat. The street was looking for 266 in terms of EPS. Sales, 9.51, beating the street's estimate of 9.34. But Sean, we know that the government is looking at Visa. They are looking at Visa, MasterCard. They call them an oligopoly. They don't like how they're charging high rates to consumers. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance have spoken about this openly. They want the rates to come down.
I mean, Donald's, he literally said that, what a mistake. They're going to create more inflation. And of course, Donald Trump knows everything about everything. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there. What a wild day for the NASDAQ, talking about everything here. It kicks off with big earnings, right? We had Tesla, we had Microsoft, we had Meta. You guys killed that after show yesterday. It was really, really great. Back and forth all day. The Qs hit this bottom, then take off. Then look at this chart. Look at what happened when the tariffs came through on Canada. 25% announced to take forth February 1st, which is a Saturday. We saw names like Ford get to the downside on that. We saw names like GM get to the downside on that. And then FXI, which we already talked about. Again, if he's holding his word on Canada, may be true also for China. We'll watch out for that 10%. I'm not sure that's a big deal. Tesla today, we weren't in love with the report, but we were in love with the fact that there was a lot of energy behind the name and that it continues to work. But traders said no to Tesla early. It fell all the way back in. But the best thing about this is the capabilities of zooming back out. Looky what we found. We did this today. This is how we got that $18 winner. Tesla fell right back into support. It was bought back up there at 388. I just feel that if you are a Tesla bull, you want to look at that. The quarter is now behind us. It definitely bounced off of that 388. So barring any other news, it's not only that, but it didn't really go down too much there. We had talked about that move on the tariffs. There's that Mexico move. Look, it shed $4 on 400. I'm not sure that that's the end of the world there. So we'll wait to see what happens. And I don't know the percentage of cars that are driven in the U.S. that are actually produced in Mexico.
That's a good question. I don't have the number
so
for that.
We can find that out, I'm sure, on Tesla. Oh, here we go. Look at this interesting vote here. For everybody that's joining us right now, I've already said this. I mean, I want to live in LA, but I do like Miami. So we'll vote for LA, Miami, New York, LA, and other.
I hit other because I want to live in Texas, Sean. That's where I would.
Okay. You want to support the Cowboys over there? I was going to say, what about Dubai? I mean, that would classify as other. So we say, what's up to that? Or Saudi Arabia, maybe?
Low taxes, baby.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, wherever there's no taxes. Yeah, I want to live there.
Sean, I want to mention as well, we got X coming out at 4:15. Another name that's been discussed heavily in the news, obviously with Nippon Steel wanting to pick that up, being blocked by Joe Biden, echoed the same sentiment by Donald Trump. Here's what we're expecting in terms of X. We're expecting EPS to be negative 26 pennies with, believe it or not, 138.8% decline year over year in EPS. Same thing with revenue. We're looking for $3.25 billion in revenue, which is expected to be down 21.7% year over year. But I got to tell you, they've beaten EPS estimates 88% of the time in the past 2 years, which is a good look. Analysts expect a weak fourth quarter, Sean, due to declining earnings and revenue forecasts as well. So, look for X.
Yeah, great news there. We saw that move. We do have that buyout there happening for X, or in focus right now. All right, again, Apple. Let's go over to Adara and see a graphic.
We have quite a few Apple-related graphics here. I debuted a lot of them on the show earlier today, but you can find them all on X or Twitter at TTV Research. That's TTV Research. And this one here and another one here are really inspired by those traditional Apple Mac colors. This is looking at Apple's revenue by operating segment starting in 2007, going all the way to 2023, which is the most recent full fiscal year that we have data for. So I think what's really interesting, there's a couple of things. You see the growth of the iPhone revenue over the years, but also accessories, including their very popular Apple Watch, and services really start to ratchet up later in the year as well. Like services revenue for 2021, 2022, 2023, I think is all really significant. Another significant thing here is that in 2020, you actually have a year-over-year increase in total revenue, which is even given the fact that there was the pandemic and different spending trends. So I find this Apple chart fascinating for a lot of reasons. If you're looking at it too, you could also see when certain products were added or discontinued from their lineup. So we get the iPad coming in 2010, and the iPod getting removed in 2014. So lots of different milestones here to look at on this chart. Check it out, guys.
Thank you, Dara, for that. We'll wait for that. I mean, I'm hoping it comes a little earlier than 4:30, but stay with us. If you're with us right now, stay with us, because we're going to drop that Apple news. Dara's going to we're both, all three of us. That's why we're here.
Yes, sir.
Going to cover absolutely everything right there.
Have you looked at Visa, Sean? Big move up for Visa, Sean, through 350.
Okay.
Now we're up 4.5. Look at that. At last closing print, we're at 344, Sean. We're trading 351 now. The top wick there, around 352 and change. The market doesn't care. JD Vance, Donald Trump, it doesn't matter. The numbers speak for themselves. We're already up 4.25 and taking out a key level, $50 level. Good look right now for Visa, Sean.
As the SPY, again, has another big day. I mean, up another 0.5%. I mean, along with the NASDAQ. We do have, tomorrow we have core PCE coming through at 8:30 a.m. That should be another movement. They're joining us live tomorrow. Today we had GDP estimates, 8:30, on the economic data front, traders digested today, GDP as well at 8:30. Tomorrow PCE coming through as well. The technology sector today was hit mainly by Microsoft. I mean, we could talk all about all of the names, but really, we're also going to wait for X. When X comes out, we'll have that for you. Yeah. But Microsoft today down 6%. So realistically, the NASDAQ, the fact that Microsoft, I believe, is now the third largest holding in the NASDAQ as a percentage-wise, the fact that the NASDAQ still rallied today and was able to hold green, quite a nice movement there, but not great for Softy as that pulls back in on slightly less on Azure. They got 31% growth as opposed to 31.1. Absolutely unbelievable that was a negative spot for them. We'll wait to see what's going to happen there with X coming through now, and we're going to see a light.
There it is.
Yeah, slight revenue beat we're hearing on X, and if you have the earnings, we can go over there, Sharif, because X is now out.
Here we go. So adjusted fourth quarter loss, EPS 13 cents a share. Q4 loss, $89 million. Keeping an eye. Here are the full results. Let's have a look. About net loss of $89 million or 39 cents per diluted share. Let me make that a little bit bigger so you can have a look. Fourth quarter 2024 adjusted net loss of $28 million or 13 cents per diluted share. Keeping an eye on that. Their EBITDA, Sean, 2024 adjusted EBITDA, $190 million on adjusted there. So we'll keep an eye out as more comes out from X. Moving up though, Sean, now we're at 0.14, taking out 37, a bit of a high there into 37.25. Good look right now for X. Not one that we expect to move too much after market. We'll have to see how this one trades.
Chief, ready for this?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Stock Blitz.
Hey.
That's what we're doing right now. I want to thank everybody in the chat. We see you guys. They're loving the combos here. Sharif, myself, Adara. Hey. Yesterday we had Neil here. We're just doing it all every single day. Make sure you hit the like, the subscribe. Come back tomorrow. Come back the next day. Don't come back Saturday, though.
We're not going to
be here. Come back Saturday. Rewatch. Come back on Saturday. So far, we'll just go back and forth a little bit here with some of these trades that we had today. Just looking again at NVIDIA. What a good end of the day run there on NVDA. I'm not sure. Whoa, we have a lot of executions on this play. All right, so here's the end of the day play on NVIDIA. Let's just zoom this back out. We waited for this. Oh, boy. I think I'm actually still in this position, maybe. But, okay, so there's an out. I was just holding a small piece. I think that's my out right there, actually, right at the close. But there it goes. NVIDIA breaking higher there at the end of the day. What I want to tell you is this. If you missed the show in the morning, you missed the show in the midday. You should never miss the midday show. But this trade was 2 o'clock. There's the break right there of pretty much... It's not the day high because we had that, but that 200 period break high right there, bang, and we hit that right at the end of the day. A nice move at the end of the day for NVIDIA, getting back from that deep-seek bottom, basically, of 117 and 118. That's why I think it's very, very important that you zoom back out and find some of those levels. That's what gave us this banger on Tesla. Like, not only are Sharif and I doing these recaps, we're doing all this, but we are actively trading throughout the day. So you got it. That's the uniqueness about Trader TV Live. Not only are we passionate about the market, but we're passionate about giving you the information and the education required. So not only you can eat the fish, but you can also fish for said dinner as well. There it is right there. There's that take of 386. Remember we talked about that. If we can come over here, just real quick on Tesla. We got stopped out right there. Then we bought it back and boom goes the dynamite on Tesla as we zoomed it out and found a support level after earnings, that 386. That was a good trade for us back in. Let's have a live...
10 minutes away, Sean, from Apple.
Oh, man,
I think we do have a deal with some infographics at the green screen.
Thank you so much there, guys. Yeah, we have Apple. I'm seeing expected here of 4:30 p.m. They usually do report pretty much on time there at 4:30 p.m. But this graphic here has to do with one of the biggest things here surrounding Apple, especially lately, which is China and the relationship in China, specifically with regards to smartphones. So what I wanted to do here is take a look at how their market share in China kind of changed from Q4 2023 to Q4 2024. So this data is all based on estimates from Canalys, which is a data research firm there. You can see Apple at a 24% market share in Q4 2023. Then for Q4 2024, we get a 16.8% market share. So that's a market decrease there in market share. By contrast, we had Vivo increasing its market share, Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, they all increased their market share. The others there, so these brands actually had a slight decrease in market share, but regardless, I think it's really interesting that Apple had a slighter decline in their smartphone market share in China, where all of their competitors actually had a year-over-year increase, and pretty significantly so. So AAPL, keep an eye on those China numbers when you hear that report in about 8 minutes now, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara. And I mean, that's going to be so key because the market share, I mean, I think the iPhone 16 is going to sell maybe more than expected, but whatever I think doesn't really matter. The numbers are going to be what's there right now. The implied move is 4%. So, I mean, I have our charts up right now. If Apple actually gets that drop down at the beginning of that tariff announcement, the whole market fell back in. But if we look at a daily chart here for Apple, and here's Apple, you can see nothing's moving around right now. We hold tight as we wait for AAPL earnings in 8 minutes. But if we can only get a 4% move on $240, I mean, we're not talking about too much here. If we can go up $20 into $260, that would be an all-time high right there. But again, $20 on $240, you're looking at like 7%. So I'm not sure that's going to happen here today. But again, Sharif, what about if these numbers blow out?
But we missed last time, Sean. We dropped 1.3% last time when Apple reported. And guess what we did after that? We made all-time highs at 260. So Apple is not one that I expect to really rocket in the direction like Meta did in the aftermarket yesterday. So heavily traded, so connected in so many different industries. You really got to digest all this. And I want to hear what the new CFO, we know Luca Mastri's not there anymore, Sean. The new CFO is going to be there. We need to hear about how the tariffs are going to affect Apple, especially with Donald Trump wanting to throw another 10% on China.
What do we think about more talk about a flip phone?
I'm interested in that, Sean. I'm interested in a thinner phone as well.
I think we need more, if we go to the double shot here, I think what we need more of is, we talked about it, like invention from Apple. They can't just follow the leader. We talked about them, well, they are pretty much our leader, but they're, flip phone's already there with Samsung, already there with Google. So we'll see if they could do that again. We know that they got rid of, and again, saving some expenses with their car.
Absolutely.
I mean, they dashed that. You know what I think could rally Apple here?
Let's hear it.
What about a big CapEx number? And I'll tell you why. Everyone's worried that they're a little bit behind this AI race, right? Where's their large language model? What are they building on top of? I mean, is Siri maybe...
Horrible.
Exactly.
It's horrible, Sean.
I know. But what if now they're able to announce something with Gemini? We already saw, and we know that they're involved with Gemini a little bit. Can they introduce something into this? How much is it going to cost? What if they introduce something with DeepSeek or something like that, something similar to with Quen?
Like Microsoft did today.
Right, exactly.
DeepSeek.
Exactly, and we know that Perplexity as well being built on top of that. So what we're going to be able to find out here is, can Apple control cost enough to make Siri worth it? And then maybe there's something there with Apple and some of their expenses, because they're the ones who haven't spent a whole lot on CapEx in this space.
And I said this to you before, I think one of the most underreported stories of 24 was the fact that we did not hear any association between Apple and NVIDIA. Every other Mag 7 name had an association with NVIDIA in some way, somehow. Picking up those H100s, picking up those H800s. Apple didn't. And then we heard them picking up from the Trainium 2 from Amazon. We heard them picking up the Tensor processing unit from Google. Not a word was spoken about NVIDIA, Sean.
Right. Again, point on that, they're also building their own chips.
Very good point.
So what if all of a sudden they come out and it's like, okay, you know what? It could be bad for NVIDIA.
Good point.
But what if we're starting to build, we're starting to implement, and maybe we got a large language model of our own? We'll wait to see. I mean, I feel like a major company like Apple, it's kind of like a lot of people know things already.
Oh, yeah.
So with an implied move of just 4%, we'll have to wait to see where that goes from here. All right, with less than 5 minutes to go, let's just review just real quickly here as we go. Apple expected revenue estimate, $124.1 billion, EPS 2.36. So we're getting ready to rock and roll. I see I have an empty space right here. I'm going to put the chat right here so we can see that start to go crazy when Apple comes out. Let's take a quick live look right now at Intel. We do have revenue by region at the screen. Do we want to go to Adara for that? Let's go.
This is another graphic here, kind of similar to what we were just talking about with regards to Apple's China smartphone market share. This is just a look of all of Apple's revenue by each region that they count. So they count Europe, China, Japan, the rest of Asia, so not China and Japan, and then the Americas. So I think this is pretty interesting because we hear a lot of talk about China's iPhone sales declining for Apple, but their actual market share in the company here in terms of their revenue, regardless for their entire product scheme, is actually pretty strong. Like, that's the purple bit. We see pretty sustained revenue for Apple in China when you don't count just the smartphones. So I think that's an interesting look. Other than that, I mean, it's pretty clear. America's, Europe taking up a lot of this, Japan and the rest of Asia kind of fighting here. But I think the fact that China's non-smartphone revenue seems pretty strong is definitely of note. Also, here, are we going to get $400 billion for the fiscal year for Apple revenue? We'll have to wait and find out at the desk. Make sure to follow us at X at TTV Research and Trader TV Live. And like and subscribe if you're enjoying this awesome content ahead of Apple earnings, guys.
I know me and Sharif are going to go back. We're going to talk about some expected stuff. I just want to show the screen right now because we did have Intel earnings, and I mean, that was a big one for many traders. Unfortunately, it comes well short of the implied move of over 10%. Right now, just moving 1.6%. And actually, right now, Intel coming back in right now. I was saying you could go long against 20. That looks like that might get busted right now. Be a risk manager when earnings are out. Intel's not really moving around. And again, Intel and Apple, would there be some collaboration? I don't know, but that could be something as well. We'll check out to see if Apple's having any early moves, not yet. And just a quick look right now on Visa, because this is another one. I want to just thank everybody for the kind comments as we look at right there for everybody joining us here today. Thank you to Sharif for staying late. I got a dentist appointment at 5 p.m., so Apple better come out very, very soon. Although we'll stay as late as possible, man. The dentist is right next door.
Good. Yeah, so mine is right next door as well.
Yeah, so we'll be there. Maybe the same dentist. Okay, so here we go. Apple, we're getting ready for it. What are we expecting?
Here we're expecting, Sean, Q1 earnings, we're looking for $2.35 per share, which would be up from what they printed last year on the quarter at $2.18. Okay. Net income, Sean, we're expecting a 5% bump, about to $35.5 billion in take-home money. Revenue expected to grow about 4%, a little bit less than 4%, up to about $124.3 billion. Now, that's the good news. What's the bad news here? Well, we're expecting bad iPhone sales, Sean, especially iPhone revenue. We're expecting that to drop about 1.5% to about $70.7 billion. That's a drop from 6% from the same period last year. Right. So we're talking about quarter over quarter with that 1.5% look. Investors are obviously going to be closely watching the earnings call for AI. Any talk about that, especially in light of the competition with this DeepSeek.
Aren't we in a super cycle? I mean, I thought, why are we supposed to lose 6% from last year's sales? Let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with Apple. We are now moments away. As I said, there is not going to be another show out there. And what we want everybody to do right now, because we have over 6,000 people watching, I want to hit this like button. Hit this like button. Let's get that going. If everybody watching, if we come to the screen right here, we'll show it. Hit that like button right there on your screen and get going on YouTube. Thank you, Ramin, as she stays late as well. So thank you to everybody right now as we get ready for breaking news with Apple. And thank you, everybody, for continuing to support it. We have the live Benzinga. Yeah, exactly. We have the live Benzinga Pro platform. Sharif is scouring the web for this. Adaro's excited, ready to go. We have graphics ready. We are ready to go with Apple earnings as once again, Trader TV Live steps up their game, and we're bringing the fire one more time for you. Here we go. Get ready to rock and roll, Sharif. This is kind of where we need that countdown, like that doomsday countdown. Like it's Y2K. It's almost midnight. What's going to happen right now with Apple? I really hope that this does something. We are expected. Here we go, man. Do not disappoint. All right, here goes Apple. $2.40. We do have the numbers out right now for Apple. So as we watch, where is my mouse? I can't even find it anymore. There it goes right now, $240 for Apple. A nice move to the upside. We do have the Benzinga Pro platform. We'll get it. As soon as you hear it, give it to me. There goes Apple, 243 and change. Up 1.5% and still going. 244, 245. Go, Apple. Let them cook, Tim. Let them cook. Apple going to the upside. iPhone sales, 69.13 billion. Apple as well, 240 beats 236. Sales through the roof. It's a beat everywhere for Apple. I would say we called it, but right now, Apple's not really moving around too much. Sharif, what are these goods exactly?
All right, man, let's see exactly what we're doing here. So Service business grew 13.9%. We know they have 80% gross margins on that. The lack of AI selling point contributed to the iPhone sales. They missed on that one, Sean. The street was looking for 7.71 billion. We got 69.14. Greater China sales dropped 18.51 billion compared with a 20.8 billion a year ago, below that 21.3 billion that the street was looking for. Total sales, though, Sean, an eye-watering 124.3 billion. That beats the street's expectation mildly. 124.12 was what we were looking for. Earnings per share beats. Profitability comes in good, $2.4 per share. The street was looking for 2.35. So good look right now, but it's dropping again, Sean. So zig and zag in here, dropping below the closing price.
All right. Yeah, service is really nice, man. 26.34 billion. So, all these numbers, we're going to have to compare them, right? I mean, because they're just so huge year over year, month over month. There goes Apple right now, completely reversing course again. Like, it doesn't look like it wants to move too much, man. Apple was relatively flat on the day. We're going to see it right here, pretty flat again coming into that report. Looks like we wicked out there with the algos at 245. We also wicked down there at 235. So $10 up, $10 kind of that range, and we just guess where we sit right in the middle now with Apple. So make sure you do hit that like and the subscribe. And right now, Apple's just dancing. Let's see if there's anything happening anywhere else.
Stuff, Sean.
Okay, let's just see NVIDIA not moving around. So it's Apple right here. Sharif, what do we got for Apple on a relatively flat performance in the stock price?
Here's the deal, Sean. Mac sales, $8.9 billion in Macs. iPad sales, $8 billion. iPhone sales, we already mentioned, 69.13. Let's keep a look here. Wearables, 11.75. The services, this is the one that got my attention, 26.34 billion. I don't have comparators for those, Sean, but you know how Apple does. It really needs to take it in. We saw the same thing last time. When they reported, it zagged, and then the next coming days, we got those higher lows. We'll have to see how this one does tomorrow, but the data does look a little bit, medium. Miss on iPhone sales, good on services, good on wearables. We'll have to see how this all ends up tomorrow as people digest the information, Sean.
If you remember yesterday, though, we had that huge drop off there in Tesla, only to come back the next morning to see it up 4%. We had that sort of a miss by Microsoft and that continuation move. Then we had Meta up and down yesterday as well. Both those names, actually all three of those names really kind of were a little bit light on the implied move. Microsoft continued through down that 6% today. Will Apple suffer a similar fate? I mean, right now it's kind of just doing this. I feel like we got to hear again. We'll wait for the call to happen. We'll hear what they have to say. I didn't hear you or Adara or anybody in my ear or anybody really talk too much about AI. No. So maybe there's something there that everyone's waiting for. But this is what a live level 2 looks like. It's not even really going crazy at all. The spread is pretty reasonable now, just 50 cents as they're trying to figure it all out. Pretty light on the volume. There's a big order there at 237.50 with 5,000. 337.75 with 5,000 shares, but other than that, pretty dull right there for Apple. And before I go back to you, Sharif, I just want to check the NASDAQ. So there it is, man. The whole market right now kind of sleeping on this report. And Intel, I honestly feel like this might be the one to trade tomorrow with Intel getting a little gas underneath it. I feel like this break of 2050 is something on Intel. So I feel like that could be the trade tomorrow. And then quick look back on the king itself. NVIDIA not doing too much. And Apple right now just holding forward. What do you want to talk about?
Want to talk a little bit about, we're going to send it to Adair in a second to talk about Chinese market share, but this is very apropos. So if I can show the screen here, Ram. Apple America's net sales, 52.2 billion. That's up from 50.5 billion. Europe sales, also in green, 33.86, up from 30.39. This is where it all falls south. The China sales have been the pressure, 18.51 billion, down from 20. It's one of the biggest markets in the world, and they missed there. Adair is at the green screen.
Thank you so much for that transition, Sharif, because I saw that on the CNBC screen, and I was going to open with that as well. Yes, so we have about a $2 billion plus decrease on a year-over-year basis for Apple's China sales. And you can really see here, this is Apple's China market share. So this is the decrease from Q4 2023 to Q4 2024. Yeah, that's an 11.1% year-over-year drop for their sales. But regardless here, what I think is really interesting about this graph is it shows that you have pretty significant market share increases for Vivo, Huawei, Xiaomi, and Oppo in terms of China smartphone market share. But then Apple decreases by 25% and other brands are dropping by 4%, despite the fact that the overall China market share actually increased by 5%. So what this says to me is that really we have consumers turning away from Apple and other Chinese brands and really pouring all of their money and energy into these 4 names. So I think that's really interesting. Also, I just saw a comment here from Tim Cook on CNBC that I want to address with regards to AI. He said that they found during Q4 2024 in markets where they had rolled out Apple Intelligence, the iPhones that did have Apple Intelligence, so iPhone 16s, did better than the iPhones that didn't. So I guess that's supposed to be a sign of Apple Intelligence getting picked up there due to their iPhone 16 sales. But that's all anecdotal comments from Tim Cook, guys. Back to you.
Talk there about AI at least, so we'll hear more about that tomorrow. Look, again, Sharif just mentioned about all the comments in the chat. Thank you so much for the support. I didn't get to hit something that I really like. We had built this a long time ago, so I'm going to hit it right now. It's breaking news.
Hey,
it's not really.
Good.
What happened? Ramin.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look how cool this graphic is.
Saw that?
I'll hit it again, Ramin. Yeah, it is too long, but that was pretty cool. So, how about this one then? Stock blitz. Okay, let's get more serious now, just quickly. Yep. All right, so Apple right there, the move down is what it is. We'll have to wait to see. It's a pretty muted play on Apple. Yep. But for me, that just means that tomorrow will give us some key levels. Like, what do you think I'm going to do tomorrow if we get to 240? Let's go. That should be a good trade there tomorrow. 240 break. I like that play. It's also trying to hold the bottom. If you hold the bottom there, you mean, again, we talk about it when there's nowhere to go, maybe we go this way. So we'll have to wait to see if we can hold 237, 238. We'll see about breaking 240. That's tomorrow. Join us live tomorrow as we go. We're not done yet. We still have roll call to talk about. We're going to do that. We want to thank everybody for staying with us. Over 5,300. But we're not done. Let's have a quick look at what Intel's doing. Nice move there on Intel. And one of the things that we do on the show, if you're just joining us for the first time, obviously today it's very, very busy with earnings, but let's just go over some really key things that happened today. Eli Lilly up 2.3%. We didn't talk about that much. Maybe there's a rebound in the healthcare technology space due to the fact that RFK maybe isn't as sort of like pessimistic or negative about science.
Yep.
Okay, Berkshire, what a move back up there as well. The financial sector today, everything green today. What is this? Blackstone red today, but everything else in the sector nicely done. Amazon up downside, but look what went upside. Walmart and Costco now. Tesla finishes the day up 3%, which is nice. Meta there, GE, Microsoft, Nvidia, Broadcom with a nice day today as well. So, all right, everybody.
Man, I want to mention a couple of things before we go. Guys, the Apple conference call starts at 5 o'clock. Make sure if you're invested in the name that you're listening to that. Lots of great information. Visa as well. Conference call starts 5 o'clock. Intel, likewise, 5 o'clock there. Let's keep a lookout here for the other names that are reporting. US Steel does not have a conference call planned, so we will have to see exactly what they say tomorrow, Sean. But those conference calls can be awful important. A lot of information is going to be asked, especially with respect to Apple Intelligence. You have to make that assumption that they're going to press Tim Cook. When the hell are we going to get ChatGPT integration? You've been promising us that for over a year. WWDC last June was when we heard it. We're still yet to see it.
You know the thing about Siri is that the only thing I ever do is I ask it to call my wife. That's pretty much, and it works every time. But I don't ask it to do too much more than that. It's like literally Siri, like watch. Siri, call my wife. Right?
Come on, Siri.
Oh my God, my phone was locked. Hey Siri, call my wife. It's not working. Okay, all right, that was an epic fail. All right, anyways, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do right now is have a lot of fun, and we're going to do it right now with the roll call.
There we go.
I hope this doesn't really call my wife right now, but it's using me like I have my AirPods stuck
like,
in here.
What's going on?
All right, hey, look, thank you so much for joining. You know what Ozan said? Ozan, come on, man. I thought we were friends, man. Sean was young and beautiful in the breaking news. Well, with that being said, let's have it one more time.
Wow, come on.
Oh yeah, look at that young, handsome individual right there.
I think you've lost weight since that picture, man. I don't know what Ozan's
One more time. I'll look at this one more time. Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Ozan, for that. But who's here? Let's do it. It's roll call time. We have it right now on the screen. Ramin, let's go here right now. We'll see who we have. When you're ready. There it is right there. Thank you, Ramin. There it is right there. Who's here? JM4323 is here. El Sol is here. Hugh is here. Small, short smeller.
Short smeller.
Not bad.
Come on.
Ronaldo Jose is here.
Hey.
Michael Mendoza, Bears versus Bulls. We can't do that without him. Darth Buddha's here. Anybody catching your eye, Sharif?
I'll call some people out. My man Jay Lee's there in the chat. So is Andrew Chow. How about Valdishon? We got Mike. We got Lingering something or another. We got Why Not? How about Jay Singh, my man? There we go. Stock Up. Robert. Ronaldo. You already mentioned Ronaldo. We got T-Man. How about
Ronaldo
Crypto?
or Messi?
Messi.
or somebody else.
Messi, Katina, man.
I keep hearing the same thing, man. Ever since he got to raise that World Cup there the last
There it
time,
is.
I think
There
he's
it
won
is.
everything. Did he win in the Prem?
Everything.
Did he win?
He's gotten everything. He's got
Champions League,
Champions League. He's
everything.
got La Liga. He's got the World Cup. He's got Copa America. What else can we ask for?
And you know what else he's got? Money, money, money. And if you keep watching us, hopefully we'll be able to teach you, show you everything that we can here to invest safer, smarter, day trading. We've got the education on the midday with this guy. We're ready to rock and roll. We've got Adara breaking news here every single day. Apple 236, actually starting to get a little low.
Drop it, Sean.
Low.
25% dividend declared by Apple.
What?
25%, 25 cent dividend.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say if they increase their dividend, maybe 25%, but there goes Apple to the downside here. You know what I like to see? Actually share buybacks.
That'd be great. They have $150 billion earmarked for that.
The other thing about this, too, is you cannot buy back shares heading into your earnings release.
I did not know that.
Yeah, there's a quiet period there. So you're going to have to wait to see what effect that has on Apple. All right, for everybody here, thanks to Brendo, thanks to Ramin, Fabian today, Tomas, who's around, Andre back over there. Adair, oh my God, I forgot to film something with Andre today. Oh my God, we'll do that tomorrow. Thanks to Adara, Neil, Joe, this guy right here. All right, Sharif, we do this every day. I don't know if you've ever seen it before.
No.
This is a potato.
Hey.
And then these are French fries.
Oh.
All right, there it is. All right, see you. Thank you, Adara. Great job today as well. Thank you to everybody for joining Bears vs. Bulls. You demand. We're live tomorrow at 8:30, and we'll catch you then.